instrumental and vocal styles on the bansuri with remarkable fineness. His talent bloomed so early that he gave his first public performance at the age of 6. Known for his innovative approach, he introduced creations like glowing Divya Bansuri and became the first to perform on the 8-foot contrabass flute. His artistry spans classical, fusion, and world music, earning him collaboration with legendary musicians and global recognition. Over the years, he has been honored with prestigious titles and awarded such as Nadanidhi, Sur Samrat, Kala Pravina, Aryabhata, and Asthana Sangeeta Vidwan, along with National Film Awards for his music in Beru and Vimukte. With his technical brilliance and soulful expression, he continues to inspire music lovers worldwide.
Ladies and gentlemen, so Saptaka presents Morning Melody, a flowing with a flute by Pravin Godkhindi. Come on, join your hands and let's begin the day with the magic of Pravin Godkhindi.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಶುಭೋದಯ. ಇವತ್ತು ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ರಾಗ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ತಬಲಾ ಸಹಕಾರ ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ನನ್ನ ಅಣ್ಣ ಶ್ರೀ ಕಿರಣ್ ಗೋಡ್ಖಿಂಡಿಯವರು, ತಂಬೂರಿ ಸಾಥ್ ಸಂಜನಾ ಕುಮಾರಿ ಸಂಜನಾ ಅವರು. I would like to begin the concert with Rag Gurjari Todi. I'll try and present this raga in the Gaiki style. So I have chosen two compositions set to Vilambit Ek Tal followed by a composition in Drut Teen Tal. Very few people, very few Bansuri artists play the Gaiki Ang in its true form. My father, my guru, Pandit Venkatesh Godkhindi ji, was a pioneer in playing the Gaiki Ang as far as South India is concerned. So he taught me the Kirana Gharana Gaiki Ang, and that is what I will try and present. So sit back, relax and enjoy Rag Gujari Todi. ಗಾಯಕಿ ಅಂದರೆ ತಾನಗಳು ಎರಡೆರಡೇ ಸ್ವರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಇದು ಕಿರಣದು ವೈಶಿಷ್ಟ್ಯತೆ. ಗಗದೆ ಗಗದೆ ಗನಿದ ಗಗದೆ 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 ಮಮ ಗಮ ಗಮ ಮಮ ಗಗದೆ 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 ಮಮ ಗಮ ಮಮ ಗಗದೆ ಗಗದೆ ಮಮ ಗರಿದ ತಾದಾನಿ ತಾನಿ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಕೊಳಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಷ್ಟ. ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವರ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ನಾನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಯಿತಾ? ಗುಜರಿ ತೋಡಿ ನಂತರ ನಾನು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಗ ಮಾರ್ವಾ ಥಾಟ್ ಬಿಭಾಸ್, ಶುದ್ಧ ದೈವತ್ ಬಿಭಾಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಮತ್ ತಾಲ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಧೃತ ತೀನ್ ತಾಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ 2 ರಚನೆಗಳು. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Book Brahma Literature Festival and in particular Devuji for inviting me for this wonderful concert. I'm calling it wonderful because so many people have turned up, not because I'm a good player. All of you have come to support us, so thank you so much. And at 12 o'clock today, I would be speaking about my novel Prahar, ಹಾಡುವ ಗಡಿಯಾರ. ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದಂಥ ನನ್ನ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲನೆಯ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಇವತ್ತು 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಇದೆ. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಐ ವುಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಸಿ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ದೇರ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ನಾವಲ್ ರಿಟನ್ ಬೈ ಅ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಷಿಯನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್, ಮೈ ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನೇಷನ್. ಸೊ I think you'll like the concept. So more about it when we meet at 12 o'clock. And then at 3, I'm again in that Mukha Mukhi where I'll be interacting with some of you. So ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಅದ್ಧೂರಿಯಾದ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸಿದ ದೇವು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ JS ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಸಪ್ತಕ ಆಯೋಜಕರು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇನ್ವೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಮೀ. ರಾಗ್ ಮಾರ್ವಾ ಥಾಟ್ ಬಿಭಾಸ್, ಮತ್ ತಾಲ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಧೃತ್ ತೀನ್ ತಾಲ್. This is India's first flute that can go up to the lowest pancham. I have designed this along with my student, and the speciality of this U-shaped neck is that I can reach up to the lowest notes without compromising with the length. Because if you have to go lower in the pitch, the length of the bamboo goes on increasing, and then it's not feasible to reach. So I developed this U-shaped neck. It is dismantleable, and so I can carry it in my box, and I can play any rag like the normal bansuri. So I just wanted to give a glimpse of what is this, and this is the Mandra bansuri. This is my idea, and right now this is the only one in the whole of India.
I think what else we need to start our day with such a pleasant and with good vibes, right? Come on, once again, a big round of applause to one of the India's most finest flutist, that is none other than Pravin Godkhindi. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the performance, for making us day. Kiran Godkhindi, who played the tabla artist. Sanjana. Of course, sir, it's a team. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. And I'm requesting Mr. G.S. Hegde, who is a session partner, that is Saptaka from. So I'm requesting Mr. G.S. Hegde to honor our performer of the day, that is Pravin Godkhindi and team. Thank you. And my dear audience, let me give a highlights of the day which is happening on the stage, that is Mantapa. See, along with this stage, we are having another 7 stages, another platforms which are named as, Mathana, Akshara, Angala, Mukhamukhi, Anavarna, Pustaka and Chindraloka. In all the stages, the sessions and the events and the stages will start by 11 o'clock actually. So let me have a highlights of the day, with respect to Mantapa first, and I'll go through the activities or the events happening in the other platforms as well. And now to mention at first, the Mukhamukhi is the stage where exactly, to next to Pustaka Mela. So that is the platform, or it is a stage where directly you can interact, you can speak, and you can discuss whatever you want with the authors. That is a very rare opportunity we get usually. So that is what happening in Mukhamukhi. It starts from 11 o'clock. So it starts 11 to 11:30, that slot is where the India's biggest director, that is Adur Gopalakrishnan, he will be available. So you can discuss, you can meet, and yes, of course, it is very rare opportunity. So make use of that. And in the meanwhile, let me go through the stage of Mantapa, what are the activities we have. So like this, it is there from 10 to 10:55. To the next session, which is going to happen is Words and Worlds, Literature as the Site of Ideological Resistance. At 11 o'clock, whose heritage is it anyway? Art, Caste and the Inheritance of Silence. 12 to 12:50, Legends Are Forever, the Living Legacy of South Indian Literacy Icons. Next from 1 to 1:50, Literature's Evolving Identity in Contemporary Media. The next 2 to 2:50, we have A Magical Melody by Manasi Prasad and team. And next 3 to 3:50, we have Narrating the Nation, Writing History Between Empire and Republic. From 4 to 4:50, we have From Page to Frame. The session is From Page to Frame, the literary soul of Indian parallel cinema. And 5 to 6:20, the award ceremony. And this award ceremony is about the category that is annual short story competition award ceremony. This is, and from 6:30 to 8, that is the last performance of today. That is In Resonance, a Carnatic Vocal Recital by T.M. Krishna and team. And let me have a glance about the next stage, that is Mathana. Mathana is happening in the first floor. This is what the auditorium we have. The next outside this, you can have a steps. You can take a steps, which is happening in the first floor of the same building. Akshara and Mathana, both stages are nearby. In Mathana stage, at 11 o'clock, we have, it is going to start now, that is short stories from writers of young generation achievements. At 12 to 12:50, literature's writing for cinema. 1 to 1:50, literature of digital times. 2 to 2:50, Tamil society, antiquity and
ನಾಲ್ಕು ಐವತ್ತರವರೆಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗಳು ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಇದು 11 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 11:50ರವರೆಗೆ ರೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್, 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:50ರವರೆಗೆ ತಮಿಳ್ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೂವೀಸ್, 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 1:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಆಟವಲ್ಲ ಮನರಂಜನೆ, ಕ್ರೀಡೆಯಾಗಿ ಉಳಿಯದ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್, ಎಂಟರ್ಟೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಾಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅ ಗೇಮ್, ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಬಿಯಾಂಡ್ ದಿ ಬೌಂಡ್ರಿ. 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:50ರವರೆಗೆ ನ್ಯೂ ವಾಯ್ಸಸ್ ಇನ್ ತೆಲುಗು, 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 3:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಪೇಜ್ ಟು ಪೇಜ್ ದ ಆಥರ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟರ್ ಜರ್ನಿ, 4 to 4:50 ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಶಿಲ್ಪ ಪರಂಪರೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ನಾಳೆ, ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ದ ಪಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಕಲ್ಪ್ಚರ್ ಲೆಗಸಿ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಅಂಗಳ ವೇದಿಕೆ, ಕನ್ನಡದ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿ ನಡೆಯುವಂತಹ ಅಂಗಳ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 11:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಹಾಸ್ಯದ ಹಾಸುಹೊಕ್ಕು, ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ವಿಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮರ್. 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಾದ ಸಂಗೀತ, 1 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 1:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಎ ಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ, ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಕೋಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಎಐ ಎರಾ. 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:50ರವರೆಗೆ ನೆಲದ ಮಾತು, ಕೃಷಿ ಬರವಣಿಗೆಯ ನೆಲೆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ, ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ಸ್, ಕಾಂಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್. 3 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 3:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಮಿಡಿವ ಮನಸ್ಸು, ಹೃದಯ, ವೈದ್ಯರ ಅಕ್ಷರಲೋಕ, ಹೀಲಿಂಗ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್, ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ಸ್, ಎ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಲಿಟರರಿ ಜರ್ನಿ. 4 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 4:50ರವರೆಗೆ ಜಾನಪದ ಲೋಕದ ವಿಸ್ತರಣೆ, ನವಜಾನಪದ, ನ್ಯೂ ಫೋಕ್, ಎ ನ್ಯೂ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಇನ್ ಫೋಕ್ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನ್ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೆ.
and ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ it is a platform where you can directly interact with the authors. The slots are like this. It starts at 11, as I mentioned earlier, the India's biggest director, film director, that is Adur Gopalakrishnan. He will be available from 11 to 11:30, and 11:30 to 12 o'clock we have SM Gauss. So 12 to 12:30 TM Krishna ಅವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. 12:30 to 1 o'clock Paul Zacharia ಅವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಂತರ 1 to 1:30 Salma, 1:30 to 2 o'clock ನಾ ಸೋಮೇಶ್ವರ್ ಅವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ದೆನ್ 2 to 2:30 ಸಿ ಮೃಣಾಲಿನಿ ಅವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. 2:30 to 3 BR Lakshman Rao will be available. Then 3 to 3:30 Pravin Godkhindi, and 3:30 to 4 o'clock Imayam, and 4 to 4:40 we will be having Madhuratnakam Narendra, and the last slot, that is 4:30 to 5, will be having Manu Pillai. So these are the different slots where authors will be available. So yes, you can make use of it. And next comes the stage Anavarna. So Anavarna is a stage where it's particularly dedicated for book launch, and we planned the releasing of 12 books each day. I mean to say, the whole fest is happening in 3 days. In 3 days each day, 12 books will be releasing. So that is what the agenda of the stage Anavarna. So today we have, it starts from 11 o'clock to 5 o'clock. So in this meantime, the different languages, I mean to say, the South language books will be releasing, where authors will be available, and also different publishers. So, and the next stage is Pustaka. So yes, again it is having a different sessions with respect to the literature. It starts from 11 o'clock. The session topic is with respect to stage Pustaka is like this. Drawn words, graphic novels in South Indian languages. 12 to 12:50, that is the next slot, is about breaking the algorithm, independent e-marketplaces and the future of publishing. 2 p.m. to 2:50 will be having AI and the South Indian word, publishing languages in the age of algorithms. Then 3 to 3:50 p.m. South Stories, Globalize, what English publishers seek today. 4 to 4:50, that is the last session of the day of that stage. United in Voice, a forum for South Indian language publishers. And the last is Chinnaraloka. So Chinnaraloka is, as the name indicates, it is meant for children. I mean to say, children will also participate and they'll also make use of it. In the meanwhile, the poets and authors who are into that writing, and they'll also be participating. So yes, agenda of the Chinnara Loka, now Sanchana will present.
ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ರೂಪಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದಿವಸ 11 to 11:50 ಅನುಪಮ ಹೇಳುವ ಕೆಂಪಿ ಕತೆ, ಕೆಂಪಿ ಇನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರು ವಿತ್ ಅನುಪಮ KB ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:50 ಅಚ್ಚೋ ವಿತ್ ಗ್ರೇ ಸ್ಟ್ರೋಕ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಕತೆ ಶ್ಯಾಮ್ ಮಾಧವನ್ ಜೊತೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ 2 to 2:50 ಬಾದಲ್ ಜೊತೆ ಬಣ್ಣದ ಆಟ ಒಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. 4 to 4:50 ಸಂಜೆಯ ಮನರಂಜನೆ ಫನಾದಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗಾಗಿ ಲಭ್ಯವಿದೆ.
So ladies and gentlemen, so now it's time to move on to the next session of the day. So that is KMF, Karnataka Milk Federation, Nandini presents the next session, Words and Worlds, Literature as a Site of Ideological Resistance.
By Paul Zacharia, HS Shivaprakash, Ajithan, Volga and Anuja Chandramouli will be the moderator of this session.
Join your hands, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome the speakers on stage. KMF Nandini presents the next session, Words and Worlds, Literature as a Site of Ideological Resistance.
By Paul Zacharia, HS Shivaprakash, Ajithan, Volga and Anuja Chandramouli will be the moderator of this session.
Requesting all the speakers on stage.
Good morning. I'm very happy to moderate this wonderful panel. So, as a typical insecure writer, I've always wondered whether words actually matter, whether it actually gets swallowed up by the void. But I also believe in the power of the written word to make a difference. And I believe in what all my panelists have achieved so far. Starting with Volga ma'am. Volga ma'am, as you all know, is a legend. And she has influenced generations of writers with her fierce feminist works, which have challenged the patriarchal narrative. And my question for Volga ma'am is, ma'am, when it comes to using your work to bring about change, you've used a lot of, in addition to the fieriness and passion which you bring to your work, there's also a lot of sensitivity, compassion and humility, and you have credited this to Telugu literature, which has set a wonderful precedent for questioning the existing mythology, which is considered to be a sacred cow. So why don't you tell me a little bit about how Telugu writing and literature has served as the roots, the inspiration for your own work?
Thank you. Today we are going to talk about literature as the site of ideological resistance, and you asked about how Telugu literature from its beginning, is it a site of ideological resistance? Yes, I say, and all writers somehow or other, directly, indirectly or subversively challenge, resist the existing authorities existing traditions or norms, I think. From the beginning, Telugu literature and Telugu poets start this tradition of resistance. When we go to the old literature, the Prachina literature, there are poets who question the authority of the kings. Usually, in those days, the poets were patronized by kings, but some poets openly questioned and they hate the authority of the kings, and they didn't give their kavyas to kings with a dedication. Usually it is the practice. Potana is an example, and he wrote it was told that he wrote a poem like Bala Rasala Sala Navapallava Komala Kavya Kanyakan Kulalakichi a Padupu Kudu Bujinchuta Kante Satkavul Halikulaina Nemi Kandamula Falodara Kulaina Nemi Nijadara Sutodara Poshanardhamai. Why should poets give their kavyas to kings? And it's like a food from prostitution, like that here. And many poets follow. Durjati, he openly, of 15th century, he openly criticized Razul Mattul, Vari Seva Narakaprayambu. That is, all the kings are like mad ones and their service is like hell. And he is a court poet of Krishna Devaraya. So every poet had in their minds that resistance is there. That's continued. Vemana questioned the existing system. It's the rituals of the Brahminical rituals and many things, many social ill practices. And after Vemana, the modern period also began with the resistance of the existing ideology of the traditional mode and resistance of the many ill practices, socially ill practices of the existing system, like Kandukuri Veeresalingam. He stood for the cause of women's education. He stood against child marriages. He stood against many ill practices of the society. Then Gurajada, he created a heroine from the class of downtrodden. That means a prostitute is the heroine of, the first heroine of our Telugu modern literature. So it's a resistance to the existing system. After that, the progressive literature came, Sri came, and many progressive poets criticized, challenged, resisted the socially norms, hierarchical norms, and patriarchal norms. In that scenario, after the poets also openly supported the armed revolution of Srikakulam and Naxalbari movements, the feminist movement came and challenged the patriarchal society more openly than in the past. So the more openly means the feminists in the 90s spoke about their bodies, their problems which are particular to their bodies and their about their violence, domestic violence, everything they as women experienced. That is a big threat to the society, the patriarchal society, and we all, the poets of the 90s, the women poets of the 90s, fought together to stand on our side of resistance. So it is a long tradition and a very new battle in every decade. After feminist poetry came the lit poetry, minority poetry. Poetry means literature, minority literature, and now transgender. And every group, for the first time, fighting or struggling to establish their identity in their own words, in their own poetry or stories. I think ideologies are openly or subvertly there in every writer's writing. Writers' words and sentences are not at all innocent. They carry lot of meaning, lot of weight, lot of politics. Whether we understand or not, whether the writers are for the progress of the society or they want the society to walk backwards. That's a different matter, but the ideologies will be there.
Thank you, Volga. Volga spoke about speaking truth to power, kings or politicians, but in her writing, she also challenges the gods, whether it's the liberation of Sita or Yashodhara or on the banks of the Pampa. Thank you, Volga. And my next question is to Ajithan. So we have a poet and prose writers here, and Ajithan here is a philosopher as well. And I know you're influenced by the work of Schopenhauer. So I wanted to ask you, philosophy is, lots of people would say, it dapples in the realms of the abstract. And it calls for a level of detachment, whereas the kind of ideological resistance we are talking about, it calls for more passion, just to be more effective as a change maker. So how would you reconcile your philosophical side with the change maker side of you through your work?
Yeah. Firstly, I wouldn't call myself a philosopher. I'm just a student of philosophy. So, coming from a philosophical background, I see the word ideology carries a negative connotation in philosophy. Many philosophers have used it before, but it's Marx's interpretation that we generally accredit to. And Marx defines ideology as constituting the superstructure. So it includes art, culture, law, jurisdiction, and even science. So, but we think, Marx interpreted art as something that originates from the ideology but transcends it. So following from that, I carry the prejudice that Marx had with the word ideology. I too think ideology is a negative term, and literature should never be a voice of ideology. So I would define ideology as such, like it is any system of thought that has a moral imperative, do's and don'ts. We can call it norms. So the purpose of literature is to question the norms, to examine them, to deconstruct them. But these are the words that are familiar to us through the postmodern critical theory. But there is a point that literature forgoes the sense of normativity altogether in the rejection of norms. So many postmodern critics in their later works have pointed out to this path. They saw beyond the postmodernism towards a new age where we retain the sense of normativity, the quest for truth, value, and meaning, while rejecting the current norms. So, so normativity is something that drives the humanity forward, and it is never about norms. Norms belong to cults, a group of people with a decided set of values. So here I would quote Kant in this situation. The Kant had an aesthetic theory, which basically says he distinguishes taste from aesthetic feeling. Aesthetic feeling is something that we feel very personal and individual, but also necessarily connects to the universal, that we think should be universal. We all have that feeling that while we read a novel, we think it's written only for us. And at the same time, we think the whole world should know this. The whole world should celebrate this. This oscillation from the individual to the universal, that embodies art for me. And cult is a very antithesis of this phenomenon. The cult has no individual, nor no universal as well. The cult, so here I think in the postmodern landscape, the art has disintegrated into cults. So we have cults which says which restrict them to a particular taste and reject the universality of art. So I think the very purpose of art is to take the individual to the realm of universal and come back from the universal feeling back to the individual. This oscillation is, I think, guided by the feeling of normativity. Here I would name normativity, with a familiar term, normativity can be interpreted as idealism. So idealism is the force that connects the individual to the universal. But cults are the very antithesis of these two. In the postmodern world, we see the world divided into sectarian politics, and the world is already into cults. And when art imitates that cult phenomenon, it forgoes the universality, the very ideal that it strives for. So idealism is, in a sense, what drives humanity, what drives art, and I think every artist is an idealist at his core. Even the most pessimistic artist in his darkest work is an idealist, I feel, because what he seeks is a form of communication, to reach out to another human being in the hope of being understood. That, I think, is the ultimate form of idealism. Thank you.
So getting to the heart of it, I think you've questioned agenda-driven writing, especially its integrity. So I thought Volga and Ajithan, you have parallel arguments about bringing about change. And now Paul, I know you're a bit of a provocateur, if I might call you that. And I don't think you've flirted with controversy so much as had a proper love story with controversy. And you are very famous for your wicked irreverence, if I might call it that. And I wanted to ask you about the nature of controversy when it comes to ideological resistance. How do you ride the lightning without getting burnt by it? You want to use, wait, I think this one works. I think this one works.
No, Anuja, can you just repeat the last part of the question? That is, how do you go?
I think for artists of any stripe, I think controversy is a double-edged sword. It can make your career or break you. And I think you've, balanced beautifully on the knife edge. So I think I was trying to ask for your secret.
As far as I know, controversy is a word that's created by the media. You can't really go by, you can't say anything is controversial because the newspaper says so-and-so said something and that is controversial. It's a very, very difficult and complicated thing in the sense, when I say something which the establishment, there's a very common word for everything that represents the status quo. So when I say something that in Kerala the status quo is represented by the political parties, by the religion, by the government and by the media itself. These are the most powerful, and the castes. There are a few castes there. So the moment you say something that disagrees with these 3-4 so-called mainstream forces, then immediately you are labeled as controversial. Even they don't do it, the media does it. So there is no way that, I cannot be deliberately controversial. It will be very stupid. People will people are not fools. They will know that this man is saying it just to attract whatever. So when you write what you believe in. And when you write fiction, I am basically a fiction writer. I also do some public speaking and some column writing, etc., etc. So the thing is that in fiction, fiction is a world by itself. And you choose a particular theme to write a story on, and there need not be anything controversial in that. In fact, there's hardly anything that's controversial in any of my stories except one story which had Jesus Christ as a central character, and that attracted some problems from the Catholic Church, not even from the other churches. Otherwise, fiction is basically left out of the controversial thing. It's when you make political, so-called social or political statements that the controversy brand comes up. And it's very difficult to avoid it because I personally am, all through my life, I have been, this is not confessing or boasting or anything. I have been out of the system. I have tried to be deliberately and consciously an outsider. If you are an insider, then you simply can't function as a writer. Because the only thing that keeps you going as a writer and as a citizen above all. See, before the writer comes a citizen. If you are not as a citizen, if you are not free in your mind, then what are you? You have no business to write at all if you are not free. So I have very consciously cultivated freedom. I got out of my religion maybe 50 years back, and I'm very happy I did that. It took a lot of trouble, but I could get out of the Catholic Church. I was born into the Catholic Church. And it took me some time to see through what the political parties and politicians and the whole business of politics is doing to my state. And then by the time I think this is going back, long back in time, I was apolitical till June 6, 1976. I was in Delhi at that time. I hope I got the date correct. That's the day on which emergency was declared. 75. So that day, my apolitical life was over. I knew that I am living in a nation which is a very dangerous nation. But it's a fantastic nation, but it is a nation on the edge of so many things. And now we see what we are experiencing today is the heritage of that emergency. People have discovered how easy it is to get away with anything in India and abduct the whole nation to their own ways of this one. So that's the day on which I became political. So these are the things. In order to become free, so what I'm saying is ideology is in it. Ideology is, a personal ideology is a struggle to get out of ideologies. The Catholic Church has an ideology. The Marxist party has an ideology. Every political party has an ideology. The media has an ideology. So if you are caught in this business, and I'm a man who functions with the media hand in hand, because they are the people who publish what I write. They are the people who publish my columns and who report what I speak. But I should also know what they are really, they themselves are in a trap because they have to survive. All that I know. Therefore, I think as a writer, my foremost duty is to keep myself free from some of these primary influences that are pressed upon a citizen of India and on every citizen. Some citizens cave in, But as a writer, I keep my mind free. That doesn't mean I can go out and fight on the streets. I really don't know how to do it. And I don't think it will help anybody if I went out on the street and started fighting. But if I wrote a piece about that in a major newspaper, for example, well, it will at least 20 people will read it. So this is the way, Anuja, the whole business of controversy goes on. I have never been controversial. My friend Adu Gopalakrishnan is sitting here. They all have watched me for years, the way I have functioned in the Kerala society. So this is the story of my controversy.
Actually, I think, Paul, you showed us, you didn't tell us, you showed us how to walk on the knife edge. So he concealed a lot while revealing a lot. So he danced on the knife edge for us today. Thank you. And Shivaprakash, sir, I have a dicey question for you. I think when it comes to talking about you and your work, it's impossible to leave out the Basava factor. And he, as we know, is one of the leading lights of the Bhakti movement. And he spoke very bravely for an anti-caste, more inclusive, more tolerant society. And you've been in the eye of the storm, thanks to Basava. And I wanted to ask you, as a poet par excellence, when you grapple with the same issues that Basava did in an equally problematic age, I want to ask you if we as writers and poets and artists, we make the situation better or worse? Are we erasing divides or are we perpetuating divides?
Well, it's unfortunate that I'm associated only with Basava because I'm open to many influences. I'm equally influenced by Acharya Vidhav Gupta. I'm influenced by Tukaram, Kabir, Mirabai, Hajobai, all the Sant traditions of India. I'm influenced by Sufis, Rumi and others. And I'm influenced by Guru Gobind Singh, who was a great poet. So it's not just Basava that I'm obsessed with. It's true that of course, Basava is an important influence on me because I was born in the community which reads Vachanas as scriptures. So we never chanted the Vedas, we never read the Bible or Quran, we read Basavana's Vachanas as a scripture. So that got deep into my unconscious, so it was there. But I found a lot of other influences which are similar to Basava. But when I write, I forget everything. I think Volga, Ajithan, and Paul used the word ideology in the sense in which it normally used as one's worldview. But in the modern literary theory, there's another connotation to ideology. Ideology means false consciousness. False consciousness, of course, Paul hinted at it, of course. He didn't use that word in that sense, but the dominant groups dictate what you should think. And literature is nothing unless it has what Kuntaka called vakrata. In Sanskrit, they say chamatkara. It has to see what others don't see. It has to look at the world afresh. William Blake said, to see the world in a grain of dust and heaven in a wild flower. So to do that, you should learn to look at the world, to smell the world, to touch the world differently than those whose perceptions are conventionally predetermined. So, I never write to create controversies. though my play Mahachaitra created a lot of controversies, which lasted for 2 years and which shook the government, and some 20 government buses were burned down by agitators against the book and so on. And I lived under threat for 2 years. All that happened. I didn't want this to happen. I wrote, as Tulsidas says, Swanta Sukhaya, what I felt about the times of Basava and what impact it had on the whole caste structure of society those days. I wrote about that. That became a big controversy. I think it was the Russian poet Yutushenko who said, I just whispered, but this world is so weak it became a thunder. So whenever I write, I just whisper. I talk to myself. But myself is connected with everything else in the world. I am rooted with the perception of what the Tamil Siddha said. Addathile ulladu, pindathile undu, pindathile ulladu, addathile undu. Yatha brahmande, thatha pindande in Sanskrit. So everything is connected. All our minds are connected. I want to connect with all the minds through my poetry, through my theatre. Unfortunately, Mahachaitra was, attacked brutally. But my other plays have connected with people. My 2 plays on the 2 Dalit saints, Manteswami and Malay Madeshwara, gave a new collective identity to Dalit communities of Karnataka. Literature is not only destructive, it's creative. It's a love letter to the world. Basically, it's a love letter to the world through myself. I am the post office, the address is the world at large. So, that's how I find how poetry, drama travels across regions. For example, one of my plays, Madari Madaya the Cobbler, it gave a collective identity to the Rabha community in Assam. It's a tribal community. When the director, Shukracharya Rama, was no more with us, he read the play, he said, this play is telling our story. I was not aware of the existence of Rabha community. And he was not aware of a saint called Malay Madeshwara. How they could connect. So this is the function of literature. So when you do that, when you are true to yourself, true to the deepest stirrings in your soul, then that becomes a threat to the world. Because the world at large doesn't want to see the truth. Majority in the world want to see the truth through the ideological glasses. Not to be free from that is the basic duty of the writer. So it is a spontaneous struggle against ideology. So today, when it has become more difficult than ever to think for yourself, to see for yourself, because the domination of the media, the propaganda machinery of the ruling groups, it's very difficult for anybody to keep one's eyes and ears and tactile sensation unaffected by that, to keep them pure. So I feel that for me, poetry and drama are spontaneous struggles against ideology in this sense, without consciously trying to be that. Because there are a lot of progressive writers in my language who want to change society. That's too tall a claim. As Auden said, his progressive poetry could not save one life from Nazi gas chambers. So whether my poetry saves people or not, I don't know. But at least some people who read it empathize with me and see the word as it is, not as ideology says it should be. Thank you.
If Paul is the lightning rider, I think that would make you the wielder of the thunderbolt. We are whispers at that. Quite incredible. And since we talked about controversy, I think we should now address censorship, because Volga, you've been a victim of both. First of all, you've been fearless in talking about the villainized characters from the Ramayana like Shurpanaka and Mandodari. And you also talked about the validity of feminine desire, whatever form or shape it takes. And with Shurpanaka, you questioned the morality behind chopping off her nose and her breasts merely for articulating her desire. And I think you faced a lot of criticism and for that. And I'm pretty sure your editor's office was attacked at that time. So I want to ask you about censorship, and is there an element of fear, and how do you deal with it when you're involved in the process of writing?
Firstly, I want to express my feelings about Shivaprakash and what Shivaprakash speaks just now is an ideology. It has a meaningful, in its own way, an ideology which is trying to differ with all other ideologies and negating them. That itself is an idea, it's a thought process. Those thought process, when they apply to larger groups, and also about cults, yeah, individual and universal. My thought is, from the universe, first you have to identify yourselves, you have find your identity, and then how to connect with the larger universe, which is divided, which is full of divisions, hatred and all that. How to connect to that universe is a long battle. And within that battle, you have to go through many ideologies, and you, like barriers. Some are like barriers, some open gates, some invite us, and I believe that the subject we are going to speak is that how from so many centuries, how people are coming out of those ideologies. Like you say, the modern ideologies like Marxism, everything, how to come forward. And the cult thing is one of the barrier, and we have to cross it. To cross it also, what you speak has an idea, a thought process. That's my opinion. Sorry to express. And then you ask about my character Surpanaka, and I wrote Sabari in the Pampa. I'm comfortable with my stories of liberation of Sita. Nobody attacked me. Nobody created any controversy over those stories. I'm happy, and everybody, even the traditional scholars, also comfortable. And I think, is there any wrong I did, because they are also liking these stories? I may, what is in there? And I think the latest novel, On the Banks of Pampa, I think the controversy may come, because I challenged the notion of the state, the Rajyam, its power, the expansionist, the wars, the borders and boundaries which were created to separate people, and the whole concept of citizenship, and how the citizens were demarcated by these, show your card, show your birth certificate, or show something that you belong to this country, this border, this thing. And all those things I subtly and subvertly put into that novel. So it may raise controversy, but the as Shivaprakash told, I, I write with so much pain and so much love. So that pain and love may create some some empathy with the readers to the characters I created, like Surpanaka and Mandodari. And Mandodari was never a negative character, but Surpanaka, from the authorities, I received censorship. When I wrote about a ballet about Surpanaka and Sita dancing together with a lot of friendship, and they realized that they are pawns in the expansionist vision of the Aryans. Then that ballet, Doordarshan people liked the ballet. The whole ballet was 1 hour, but they want to censor Surpanaka's character. Surpanaka was a not sufferer, not a victim, they told. She is immoral in asking Rama and Lakshmana to marry her. And we argued with them that it's not immoral, it is their culture. There is nothing wrong for Surpanaka to love somebody to whom she was attracted. So, but the authorities of Doordarshan didn't accept our arguments, and they ruthlessly censored the portion where Sita and Surpanaka were talking friendly. But in the stories, everybody accepted that, because the pain of Surpanaka, I described, or I put it in a way that people will be empathetic to the feelings of Surpanaka.
So actually, when I Googled Volga as homework for this session, that's where I came up with some of the clickbait headlines which Volga has cleared. So the moral here is, don't believe everything you read on the internet and do your fact checking, I guess. So for Ajithan, I wanted to, Volga spoke about the cults and how we need to progressively move towards eradicating the barriers, you know. So I wanted to ask you about the communal religious fault lines which you mentioned, which divide us. So how do you go about handling it in your writing?
You know, it is in the nature of literature to transcend these barriers. No writer intentionally writes for a certain group of people. He writes to the world. So we may read a African novel or a Japanese novel, and identify with the characters and and the emotions. So in a broad sense, that's what I meant by normativity. So a 19th century novel's protagonist might die for his country, sacrifice his life for a nation. And we now may find the very notion of nationhood questionable. But we still identify with the sacrifice he made by the altruistic gesture. So that's what connects the world. I mean, the sense of a quest for meaning and value beyond oneself. I mean, naturally, literature takes us there. And as I said, literature speaks to the world. So you may belong to a group or a culture, but the ultimate aim is to transcend. And as Shivaprakash sir said, ideology is what restricts us into a group. So ideology belongs to cults, but idealism is the language of humanity.
Thank you. Lovely. Idealism belongs to humanity. I love it. Paul, recently you created a bit of a flutter by going on record to state that Tamil, Malayalam, Kannada are not to be just referred to as regional languages. They should be included as the national language. My question to you is, so when it comes to regional pride versus national identity, what is that fine line we should be straddling not to let one overpower the other?
You know, I think when I said, I mean, to answer your first part of the question first, when I said Tamil, Malayalam, Assamese or whatever, they are not regional languages, because I think the word regional was used somewhere along the line after we gained independence to sort of establish that there is a central power core to India, which is not in the regions but somewhere there. I don't know where. So this is a very, in a democracy, it's absolutely wrong to have such a notion that there is power situated and deposited in one particular central place, and that is where everything flows from. And I think it was in this line, in line with this thought, that they talked about regional languages, because, you know, it was a big task for Nehru and company not to make Hindi the national language. If I remember right, I hope I got my facts right. So then it became a habit of the media and of the officialdom in Delhi to speak about non-Hindi languages as regional languages. That is very funny, outrageous. I mean, there's no excuse for that sort of a nonsensical stand in a democratic republic. Every language, Kannada, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, everything, every language is a language in itself. It is as important as the official language of India, which is Hindi. And I think we don't have a national language. Or English is, I mean, whatever, that thing. So we have no business to look at non-Hindi languages. So the unspoken assumption was that the non-Hindi languages are the regional languages. Hindi was never called. This is what I mentioned. I think this question must have been raised hundreds of times before that. But I did this last time in the Sahitya Academy meeting, some academy meeting, and I think suddenly people remembered, yeah, why are we called regional languages? Why are we? Why is Tamil a regional language? So this question came up. So it's all part of an unspoken, unwritten system of a non-democratic system of thinking, of anti-democratic, autocratic thinking, which...
I'm sorry to cut you off here, but I think Shivaprakash sir, why don't you just quickly give us your thoughts on the way forward? Because I think right now readers are an endangered species headed towards extinction. So as writers, how do we remain relevant? And then we'll wrap.
I feel only those books get widely read, which get some international award, where the decision is mostly made by the literary agent. The literary agent has emerged as the controlling authority of the distribution of literature in Europe. At least this has not happened in our languages. I don't want thousands of people to read my works. If they do, I'm very happy. My poetry books sell quite well. My plays are performed again and again. But I write not for reading public, but for a Sahrudaya who reads with attentiveness, empathy, and sensitiveness. That's what I aim at. If other people read it, it's their business.
Thank you so much to Volga, Shivaprakash, Paul, and Ajithan. You've been wonderful. And thanks so much to the audience and BBL for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you so much to all the speakers. That was the session presented by KMF Nandini, Karnataka Milk Federation.
Your green city, it would be such a pity if you're gonna miss out. How will you stand out? It's your time, your place to grow, to change, explore, experience, evolve. Let's blend, you thrive, be vibe. Mahi Bengaluru, we belong here.
It's your campus, a home away from home. Through the journey, you're not alone.
Foundation, Pali Institute, Ramke Foundation, Sheshadripuram Education Trust, Siri, SKME, Vesco and Zenith Group.
Next session is presenting by Sapna Book House, and the session is on Whose Heritage Is It Anyway? Art, Caste and the Inheritance of Silence.
By T.M. Krishna, Sumangala and Shailaja. And Shailaja will be the moderator of this session.
So, ladies and gentlemen, so let's welcome the speakers on stage.
First, let me welcome T.M. Krishna and Sumangala to this session. And before I begin to ask questions, first I would like to thank Krishna for two reasons. First is, in the world of Carnatic music, the question of gender and the question of caste had always been put under carpet. Since 20 years, he has raised this question. Consistently, he has been fighting against it. And he has been trying to make Carnatic music more inclusive. And today, no Carnatic musician, either offstage or on stage, can escape to face these questions. And I thank Krishna for that, because that is something that matters to us a great deal. And Krishna, they are asking, whose heritage is it anyway, art? Now there are multiple heritages. And within one heritage, there are many heritages too. For example, a woman inherits art, aesthetics, at the same time the gender oppression too. And similarly, there is the heritage of the performers and the heritage of the instrument makers. Now, my first question is how to understand the issues of these multiple heritages.
I'd like to first both thank Sumangala and Shailaja for this discussion. And I thank you for inviting me to be part of this festival. Well, I think the fact of the matter is this is not unique of just music or art. I think we all, in a way, inherit multiple heritages. What heritage we choose to foreground is fundamentally based on our social location, right? The fact is, even subconsciously, we are inheriting a practice of either being at the receiving end of oppression or being a person who is actually oppressing. That is also heritage. An oppressor is also getting that heritage of being an oppressor, consciously or unconsciously, right? Now, and I think this is how we negotiate life. We choose to ignore what we want to ignore and choose to place in front, celebrate what we would like to. At some level, that could also be a self-preservation technique, right? If you're, for example, coming from an oppressed community and there are certain things that you would like to only, your society and environment is such that it is very difficult, you will choose to probably celebrate something that gives you a place of safety, place of happiness. It could also be self-preservation individualistically and as a community. Now, in the case of art, it's a very intriguing problem. Because, take me. I sing this music and I love it. I love every moment of it. There is something of incredible aesthetic value I'm not using the word beauty here, aesthetic value, that is there for everybody to see if they have the access to see. It is there. It is an endeavor of the human mind, it's an endeavor of society, of time, of space, of generations, of everything, of memory, for example. Now, at the same time, that is constructed within a social organization, right? And any social organization is fundamentally discriminative, hierarchical. There's no social organization which is not that, right? Now, this creates a very interesting problem. First of all, if it is constructed in this milieu, can you call it beauty? Is one fundamental question that can be asked, right? Is the sound that I produced a sound of oppression to somebody? Then what am I celebrating? Or what am I emoting? And what am I emotional about? Am I emotional about just conditioning of a sound? Or is there something independently valuable about it? Now, this is a contradiction. This is a contradiction that I faced, that I struggled with. When I asked difficult questions of myself and of what I practice, I was at one point I said, it's possible that at the end of it, there's no music. There's only violence. Very possible, right? So how does one negotiate? I think you negotiate by not refuting both. You don't refute both. The existence of both are real. In fact, it is making music in that messiness that is real. So you struggle with it. You are moved. At the same time, you moved for many, many reasons. You moved because at the same time, it is negating somebody. It is telling somebody else that your sound is crap. We always forget that social hierarchy. We always think of it in either economic models or we think of it in terms of social interaction. We don't think of hierarchy in terms of sound. Hierarchy in terms of what you see. In fact, the first way we discriminate is through sight and sound and touch. These are all sensory things, right? These are not things that you intellectually necessarily postulate or you socially habituate very easily. So, what sound is not right? So, if I say Kalyani is beautiful, am I saying something is not beautiful? I am, without doubt. So, how does one learn to find something valuable without it being the opposite of something not being valuable? This is the fundamental struggle. On the other side, and I think Sumangala also talked about this, where I worked with a mridangam maker, like I told you that day when he spoke this conversation, and it's a struggle for me. The mridangam maker, most of them come from Dalit communities or marginalized communities. Now, there's no doubt they're functioning in a very ugly environment, right? Either subconsciously recognized by them or maybe they don't and they're just habituated by that environment. It's a very unusual environment for them because their customer is entirely upper caste Brahmins, fundamentally, right? So you have a community that's creating an instrument for another community. Both communities are placed in the two spectrums of society. In normal life have no interaction, but here they have an intimate interaction. They have no choice. Now, when a mridangam maker taps the mridangam and tells me, "Sir, eppadi irukku sound?" And in that there is immense joy that he's created sound which is so beautiful for him. Now, how do I recognize? Do I recognize that as his agency? Do I recognize it that at that moment there is a sense of great value that he's created? Or should I say, no, that is also habituated. It's just oppressed act. Now, first of all, who am I to say? One. But then how does one see both as a reality? So it's a very complicated space. So it is true that his entire environment is what we are describing. But it's also true at that moment when he puts a dhin on the mridangam, he has an aha moment.
Now, you have brought us to a very important question. That is, there is a constant and complex interplay between the mridangam makers and the players of the mridangam. Or it may be true of any two heritages. Now, it's an uneasy space too. So now, you have to enlighten us about the complexities involved in this interplay, especially between the mridangam players and the mridangam makers, because that is one of the core discussions that you have brought up in your Sebastian and Sons.
Want Sumangala to start off?
For me, actually, this journey was very different in a way because I'm not neither a musician or nothing, in no relation with Carnatic music in a way. But when I started, I think you may remember when we visited that Mala, right? Yeah. So I
That's
just
when I was writing the book in Mala. Yeah.
And even I did not know, but I was, without my knowing, I was part of that journey in a way. So there we interacted with, in Tudu they call it as Kadai. It's a little big. And so actually there they were the makers and also they were the players also. So the interplay was little different there actually in a way. Because they have the skill of making the kadai, art of making the kadai. They know what skin they have to use. They told us either adult ox or adult cow. All these things they explained us. And there actually 2-3 things stuck in my mind. So one is, when they were playing, actually what happened is they were called to these marriages or any, what we say, like stage events. In the initial this thing, they used to play. But later people started telling, what is this? You are playing the same old this thing. Ella halede nudustira neemo. There is no new thing. Since they are the makers, in a way, they inherit the making skill, the making art, as well as the playing, whatever the knowledge we call, that arivu they had. Then what they did is, they kept their old or traditional, they call it as takku. So they kept all those takku as it is, but they added some new things. See, since they own everything there, it is their, in a way it is their complete space, we can say. So they were able to create new takkus and without alienating from the tradition. That is one thing which stuck in my mind. And the second is, they were called to play when a death happens in some 2-3 communities. And they have to sit outside, that also very far away from the house, since they were untouchables. Okay? And then they used to play that, and they told us, usually they have 2 kadais at home. One, they used to play during this death, and the other is they play during any Mangalakara situations, or marriages, or anything, okay? And when they go back home, see, they are actually, they know what is untouchability. They were expressing their feelings, and it made us so uncomfortable because we know how it acts, right? We all know. And then when they go back home, the kadai which they used to play during that, they don't use that kadai to another occasion. Even it is torn, they go to another person home who is playing kadai, they borrow that and play in the Mangalakara situation. So both are so distinct, and when they have to take that kadai to inside, when they come back from the death home, so they do that cleansing process. They do that and then they worship it and then they take inside. So, and also one more thing is, see generally, and Ganesh Barkur, he said, whenever a girl child born in other communities, you say, ayyo, henmago, right? That is something like that. But they celebrate that, a girl child born, and they have a special takku to be played in the nomenclature. In the Namkarana ceremony, they play that takku. That is very important because, see, they don't have this upper class or other things and gender bias or something. So that's what stuck in my mind.
So it's very interesting that you have brought up an issue where the makers and the performers, both of them are from the same community, and they are both of them are the same because the one who makes also performs. But here in the Carnatic music scene, it's entirely different.
But there's a reason why. It's a very simple reason why. When the instruments are made of skin, and if there is the whole notion of skin, purity, hide coming to the picture, then society has, in social structures, it is the most marginalized who are going to be making it. So the marginalized, so as you go down the hierarchy of society, the maker and the player, the gap between the two starts reducing. It's very fascinating. So as you come down, you will see the gap reducing, finally both are the same. There is no percussion player from a marginalized community who can play percussion without knowing how to make it and repair it. Impossible. Who's going to find? He's not going to find a Brahmin who's going to repair it for him. Right? So he has no choice in the matter. So it is a very interesting phenomenon, and in fact that one example is enough for us to understand how this operates. It's actually a great example to see how it will operate. And I realized it when I was researching the book. So for example, the tabla is not played by Brahmins, right? It's played by what we would today call more or less the OBC community, right? So then at one time, some parts, even now, some parts, I think now it's a little different, but at least for some time, some parts of the making thing, they will do. Some parts they will not do. So as you can see, the Brahmin will do no part. So you come little lower in the hierarchy, they'll do some parts. So you go further down, all parts. It's fascinating on how this whole dynamic works. So every community in India, any tribal community you go to, any Dalit community you go, ask them who makes their instrument, they'll tell you, we make it. And that's mainly because you're talking about skin-related instrument. You will not have such a complicated issue if it was a string or a wooden instrument, right? A wooden instrument usually is made by the carpentry community. That's the community that makes the wooden instrument also. This is very clearly a skin-related activity. And therefore, it is the most marginalized. So that's was blatant for me when I was doing the book.
Just coming back to that question of hierarchy, when it is hierarchical, usually there are two ways of maintaining that hierarchy. One is by silencing the other. Mm-hmm. And the other one is developing an ideology which, in a way, gives a defense to what you are doing. Mm-hmm. So how does these two things work within the Carnatic music world?
I think that always to maintain hierarchy, you need to, any community that maintains hierarchy creates a very complicated web of explanations. Because when you have a complicated web of explanation, there's always a way out of one explanation. If you have one explanation, I can debunk you and say this is crap. But if I create 7 different explanations, sometimes one contradicting the other, I can jump and flip whenever I want. This is exactly what we will do. So this notion of purity will be never spoken as purity. I will use the word nada. Now nobody can argue nada. There has to be a nada. You go to a concert with all your sociology and all your caste fight background, one din comes, aha. Do you think when that din comes it's a cow? You don't know. All your activism is thrown out of the window at that moment, right? That din, aha. Do you think, oh my God, that din is coming because a maker sat in an arbiter, cleaned the flesh, there was blood? Do you think? You don't think. So what you do is that conversation is beautiful. And also we must understand a lot of this is not happening purposely. No, it's not like people get confused. It's an argument between good people and bad people. No. It is just understanding how we all operate. That's all. Every one of us, including me. So you have one sound. In art, sound itself is an argument to make things disappear. So you don't discuss what is behind sound. Pleasure is another place where you don't discuss. Why do I cry when I hear a song? You may just say because you will not ask that inside question behind it because you are happy receiving it, right? So this is one. The other thing is, if I create an abstract narration for anything, it becomes a mystical operation. The thing about music, in fact, more than any other art form, and I keep saying this again and again, why is every philosopher in the world said there is art and there is music. Read any philosopher, and they'll place music somehow a little higher than every other form of art. This is universally across. Then you wonder why. And I think there's one fundamental reason. A painting is there, it's physical. Right? A dancer, a person is there. The movement is coming from a body. Sound, you can't touch. You can't hold. I've spoken, it's gone. You still heard gone after I finished gone. Where? Here. That's the magic of sound. The fact is, it lives automatically in memory. And it is recreated in memory. Now, this makes it intangibly magical. So I can weave abstract narrations and reasonings that automatically become profound. Automatically. I don't have to make it profound. I don't have to write one word about it. Which is why writing about music is also difficult. It's a trap. So this is one. The other thing that you do is that you keep people away without actually telling them that you kept them away. To the point that, that's a fabulous technique, it's a universal technique, but done here, for example, the stage, the concert stage. Who do you see on the stage? You see a mridangam player, you see a singer, you see a violinist, depending on the art form. It doesn't have to be Karnataka. Now, where is the maker? The maker doesn't exist. The mridangam just fell from the sky. Right? The maker is somewhere. Now, where does the maker live? He lives in a by-lane somewhere. Okay, now, there are different aspects to what I would say the commercialization. One part of the commercialization is a good aspect because the maker is able to get a place to run a professional job. But then there is the instrument shop, which is very different. It's divorced from the maker. So where do you buy your instrument? You go to the instrument shop. No, shop did not make it. It's an agency. So another way you separate the maker. Then you separate the process. You make lies. For example, even now I've written, I know it's 5 years since Sebastian's Sons was written. I know 5 years, yeah. Even now I'll hear people coming and saying, in Tamil I'll say it first, Setta Maattu Tol, which means it is dead cow skin. You know what they're saying? They're saying naturally dead cow, we take that skin and make absolute blatant lie. All in capital letters. You cannot make, anybody who knows a little bit about dead and dead skins will tell you, when the body naturally dies, there's clotting. If there's clotting, the skin becomes like cardboard. There is no elasticity, no sound, no nada, the profound nada will emanate from dead. I think actually I should make a philosophical argument. Nada is alive, so the cow cannot be dead when you take nada out of it. Maybe that should be my argument.
Yeah, correct.
Thanks for this session. I'm going to now spin that one, definitely. So it has to be killed. So when you kill an animal, in a way, it is live skin, if you know what I mean, right? It is living skin. So you need to skin it. And why, for example, it's always a female? Mostly a female. Why not a male? And they should have delivered at least 2 or 3 times. Again, it's life. Yeah. If you think of it, it's life. Because there is elasticity on the stomach skin. Only when there's pregnancy. And when there's elasticity, there is nada. Right? So, now you don't talk about any of this. You don't talk about any of this. You don't talk about the fact that there's an abattoir. There is blood everywhere. There is washing off the blood. There is flesh. There is a huge process from which you create musical sound. You don't talk about this. I think sometimes it's not even that you don't talk about it, you don't want to know. Like, I don't think most mridangam players, till Sebastian's Sons was written, even knew what was happening behind. I don't think they even knew. They approximately know something they have to go, some flesh is there, something they do, they eat meat, they'll give us a skin, or something, vague idea, right? I don't think they knew. So you just don't associate with it. You don't discuss it. But the worst, and this is a crime, according to me, is stealing knowledge. And this is done purposely. There is no excuse to this. Mridangam players for generations have talked as if they are the maker. They know nothing about it. I know nothing about it. Mridangam player doesn't know anything about it. Let's be very clear. They know about the finishing point. They know, for example, what they require as players. But even that's magic for the maker, and it's in the book. Imagine a maker, a professional maker, meaning a maker who makes it for professional players, not one who sells to the stores, because that's usually low quality. Because stores is just some students who are going to be banging the stuff. But when you make it for a professional, imagine a maker knows the difference between Sumangala's hand, Shailaja's hand, and my hand on the same instrument. Now how? There's no quantifiable tool for that. By just knowing the way I play, the maker will know how tight the skin should be, what kind of skin should be layered, how much tension should be there, because he will say, unga kai vagu vera, unga kai vagu vera.
And also sadam also.
Everything. Yeah. How much of the application of the extra black spot, the thickness of it, everything is just known. Now, none of this. So one of the worst things that is done is they're deprived of the fact that they are creating knowledge. And I think the moment you remove knowledge from a person, you have removed that person's existence entirely from the conversation. So knowledge, and this is, I think, done very consciously. It is not done unconsciously, right? And that, I think, is definitely something that's completely unacceptable. No excuses for it. For generations. And when I did Sebastian, many Mridangam says, it's like, what do those guys know? Talk about Mridangam players. They know nothing. They know nothing. But they talk because they have the stage. So there we go back to who has the stage, who doesn't have the stage, what space is acceptable, what space is not acceptable. So this is also a space show. I mean, we are occupying this auditorium. Who will not occupy this auditorium? We can ask that question, right? Right? Who will not naturally think they can come through that door? It's the same story.
See, this kind of brushing aside somebody's knowledge and silencing them and downplaying all those things happens among artists on stage also, no?
Yeah, of course.
Please highlight on it.
What do you mean by on stage? Just to understand exactly.
See, for example, a Mridangam player is playing and there is a Khanjra player, there is a Ghatam player. And,
that dynamic.
Yeah,
my God.
That's also one dimension of this performance, no?
None of us on stage are equal. Okay, I am the king. If you accept it, you can have this conversation with me. Otherwise, you can all leave. So I'm the king, and then if there is we are also very interesting. No, we never have two-tier hierarchies. We have to have multiple tier hierarchies. And by the way, that's social strategy too, because that allows movement wherever I want. Right? It allows aspirational movement like this. It allows oppressive movement like this. If I just two-tier, you're just looking, flip from here. Right? Caste is not like that. Right? Caste is very smart. So, imagine such a system on making music. All right? Well, if you take caste as an umbrella idea of oppressive order, then you could call this also a caste order. So, I sit in the center. Now, the moment I sit in the center, you all know where to look. I have not said a word to you. Like, I sat here today. Classic case, imagine. I sat there, he was so upset with me. Why? He said, no, you have to sit in between. Now, this is like a concert stage only.
But we have seen.
No difference. Well, in a way it is, but it is kind of a concert stage, right? So I sit in the center, I'm the boss, and everybody else has to function below the boss. But there are intra-bosses, right? So I am the top-end boss, I'm the CEO, I don't look at internal struggles. You have to figure that out yourself. As long as you don't bother me, I don't care. I don't know how many of you in the corporate world, this should sound very familiar to you. So I'm here, so I'm like, okay, all you guys just make sure that I am comfortable. Like, yeah. So you have the violinist usually sitting on my left-hand side, you have the mridangam player sitting there, and poor Ganjira Ghatam is hidden over here. Now, there are many dynamics here. Now, it's operated unsaid rules, sometimes verbal, sometimes visual, sometimes me looking at my watch. There are many signals, like my body language can all be signals to tell each one to behave in a certain manner, to limit themselves. Or I've given you permission to do more. There's too much applause for that. I think you need to step back a bit. All this can be passed. You just don't know what's happening. You can wonder, in between all this, we say you're making great music. I just can't figure it. Yeah, sometimes even I can't figure it. So we have the violinist, and so I am controlling all these people. Now there's also any power structure also allows two people who are, say, more or less in the same level. We don't want them to be happy with each other. We want them to be in conflict. All this sounds familiar, right? And you imagine I'm talking about a concert stage. So what I do is I have to make sure my mridangam and violin have a little tension there. I can do it. I know how to do it. So that tension has to be like, it can't be a full-blown fight because then I am affected. But there has to be tension. So what I would do is, depending on who I would make sure they're vying for my attention. Right? So I'll play it off very nicely between the two. Okay, so, and then between the two, who's getting your attention? I'm controlling all that. Okay? Then there is all this. So everybody is like trying to find some attention, trying to find some personal space, to be honest, with you, with me, and also find gravitas on stage. Then you have this other bloke, the Ghatam Ganjira. Now he is traditionally, in a way, subservient to the mridangam. Now this position of sitting is also very interesting. Now he is actually hidden from you. I'm using he because most of them are he's. That's why I said he. So they are hidden from you. So imagine sitting here, right? So the mridangist's left hand is available for signals, which you don't see, because you see only this part. So from here, the mridangist can say play, don't play, join. I can say a lot, or I can give a small look this way. You won't even know what's happening, right? I mean, all the women in this room know how looks can just communicate so much more, right? I mean, we men are just idiots. But you know what I'm talking about, right? That's exactly what is done. That's exactly what is done. It's done incredibly well. Okay, so then that person practically plays only when told. I can't turn around and appreciate that person too much, because I know then this guy will go berserk and kill the concert. So it is this messy situation of how much to share, how much do you know, and how much can you say you know, right? And so so this is how we're making music. Think of that. It's bizarre. It's truly bizarre. You know, as I said it, I realized how bizarre it is. You know, and every time I say, how did we even make something nice? But we do. I think that's the contradiction which is interesting, right? That's also a contradiction. How, in between all this, somehow we come together for 2 minutes. Somehow we do that. See, that's the whole thing. But the pathetic part is we don't realize in those 2 minutes we actually did something that was better than the kind of people we are. If we did, we'll hold on to it, right? We don't. We go back to this crap. Right? So, yeah, so there is always this layered play. Then, of course, there are, I mean, if I'm a guru and I have students, and there's another dynamic that is being into play. Yeah. Right? There's another whole dynamic that is being played with the students. So, it's a very it's almost a microcosm of what society is. Fundamentally making music, that's all it is actually, yeah.
Just you were talking about nada and how philosophers and other people keep music. But when it comes to Carnatic music, that whole heritage has come with a form and content along with it. And I have two questions regarding this. Personally, I feel that form and content that comes with Carnatic music has caste and gender in it. Mm-hmm. One
Absolutely.
Thing. And second question is the form and content that has come in 20th century is different from the form and content that was there in 17th, 18th and 19th centuries, because those who inherited those forms and performed were entirely different. And the whole thing was taken from them and it has been appropriated and given a different name. So now I would like you to enlighten.
Well, I partially agree with you, I partially don't agree with you.
Okay.
I mean, your point of saying that the heritage courtesan musicians and the Nadaswaram and the Taval Vidwans,
Entire
fundamentally, it's those two communities.
Devadasis,
Okay, the whole
preserved
community.
it for us.
I mean, I agree with that, but I think we should not forget
Yeah.
that they were both, and we have to be very careful when you're talking about, especially the courtesan musicians or the Devadasi community, is you're talking about the elites, an elite set of Devadasi community. You're not talking about, for example, the practice of Devadasi among Dalit communities or other communities also exists. So I'm just contextualizing so people don't blur, because people don't know music sometimes get confused with the entire, so you can't umbrella them.
Very clearly, it was with Karnataka.
I know you
music,
did, but I'm just saying it in public. The one thing you have to realize is that these were Brahminical communities. Let's make that very clear. So the courtesan Devadasi community is Brahminical also, because they worked with the elite. The Nadaswaram Tawil is also part of what you could widely call the Brahminical culture. So it doesn't mean Carnatic music was accessible to everybody, even then. No elite form of music has ever been accessible to the common person. Never. Because that's why it is special or considered special. Because it's difficult for you to access. If I made it accessible, not mass, but accessible, then I lose exclusivity. Exclusivity is the best way to keep something special. Don't do anything else. Just say it's very difficult. That's all. Job done. No? So, partially agree with you. Now, in terms of content, now, I think one part of the content that we lost is traditions that were part of, say, the Nadaswaram and the Tabal community, and some of the repertoire that was there with the dancing community. The dance, and in the can't even say dance music was all, we're all using separated terms that are not really separated in many ways. But we also have to wonder, even content that we sing today, I'm just flipping a little bit. I'm saying that the content that we sing today is also a gift from them, is what I'm saying. So I'm saying, for example, the number of compositions that we've been given. If you look at the hereditary musicians or the Shishya Parampara, a lot of it also came from the Devadasi community, the Swal Devadasi community. So also the tradition we have built has come from that community. Not only has things been removed, we have also appropriated from practice. So I'm saying both are true. It is not entirely different. It is also taken away. So I think we have played both games, right? Both games have been played in structuring what we call 20th century Carnatic music. It's fundamentally a structuring of of male Brahmins. That's the easiest way to put it. It's male Brahmins who have structured it. But there was also influence of the Nadaswaram. There's one anecdote, which is an interesting anecdote, and you can read into it. Now, this whole I don't know how many of you know Carnatic music. One of the most important or difficult aspect of its presentation is an entirely improvisational thing called the Ragam Tanam Pallavi. Now, we can talk about how this came about and what traditions were there. It's interesting. Now, it became around the 20s, maybe 30s. Its rendition, especially this Pallavi, which is a single line composed piece, started becoming more and more, shall we say, arithmetically complicated. Now, this came entirely from the Nadaswaram tradition. It didn't come from the Brahmin tradition, okay? Because Nadaswaram, they had a natural propensity to do complicated arithmetic and math and things like that. So there is this anecdote of this very senior violinist who was playing for a very senior singer from the Nadaswaram community. The singer's name is Nayana Pillai. Okay, and the violinist was Tirukodi Krishna. Okay, and the Mridangam player was Mamundiya Pillai. Okay, Mamundiya Pillai is the person who is supposed to have gifted us the idea of the Ganjira. Yeah. So the anecdote is, I had not thought, I know this came to me only a couple of weeks ago when I thought of this anecdote. So there's this famous anecdote of Nayana Pillai. Nayana Pillai was a master of doing complicated pallavis. So basically everyone on stage doesn't know what is happening. Like a competition, right? Throwing challenges, like, okay. The ethics of that we'll discuss another day. But anyway, throwing challenges, and so apparently he sang this very complicated pallavi. And Tirukodi Krishna is sitting there on stage watching this unravel itself. And it was very long. They used to sing long ones. And apparently he looked at Mamundiya Pillai and told him, why don't you, it had so many words, no, it's long. looked at him and said, why don't you add your name also to it? Now, it's a very interesting comment. One, the comment says is that it's too long, it's thing, but the comment is also challenged to form. Actually, I realized that only a couple of weeks ago, that why is Tirupati Kavil Krishna is saying this? One, he used to sing simpler ones, fine, it's complicated, but he's also saying something about form. He's commenting on the fact that form is becoming very arithmetic or very complicated. There is an aesthetic observation and resistance from him towards that. So there was resistance from it. But later that also was appropriated, right? So there's a story that for a long time the Mridangis from the Pillai communities, that is the Natuvanar and the Nadaswaram communities, used to say, you Brahmins can never get arithmetic. You guys have no clue what you're doing. So that's where it is.
Just Sumangala, how did you come into this translation thing? Because to put in quotes, you are a creative writer writing short stories and novel, poems and such other things. Usually they don't opt for translation, especially non-fiction translation. But how come you came into it?
Yeah, for me, this fiction and non-fiction, creative and non-creative, that's, I feel very...
You're just saying non-fiction is non-creative?
No, I'm saying that demarcation they say, no, that's actually, I'm not comfortable with that anyway. But when even before reading Sebastian and Sons, even before launch of that book, in one program, Krishna spoke about his engagement with these Dalit makers and mainly the field study. And actually I was very much fascinated with that. You may not believe, in one of my creative, as you say, creative writing, in my one novel, so there was some this thing with Dholavira, and I again second time visited before writing the novel, because since I wanted to feel that again. So field study, and I'm also a freelance journalist. I myself call like that anyway. So the one thing is, always this field study makes me very much fascinating, since that connects with the people, their struggle. And in a way, that's the real life, you know. And the second thing is, when I started the translation, one thing was very clear, that so many musical terminologies, that music, everything was very much, first time I'm reading, and even the Mridangam, when I went to Tanjavur to Keetukara Bidi, and then whomever, 2-3 people I met who were from that Savitian family actually, in their home actually, first time I touched the Mridangam. Till then I am not. But one thing was very much connecting is, see, you, all of you, and everyone may say, hey, jati ellide re, jati illa. No caste, you know, we don't practice caste. But being from village, from a very orthodox family, I know caste is there. Let's not lie, okay? We, all of us know caste is there in our villages. Everyone know that. And I know how it operates. It has so many colors, so many dimensions, so many layers, you know. All that I know. So when I started translating this Sebastian and Sons, the first thing I could have related, and I can feel myself, is with that all the discussion happening along with the caste. So for me, it is in a way a creative process only. It's not like that non-creative or nothing like that, you know. And whatever Krishna discussed about all the struggle, or so much of other things also. So in a way, I am recreating that in Kannada. So it is my journey in Kannada. It's not like non-creative or something. And also, in that creative process, when I visited the Keetukara Bidi, I don't know whether Krishna has that experience. There, when I stood beside the Parlandu's house, there are actually 3 images in me. One is, I was trying to imagine how Parlandu must have been in that place, in that small Oni, small street. And then there is the neem tree also. All those things I was trying to imagine. And then the second imagination is the imagination which I got from Sebastian and Son's reading book, you know. There Krishna describes maybe Parlando was there, and that neem tree may be very small when Parlando was doing his mridanga making, all those things, you know. So I was trying to imagine that also. And then the third imagination is me as a Suma standing there imagining the whole thing. So still now I have these three images. So see, for me, that is why translation is also a very creative journey. Even when I translated the Chernobyl prayer, for me it was very creative journey. Though it was very haunting, still now I feel that haunting, but it is really very creative journey only.
Thank you. Just one last question, Krishna. Maybe it's not directly related to, but I think it has a very strong relationship personally, because you called Constitution a cultural document. Now we are discussing culture. Now can you elaborate your idea why you called it a culture?
That's a complicated question. First, it's a participatory document. Let's start from that. So, and in a way, who participated, who did not participate, whose voices were heard, whose voices were not heard, even when that document was created, with all what I would call the right intentions, is also a context of its time, a cultural context of its time. Every amendment, whether we like it or not, is a cultural context of its time. It's recording something collective about that time. Okay? And it is also recording something about power at that time.
Yes.
Right? So, if you look at everything we have, even the small changes to words, the additions, the arguments, they are all in a way telling us what were the stories that were being told in society, what were the things for which we needed to push back and get done, and then how do we dilute that in the stories we again recreate. Many times our amendments are like that. Right? We first take we know the story and we accept the story. And then that story makes us uncomfortable. So when we tell our daughter or son that story, we edit one word from that story. We all do that. We all do that. Is an amendment just that? An amendment to anything is exactly that. You somehow accepted something at some time, for whatever reason, then it's getting uncomfortable for some reason. Say, just remove this one word. Take it. It kind of solves the problem. So in a way, that's why I think the Constitution is a cultural document. It's like a song. It's like a dance. It's like a poem. And I'm not taking positions when I say this. I'm not saying right, wrong. I'm not saying all that. But just look at it. Look at our fundamental rights. Why go even beyond anywhere? Just look at the fundamental rights. Look at the directive principles. Most bizarre set of things. One doesn't talk to another. If anybody has seen the directive principles, please go see it. The fundamental rights talk to each other. It's like you can see one, if you move from 14 to 15 to 16, 17, they're talking to each other. It's actually quite beautiful if you think of it like that. You know, we unfortunately think the Constitution to be a set of some boring lines that some lawyers sat and wrote. No, it's actually very interesting. Yeah, the language is obtruse, it's hard, I agree. But there is a conversation that's happening in it. Look at the directive principles, and there's no conversation. Oh my God, this is like open the emergency door and jump out of the plane. So I'm going to do exactly that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Krishna, and thank you, Sumangala, for this lively conversation.
Thank you,
and
Book Brahma.
very enlightening conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Book Brahma, and all the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot to all the speakers. And that was the session presented by Sapna Book House. And for your kind information, my dear audience, TM Krishna will be available in Mukhamukhi stage, slot between 12 to 12:30 p.m. So I hope you're going to talk a lot with them, I think. Please make use of it. And he'll be available in Mukhamukhi, 12 to 12:30 p.m.
The Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Mahe presents second edition of the Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025 and is Elsia and Elsita, Akshay Kalpa Organic, BLDE, Happiest Health, Minera, MSIL, KMF, Netkalapa Sports Foundation, Pali Institute, Ramki Foundation, Sheshadripuram Education Trust, Siri, SKME, Vesco and Zenith Group.
My dear ladies and gentlemen, so ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಟಿ ಎಂ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು ನಿಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 12:30ವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ. ಅದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಲೇಖಕರು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾತುಕತೆಯನ್ನು ಅವರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡಬಹುದು. ಬಹುಶಃ ಇದೊಂದು ಬಹಳ ವಿರಳ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ. ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಥರ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂಥವ್ರ ನಾವು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ 2025 ಈ ಒಂದು ಸದುಪಯೋಗವನ್ನು ನಿಮಗೋಸ್ಕರ ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತಾವು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಸೊ ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡೇ ವ್ಯಾರ್ ಝೀನತ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಲೆಜೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆರ್
This speaks about Jayakantan.
One, my dear, lovely ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome all the speakers on stage. Requesting a speaker,
C. Mrunalini and Kirungai Setupati.
thank you, sir. First of all, I'm requesting C. Mrunalini, who's going to speak about Chalam Kirungai. Ma'am, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, friends. Now I have the unenviable task of talking about a great Telugu writer of the 20th century, Chalam. We fondly call him Chalam. His actual complete name is Gudipati Venkata Chalam. He was a novelist, a short story writer, essayist. He wrote musings, he wrote poetry, he translated poetry, and he wrote 2 treatises. One on women, it's called Stree, and another is the rearing of children, Biddala Sikshana. So he was a prolific writer. He was born in 1894, May 19th, and he passed away on May 4th, 1979. So he lived a full 85 years. And since morning, the first 2 sessions, at least some of you must have heard, in those first 2 sessions, we were talking about ideologies and then resistance, and also about hierarchies in the session that was completed just now. In fact, they all, I think, naturally lead to this session because Chalam was one of the writers who was against all sorts of hegemonies and all sorts of hierarchies. He never agreed with any of the hierarchy that rested in the society. So how do we place Chalam? I mean, with all his novels, he wrote only from 1921 to 1948. He wrote less than 10 novels. He wrote quite a few short stories. But it's not just a person writing novels and short stories. I don't have to talk about him now. But why he is relevant today, why we need to talk about him today, and why the Telugus proudly present him to other languages is the reason that he is relevant because he spoke mostly about man-woman relationship. This is a subject that is universal, that transcends time, borders, all sorts of borders. This is one topic which is the essence, the subject of most of the literature we create. So why did he talk about man-woman relationships and how did he talk about that? He is actually called a champion of women's rights. He is called the first feminist in Telugu literature. I think he's the first feminist, not just in Telugu literature, but the whole of India, if possible, definitely in South Indian literatures. That I can positively say, because he was writing his first novel in 1921. What was the condition of literature at that time? On the one hand, you have a nationalist movement going on. Especially in literature, there were two movements which were very effective at that point of time. One is the nationalist movement, the other was the romantic movement. Both of them had to deal with, were talking about women, because the reform movement led to the nationalist movement, and the reformist movement was mainly about women, that child marriages should be abolished, and widows must be allowed to remarry, girls should be allowed to study. These were some of the tenets of that. And romantic movement, you know what happened in romantic movement, women were worshipped. They were put on a pedestal. So the poets, the romantic poets put women on a pedestal and looked them as goddesses, and they worshipped them. And the reformists wanted to uplift the women. They used the word uplift because they thought, they decided that they know what is good for women. So both ways, women were at the center of the stage, even in the two movements that were going on while Chellam started writing, at the point of time when Chellam started writing. But interestingly, Chellam departed from both these movements. He was not a nationalist, he was not a romanticist. He knew how women was treated, but he was the first one to realize that women did not need upliftment. Women were extremely intelligent. They had an intellect. They had a body, of course, which is what everybody was talking about mostly. From time immemorial, it was the body everybody is talking about. But Chellam actually talks about the same body, but in a different tone. Women had intellect, and women had emotion, women had a heart, women had capacity to tackle life. Women had everything that man has, probably in better measure, in a more seriously, with more depth. That's why Chellam did not feel that women needed to be uplifted. He asked only one question. Women has everything that man has. She is capable of much better than what man has. What she did not have that man has is freedom. So all his life, he has been questioning that. Why don't women have the same freedom that man has? Why are there double standards? Why is there so much hypocrisy about what women can do and what man can do? So he was questioning right from the scriptures, the Puranas and everything, these, and how did he question it? Because when I talk about Chellam as a champion of women, I'm not just talking about him as what I would call as 1980s feminism is asking about, though he was the first feminist. Chellam wanted the world to be a place of, he was more or less a seeker. I would call him a seeker because he was always searching for truth, beauty, love, freedom, and peace. In the world, in the whole world, in all human relationships, these are things he wanted. And how do you get all of them? So he wanted to have a starting point to say this. And that starting point was man-woman relationship. It's not as if he wanted only to talk about man-woman relationship. It was going to lead to something else in the end. In that, all humanity needed this concept. These are concepts relevant to the whole humanity for it to become a beautiful world, for our life. The human life should be beautiful, peaceful, harmonious. These are the things that are needed. That's the reason he took man-woman relationship as the starting point for that. And in that starting point, he knew that when there is so much duality, when there is so much hypocrisy, so much double standard in these relationships, how can one be equal to the other? He questioned the inequality between man and woman. For this, of course, he had many, many reasons. I can talk about his biography, but I have only 20 minutes, so I can't dwell on in his biographical details, but he had a very terrorizing father who beat his wife and kids, and his sisters who were horribly insulted or misused in their family lives, in their rather than married life. So he saw, whatever he saw in his own family made him a staunch feminist, a staunch believer in women. I won't even call him a feminist, I'll call him a believer in women. He believed in women like no other writer did, especially in 1921. His first novel was in 1921. In which language can we expect a novel in 1921? It's called Shivaprakash. In that novel, the woman goes in quest of a beauty in relationship with a man. She can't find it with one man, she can't find it in the second man, she can't find it in the third man, because men are not up to it. Men are not equal to women in their understanding of relationships. They are not equal to women even in intellect, according to Chalam. They don't have the same feeling, the same emotions, the same depth in relationships that women has. So she cannot get her ideal man, the ideal world of love. So this is the story, but outwardly, how does the novel look? Whether he wrote Shishrekha or Maidanam, which was a very controversial novel, or Daivamichina Bharya, more or less all his novels, women are always trying to get out of the marriage system. They are trying to, in Maidanam, she elopes with a Muslim guy. In Shishrekha, she doesn't stick to any one person. She has 3 relationships. In Daivamichina Bharya, she is married to one person, but she loves another person. And she makes no, she keeps telling that. She's very vocal about that. She doesn't hide the fact. So this sort of woman, what would the reception would be for that? You can imagine. In the 1920s, if a writer writes about the woman choosing her partner, a woman wanting to get more from a relationship with a man, how would that look? They would automatically say, he's talking about free love, free sex. He writes only about sex. He wants women to elope, and he doesn't want any character for his women. You know the word character, Sheelam, we call it Sheelam. That word is used very often, and as you all know, it is used only for women. I don't think men need any Sheelam. They don't have any Sheelam, so they can't lose it. But women have Sheelam, so they can lose it. So this is the contention of Chalam. So this is where he departed from all the other ideologies. The others were also, like the romantic poets, were also very respectful towards women. But they were respectful towards women by putting her on a pedestal. That is what Chalam did not agree. She is an individual. She is not a goddess. She is an individual like you and me. She is equal to man in the sense in flesh and blood. He dealt with women. He portrayed the character of women in flesh and blood. It is not an imaginary goddess like a Urvashi, like Tagore, or Devulapalli Krishna Shastri in Telugu. They had an ideal woman like an Urvashi or Dinakar in Hindi. That sort of woman Chalam did not condone. He said woman is a person is a human. She is flesh and blood. So she has some desires. She has something. These days we talk about writing the body. Feminists talk about writing the body. This Chalam did long back. He was writing the body when he was writing it. The desires of a woman, how they are not fulfilled, and what is the reason? What are the double standards that exist there? How from the scriptures he did not consciously use the word patriarchy, but he said the scriptures or Puranas, how they are reiterating the same ideals even in the modern times. He questioned all of them. In all his novels, this is what he tries to say. And when the readers of his time started questioning him and saying that, why are you asking our women to elope? Chalam was supposed to be spoiling or misguiding the women in Andhra Pradesh, because he was asking them to elope when they didn't like their husband. That's how it seemed for the readers. If you read him superficially, that's the type of reception he was getting. What he was saying is something nobody could understand. He was asking only one simple question. Can there be any happiness in a relationship which is unequal? When 2 persons are together, whether you are friends, whether you are colleagues, whether you are family members, if you think the other is inferior to you, if you think that this person is superior to that or that person is superior to this, can you have a good relationship? Can you have any harmony in the relationship? Can you really love that person whom you can't respect? Is it possible? That is the simple question he was asking. That is what I'm asking. That's why I'm saying that men should learn to respect women. What do you mean by respect? Giving them their space, giving them their freedom, letting them decide for themselves. I said, Chalam believed in women. He knew that women were capable of taking their own decisions. They were capable of acting on their decisions. They were capable of finding happiness on their own. Nobody has to give them. They don't have to beg. That's exactly what he told women. You don't have to beg for freedom. You take it. Freedom is not something somebody is going to give you. You have to take it. For a person to talk about this, when everybody is talking about the country's independence, he is talking about the women's independence. So he was totally, diametrically opposite to what was happening in the rest of the literary world. But he was not afraid. In fact, if Chalam would be here, he would be surprised to see me talking about him. He said, why are you still talking about me? So I would like to tell him that he is still needed. He is still a necessity in this society. Because the sort of society he envisaged is still a utopia. It has still not appeared till now. So when he, in all these novels, he starts with questioning Shashirekha, and in 1948, he writes about, in Jivitadarsham, his final novel, he writes about how two people found it. He was not talking about utopian thing, he was talking about something that can happen, that can materialize. Now we know that in some families it has happened. So in Jivitadarsham, there is a woman, there is a man, whereas Chalam was condemned for only talking about the physical relationship, the sexual independence. He was seemed to be talking only about that. He was actually talking about the first step in freedom of the women. It is definitely not the final step. The final step would be peace. The sort of peace men and women find in their relationship, which comes only by mastering jealousies, inequalities, and by mastering the superiority complex of the man. They can easily find the peace. They can easily find that they are made for each other, and they need not even have to talk, they need not even to touch each other. In Daivamichana Bharya, there is a particular scene when the lovers, she is married and he is married, they meet on one night, they are together, they don't even touch each other. If anybody who was accusing Chalam of writing only a sexual relationship should read this particular passage. This was his second novel. In 1923 itself, he wrote this. They don't even touch each other. They simply sit and just look at each other, talk a bit, and the next day something else, anything happens, she commits suicide, that's a different matter. The rest of the novel, unless you know the novel, you won't understand the ending. What I'm saying is, Chalam was always talking about the peace that man and women can acquire, the final stage of harmony. By peace, I mean a final stage of harmonious relationship. That the women and men acquire only, first of all, the man has to let down his arrogance, his superiority, stop thinking that woman is his sevaka, banisa, what we call banisa, slave. He would call that a slave. This slave ownership relationship that has been existing in marriages was something he was condemning. For that, he showed by example, by characters, by living, vibrant characters. All his protagonists were women. You don't have a single male protagonist in his novels. Even in his short stories, most of the short stories have only women as protagonists. So he could enter into the mind of the women. Before him, there were reformers, including Gurizada. There were reformers who wrote very well about women, but Chalam was the first person who could become a woman in writing about women. He was not standing outside on the outskirts and talking about women. He was actually becoming a woman himself and understanding how she thinks, how she reacts, and then putting it across in his fiction. So in all his 9 novels and his plays, and when you go to the plays, just now we were listening to Volga, who was subverting Ramayana or Mahabharata. Chalam did this long back. I mean, that's the reason, including Volga, we all consider Chalam the first feminist, because he was writing about Savitri. When he is writing about Savitri, the way she got back her Satyavanta, he wrote a play on Savitri. He wrote a play on Chandramati. All his plays are again women-oriented. Sita, Savitri, Satyavanta, and Chandramati, Bhanumati. Who would ever think of Duryodhana's wife? Chalam remembered her. What she must have gone through, she being a good, nice, intelligent wife, what she would think when Duryodhana is asking for Draupadi Vastraparana, how would she react? He was talking about Bhanumati. From the point of view of Bhanumati, he wrote a play. So the Savitri does not trick Yamadharma Raja into getting her husband back. She simply convinces him of her love. She said, my love is stronger than your death. Which is stronger? Whether my love is stronger or your death warrant is stronger. Ultimately, Yama gives up and Satyavanta is born. This is the love that he was talking about. This is the sort of love he claims that women know how to give. Poor man, he doesn't know the capacity of women. He doesn't understand the love of women. So he fails again and again. That's why when the man realizes what women is capable of, when man realizes that I need respect and love of this woman, I have to fight for it. I have to make myself actually deserving of her, worthy of her love. That is the only time when we can have an egalitarian, democratic marriage relationship. Ultimately, in a play called Pururava, Urvashi and Pururava, even Chalam wrote about Urvashi, but his Urvashi is much different from Tagore's or Krishna Shastri's. So his Urvashi shows him how Pururava can become a great man, a great human being. Because of her, Pururava transcends all his manly qualities. luckily for everybody, he transcends all his man and realizes that, in fact, Urvashi is greater than him. That is what he realizes. So Chalam talks about man. Exchange of ideas, which was never available in the 1920s. Before he wrote 1920 to 1948, nobody was talking in this tone. Later you have this, by 1935 we have the progressive movement who had no place for women in their rhetoric or in their poetry. They did not consider women, they talked only about class, obviously. So they didn't bother about gender. So while Chalam was writing, he was criticized so often, he was blasted. On the other hand, it was the critics and so-called pundits and so-called scholars who were blasting him. But it was the common reader who understood him. And the common reader had to understand him because they saw it experientially. They were not thinking with their intellect. They were actually thinking with their hearts. That's the reason they could understand Chalam. And after that, at the age of 56, Chalam actually went to Ramana Maharshi and stayed in Arunachalam, which was considered a dichotomy. I mean, how a person talks about women's and man's free love and all, and then he suddenly jumps into a spiritual arena. Why does he do that? Actually, I would say, this was a continuation of his quest for beauty, truth, and harmony. He started with women and ended up with God. That could see, Ramana Maharshi could be a god man or a god, what he called God, Bhagavan. So, Bhagavan, but it started with women and ended there. That is the sort of graphic we can see when we see Chalam's heritage that we take. I think Chalam's inheritance is very, very important for today's society, because Chalam also realized in his treatise Stree that women also should know what to do with freedom. Women also should know how responsibility, freedom, and balance come together. Now, women have a lot of freedom, lot of types of freedoms, but whether they are able to live up to what Chalam told them. In that Stree treatise, he is not talking only about the greatness of women. He is a balanced writer. You may take it that Chalam was talking only about women's point of view. No. He was also talking about where women go wrong. That is happening now. That is happening, in some instances at least. So I think he is valid because many men have not got out of their superiority complex till now. They still retain it in different forms, because violence on women has increased now. Gave to them, not just defending them. He also gave them a message. Because on the whole, what he wanted was a love-filled, happy human relationship where there is harmony and peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for sharing your words about Chalam. Now requesting Kirungai Setupati to speak about Jaikantan.
வணக்கம். காலையும் இல்லாத மாலையும் இல்லாத நடுப்பகலில் நாம் இருக்கிறோம். Have a good midday. Are you hungry? எல்லாம் பசியோடு இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த நேரம். I am ready to serve you are all appetizer before lunch. அமுது, தமிழுக்கு அமுதென்று பேர், the great poet பாரதிதாசன். இந்த பசி வேளையில் தமிழை ஒரு அமுதமாக உங்களுக்கு வழங்குவதற்காக உங்கள் முன்னால் நிற்கிறேன். தனக்கு முன்னும் பின்னும் தன்னைப் போல ஒருவன் இல்லை என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய பெருமையுடன் தமிழில் வாழ்கின்ற மகாகவி பாரதிக்கு பின்னால் எழுத்துவேந்தன் ஜெயகாந்தன் நிற்கிறார். கடலூரில் பிறந்து கடல் கடந்து போய் சோவியத் ரஷ்யா, அமெரிக்கா, மலேசியா, சிங்கப்பூர் என இலக்கியம் முழங்கி வந்த தமிழ்ச்சிங்கம் ஜெயகாந்தனை பற்றி இந்த பெங்களூரில் வந்து பேசுவதற்காக எனக்கு வாய்ப்பளித்த பிரம்மா குழுவினருக்கு என்னுடைய வணக்கம், நன்றி. மகாகவி பாரதி சேஸ், சரஸ்வதி ரூபா, வேத திருவழியாள் அதில் மிக்க பல் உரை எனும் கரு மையிட்டாள், சீத கதிர்மதியே நுதல், சீத கதிர்மதியே நுதல், சிந்தனையே குழல் என்றுடையாள், வாதம் தருக்கம் எனும் இரு தோடனியால் போதமின் நாசியினாள் நலம் பொங்குபல் சத்திர வாயுடையாள். கற்பனை தேனிதழாள் கற்பனை தேழிதழாள் சுவை காவியம் எனுமணி கொங்கையினாள். சிற்ப முதற் பல கலைகள் பல தேமலர் கரம் என திகழ்ந்திருப்பாள். சொற்பொடு நயமறிவார் இசை தோய்ந்திட தொகுப்பதின் சுவை அறிவார். விற்பனை தமிழ் புலவோர் அந்த மேலவர் நாவனும் மலர்பதத்தாள் என்று மகாகவி பாரதி தமிழ் வாணியை கவிதையில் பாடுவார். அவர் பாடியது உண்மைதானா என்று கண்டறிவதற்காக ஆணாய் பிறந்த அவதாரத்திற்கு பெயர் ஜெயகாந்தன். அந்த ஜெயகாந்தன் சென்ற நூற்றாண்டில் அடங்காத பெரும் பசியோடு இருந்த எந்திரங்களுக்கும் தமிழர்களுக்கும் தமிழ் எழுத்தையே அமுதமாக்கி முதலில் ஒரு பிடி சோறு என்று கதை எழுதி தந்தவர். பின்னர் கழுத்தில் விழுந்த மாலையுடன் நானும் உன்னைப்போல் ஒருவன் என்று நமக்கு பிரம்மோபதேசம் செய்து புக் பிரம்மா அவர். வாழ்க்கை அழைக்கிறது. நாடகம் பார்க்கும் நடிகையுடன் சினிமாவுக்கு போன சித்தாளுவையும் அழைத்து கொண்டு பாரிசுக்கு போ என சொன்ன ஜெயகாந்தன் பாதை தெரியுது பார் என்ற படத்தில் தன்னுடைய கவிதை நூலில் காட்டி புது செருப்பு கடிக்கும், அதுபோல சில மனிதர்கள் என்று சினிமா படம் எடுத்து காட்டி தமிழர்களை சிந்திக்க வைத்தவர். நேற்று கூட இந்த இடத்திலே ஒரு பேச்சு வந்தது. ஜெயகாந்தன் எழுதுவது கொச்சை தமிழ் என்று சொன்னார்கள். பாரதியார் நீ எழுதுவது கொச்சை தமிழ் என்று பாரதியோடு பழகிய சோழர்கள் சொன்னார்கள். தமிழ் எனக்கு தெரிகிறதா என்பது முக்கியம் அல்ல, தமிழுக்கு என்னை தெரிகிறதா இல்லையா என்று பாருங்கள் என்று கேட்டவர் ஜெயகாந்தன். சரஸ்வதியின் கரம் பற்றி நடக்கும் கலை குழந்தைகளில் கடைசி குழந்தையாக வேணும் நான் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பதே என் ஆசை. அந்த லட்சுமியும் எனக்கு பின்னால் வந்தால் வரட்டும், இல்லாவிட்டால் போகட்டும் என்று 16 வயதில் பேனா பிடித்தவன் நான் என்று பெருமிதத்தோடு பேசியவர். Of goddess Saraswati's children are artist nature, I wanted to be the lost. In case godless Lakshmi follows me, let her come. If she is willing to, I worry not even if she goes back. Saying so, I bore my pen when I was 16, Jayakant says with pride. His writing were successful in sales, but he never sells himself. However, many said that he should himself for the opportunity, but time has decided that the persons who made such remarks on Jayakantans were none other than one who hardly removed themselves, but through of refiners others. ஜெயகாந்தனை பற்றி அவர் எழுத்து நல்லை விலை போனாலும் கூட தன் ஆன்மாவை விற்காத கலைஞன் என்கிற ஒரு விமர்சனமும் உண்டு. ஆனாலும் கூட அவரை பற்றி குற்றம் சாட்டியவர்களும் இருக்கிறார்கள். தன் குற்றம் நீக்கி பிறர் குற்றம் காணுகிற அவர்கள் யார் என்பதை காலம்தான் நமக்கு அடையாளம் காட்டும். ஒரு முறை ஜெயகாந்தன் சொன்னார், என்னை எல்லாருக்கும் தெரிந்திருக்கிறது, ஆனால் நான் அறிந்து கொள்ளப்பட வேண்டியவன் என்று சொன்னார். Everyone knows me, but I have to be known to all என்று ரைட்டர் ஜெயகாந்தன் once said. என்னுடைய பார்வையில், in my opinion, it is true that whatever I wanted to know him, I am reminded of the 1110th couple of Thirukural, அரிதோறும் அறியாமை கண்டற்றால். அரிதோறும் அறியாமை கண்டற்றால், which reads, the more the men learn, the more the lack of their learnings. Hence, the more of he study his personality, the more it grows heavily towards infinity. When a reader goes through his work, his intellectual state transforms itself into a cognified one. The reader, fascinated and dissolves himself in the characters created by Jayakanthan, or melts away of the ideas and his short stories and novels. ஜெயகாந்தன் ஒரு முறை சொன்னார், இந்த எழுத்து வாழ்க்கையை பிரதிபலிக்கிற கண்ணாடி என்று சொல்வது உண்டு. கண்ணாடி சரியாக பிரதிபலிப்பதில்லை. சலூனில் எதிர்த்தாக இருக்கக்கூடிய கண்ணாடி நம்முடைய முகத்தை மாற்றி தரும். அந்த கண்ணாடிக்கு பின்னாலே இருக்கிற ஒரு கண்ணாடியின் மூலமாக உலகத்தை பார்க்கிற பார்வைதான் சரியாக இருக்கும் என்று சொல்லுகிற வழக்கம் ஜெயகாந்தனுக்கு உண்டு. பார்வைக்கு பார்வை தருவதுதான் இலக்கியம் என்று பேசியவர் ஜெயகாந்தன். அவர் ஒரு முறை சொல்லுகிறார், அவரால் ஈர்க்கப்பட்ட வாசகர்கள் எல்லாம் ஜெயகாந்தனின் வாசகர்கள் என்று மார்தட்டிக் கொள்ளுகிற அளவிற்கு அவருடைய எழுத்து தமிழ் இலக்கிய உலகத்தை பாதித்தது. முரண்பட்டவர்கள் கூட அவருடைய எழுத்தால் ஈர்க்கப்பட்டார்கள், உடன்பட்டவர்களாக இருந்தார்கள். ஒரு முறை மேடையில் சொன்னார், உங்களுக்கு இருக்கிற எத்தனையோ தகுதிகளை விட உயர் தகுதிகளை எல்லாம் ஒரு நிமிஷம் மறந்துவிட்டு எனக்கு இருக்கும் ஒரே ஒரு தகுதியை மேலாய் மதித்து நீங்கள் என்னை அணுகும் போது இந்த தகுதிக்கு ஏற்றவனாக நான் இல்லை என்றால் இந்த தகுதிக்கு நான் தகுந்தவன் இல்லை என்பதாகும் என்று சொல்லுகிறார். ஜெயகாந்தன் writes, when you forget all your merits in a minute and approach me, the writer with writing as his only merit, I shall no longer deserve that merit if I am not suitable to such a merit. Right, Jayakanthan is 1964 when he was just 30 years old. We do not know when a writer was born his hymn, but his first story, Pichaikkaaran, appreciated the magazine Saubhagyavati in 1950. இந்த தேசம் அடிமைப்பட்டு கிடந்த காலத்தில் 24th April 34 year பிறந்த ஜெயகாந்தன் கடலூர் மஞ்சக்குப்பத்திலே பிறந்தவர். விடுதலை போராட்டத்தில் நாட்டமுடையவராக விளங்கினார். எந்த கட்டுப்பாட்டிற்கும் அடங்காத அவரை பள்ளியில் படிப்பிலே கொண்டு போய் ஈடுபாடு செலுத்தினார்கள். 4ஆம் வகுப்பு கூட தேர்ச்சி பெறாத அவருடைய ரிசல்ட் பப்ளிஷ் பண்ணப்படுறது. அதை பார்த்தவுடன் சொன்னார், எல்லாரும் வெற்றி பெற்றவர்கள் பாஸ் ஆகிட்டேன் என்று துள்ளி குதிக்கிற போது ஃபெயிலான லிஸ்டில் ஜெயகாந்தனின் பெயர் இருக்கிறது. நான் ஃபெயில் ஆகிட்டேன் என்று சந்தோஷமாக பள்ளிக்கூடத்தை விட்டு உதறி வந்த அந்த கலைஞன் தான் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் உலகம் முழுவதும் பாடநூலாக ஆகக்கூடிய ஒரு படைப்பாளியாக மிளிர்ந்த அழகை தமிழ் செய்திருக்கிறது. 16 வயதில் அவர் வீட்டில் எழுதி வைத்துவிட்டு போன ஒரு பாட்டை இங்கு நான் சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன். பட்டேன் பலதுயரம் பாரில் உள்ளோரால் வெறுக்கப்பட்டேன். I suffered a lot, I am hated, and hearing hated, but all the earth I should suffer. But even if I will suffer, பட்டேன் பலதுயரம் பாரில் உள்ளோரால் வெறுக்கப்பட்டேன், படுகின்றேன் பட்டிடுவேன் என் பட்டால் என் நாட்டுக்கு உழைக்கும் என்னை நாடே வெறுத்திட நான் வீட்டுக்கும் வேண்டாதவன் என்று 16 வயதில் ஒரு வெண்பாவை எழுதிவிட்டு சென்னைக்கு புறப்பட்டு வந்த ஜெயகாந்தன் ஒரு மளிகை கடை பையனாக, மெர்ச்சன்ட் சில்ட்ரனாக, ஒரு டாக்டரிடம் பைதூக்குகிற ஒரு பையனாக, ஒரு டாக்டருடைய ஹெல்ப்பராக, மாவு மிஷினில் வேலை பார்க்கக்கூடிய ஒரு லேபராக, லெட்டர் கம்போஸ் பண்ணக்கூடிய கம்பாசிடராக, ட்ரெடில் மேனாக, புக் செல்லராக, மாவு மிஷினில் பாகங்கள் செய்யக்கூடிய ஒரு என்ஜின் தொழிலாளியாக, பவுண்டரியில் என்ஜினுக்கு கரி போடுகிற ஒரு தொழிலாளியாக, சோப்பு தொழிற்சாலையில் மை தயாரிக்கக்கூடிய தொழிற்சாலையில் ஒரு கைவண்டி இழுக்கிறவனாக, ஜட்கா வண்டியின் உதவியாளராக என எல்லா தொழில்கள் செய்தாலும் கூட தன் வாழ்க்கை எழுத்து என்று தெரிந்து கொண்டவர் ஜெயகாந்தன் தன்னை ஒரு இலக்கியவாதியாகவே அடையாளம் கண்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறார். அந்த அனுபவத்தை அவர் எழுதுகிறார். அந்த காலத்தில் எளிய தொழிலாளிகளினுடைய சிறிய குடியிருப்புகளிலும் ஏழை விவசாயிகளுடைய எளிய குடிசைகளிலும் தங்கி அவர்களது உபச்சாரத்தை, அவர்கள் தருகிற உணவை, அவர்கள் வாழ்கிற பண்பை நான் அதிகம் அனுபவித்தேன். அந்த அனுபவங்கள் இந்த வாழ்க்கையை பற்றிய புதிய ஞானத்தை எனக்கு தந்தன. வாழ்க்கையின் உயிர்ப்பு எங்கெல்லாம் மிக ஆரோக்கியமாக தழும்பி நிற்பதை என்னால் என்றைக்கும் தரிசிக்க முடிகிறது. வாழ்வை பற்றிய ஒரு புதிய நம்பிக்கையும் தைரியத்தையும் அது எனக்கு ஊட்டியது என்று ஜெயகாந்தன் சொல்லுகிறார். இன் தோஸ் டேஸ் I lived a miserable small quarters of workers and however poor farmers. However, I loved their hospitality, their food and culture, and this experience helped me attain new wisdom and human life. It is that I visualized the sense of vivid life overflowing, and there is in me born and confidence and courage to face life, recalls the writer. இதையெல்லாம் விட ஜெயகாந்தனுடைய வாழ்க்கையில் ஒரு பெரிய மடைமாற்றத்தை தந்தது அவருடைய கம்யூனிஸ்ட் கட்சி. பல்லாண்டுகளாக அதில் பணிபுரிந்த அவருடைய மாமா புருஷோத்தமனிடத்தில் ஜெயகாந்தன் ஒப்படைக்கப்பட்டது தான் அவர் வாழ்க்கையில் ஏற்பட்டிருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு பெரிய மாறுதல். Nevertheless, Jayakanthan's travel took a diversion when he was left in the earth of his uncle Purushothaman, a long time worker in the Communist Party of India. அந்த கம்யூனிஸ்ட் வாழ்க்கையினுடைய தொடர்பு தான், கம்யூன் வாழ்க்கை தான் அவருக்குள்ளே கனன்றெழுந்த விடுதலை போராட்டத்தையும் எழுத்து தாகத்தையும் ஓங்கி வளர்த்தது. அது எவ்வளவு பெரிய பள்ளிக்கூடம்! உலகத்தின் அரிய நூல்களெல்லாம் அடங்கிய ஒரு நூல் நிலையம். இந்த பள்ளியில் பொருளாதாரத்தை போதிக்கிறவராக கார்ல் மார்க்ஸ் இருந்தார். ஆன்மீக குருவாக மகாத்மா காந்தி இருந்தார். தாய்மொழி பற்றும் இலக்கிய பண்பும் போதித்தவராக மகாகவி பாரதி இருந்தார். கற்பிக்கும் ஆசிரியர்கள் பலர் கற்கின்ற மாணவர்களாகவும் இருந்து எனக்கு கற்றுக் கொடுத்தார்கள் என்று ஜெயகாந்தன் சொல்லுகிறார். ஒரு மாணவனுக்கு நேர்முக பயிற்சி தருகிற நடைமுறை ஆசிரியர்களாக அங்கு இருந்தார் என்று சொல்லுகிறார் ஜெயகாந்தன். 1947 சுதந்திரம் அடைவதற்கு சில மாதங்களுக்கு முன்னால் ஒரு நாள், அந்த கால சுதந்திர அரசியல் போரில் என் குடும்பத்தைச் சேர்ந்த பலரும் ஈடுபட்டிருந்தனர். அவர்களில் ஒருவரான தோழர் எஸ். ராதாகிருஷ்ணன் அப்போது ஜனசக்தி அலுவலகத்தில் இருந்தார். சென்னைக்கு நான் அவரை தேடி வந்தேன். அவர் ஊரில் இல்லாததால் நான் ஜனசக்தி அலுவலகத்தில் தங்கியிருந்தேன். அவர் வந்த பிறகு தோழர்கள் கூடி போய் கம்யூன் மீட்டிங்கில் ஒரு விவாத பொருளாக நான் மாறிவிட்டேன். இந்த பையனை என்ன செய்கிறது என்று அவர்கள் கூடி விவாதித்து என்னை ஜனசக்தி அச்சகத்தில் சேர்த்து அச்சுக்கோக்கும் பணியை கற்றுக்கொள்ள பணித்தார்கள். அச்சுக்கலை, எழுத்துக்கலை, பத்திரிகை கலை யாவற்றையும் எனக்கு பயிற்றுவித்த கலாசாலை கம்யூனிஸ்ட் கட்சி தான் என்று ஜெயகாந்தன் சொல்லுகிறார். A memorable days in June 1947, many of my relatives took part in the Indian freedom struggle. Among them was S. Radhakrishnan. He was working for the magazine Janasakti. I came to Chennai booking for him. He was somewhere out of the office in that day and I have to stay there alone. Later on, I became the point of issues in the comrades' commune meetings. On an occasion, after their discussion on what to do with this boy, I was allowed to learn the art of composing in the printing press. I would say that is the Communist Party of India that taught me and art and composing and printing என்று ஜெயகாந்தன் குறிப்பிடுகிறார். அந்த அச்சுக்கோர்க்கவும் மெய்ப்பு திருத்தவும் போன ஜெயகாந்தனை அவர் யாருக்கெல்லாம் பொறுப்பு திருத்தினார்? திருவிக்காவுக்கு, புதுமைப்பித்தனுக்கு, ஆர்கே கண்ணனுக்கு, ஜீவாவுக்கு என்று அவர்கள் எழுதிய எழுத்துக்களின் பொறுப்புகளை திருத்தவர்கள். அச்சு எழுதுவதில் அல்ல, அச்சு கோர்ப்பதில் அல்ல, இன்னைக்கும் பலர் எழுதுகிற எழுத்துக்களில் கோளாறு இருக்கிறது என்று கண்டுபிடித்துவிட்டு தன்னையே ஒரு எழுத்து தொழிலாளராக மாற்றிக்கொண்ட ஜெயகாந்தன் ஒரே காலகட்டத்தில் வெவ்வேறு பத்திரிகைகளில் எழுதினார். ஆனால் அவருடைய கதைகள் ஒரே மாதிரியான கதைகள் இல்லை. அவரால் சென்னை தமிழும் சேரி தமிழும் அக்ரஹாரத்தின் பேச்சு தமிழும் என்று சேர்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய பாத்திர தன்மைகளுக்கு ஏற்றாற் போல அவரால் எழுத முடிந்தது. கதைகளில் மட்டுமன்றி கட்டுரைகளிலும் நேர்காணல்களிலும் மேடைகளிலும் அவர் எடுத்து மொழிந்த தமிழ் ரௌத்ரம் நிறைந்த தமிழ். முன்னொரு காலத்தில் ஒன்ஸ் அப்பான் எ டைம் என்று தொடங்குகிற கதைகளை முற்றாக மாற்றிவிட்டு சமகால வாழ்க்கையில் தொடங்குகிற இலக்கிய பாங்கை சித்தரிக்கக்கூடிய அவர் ஆற்றலில் சமகால கதாபாத்திரங்கள் காப்பிய தலைவர்களாக மாறினார்கள். சமகால வாழ்க்கை காப்பிய அந்தஸ்தை பெற்றது என்பதை நாம் நினைத்து பார்க்க வேண்டியது இருக்கிறது. சமகால வாழ்க்கையில் அனுபவங்களை சொல்லுகிற அவரில் பொதுநிலையில் அலட்சியமும் அவமானமும் படுத்துகிற விளிம்பு நிலை மக்கள் என்று பேசுகிற அவர்களின் மனித மாண்பை மேன்முக்கு கொண்டு வந்தவர் அவர். ஜாதி, மத, இன, மொழி, அரசியல், கலை, இலக்கிய, கலாச்சார சூழல்களுக்கிடையே பின்னி பிணைந்திருக்கக்கூடிய மனிதர்களை எல்லாம் காட்டி அவர் காட்டிய எழுத்து பிரம்மாண்டமானது. ஒரு 5 minutes. அம்மாசி கிழவனையும் அக்ரஹாரத்தின் கௌரி பாட்டியையும் வேதம் வல்ல சங்கராச்சாரியாரையும் தேவனுக்கு தொண்டாட்டும் அருட் சகோதரியான கன்னியாஸ்திரியையும் கரிக்கடை வாயையும் சுடுகாட்டில் பிணமிருக்கும் வெட்டியானையும் ஏசி அறையில் ஓய்வுற்று இயங்குகின்ற உயர் அதிகாரியும் பிறந்த குழந்தையும் இடுகாட்டில் இருக்கின்ற எல்லோருடைய வாழ்க்கையும் இணைத்து எழுதுகிற ஜெயகாந்தனின் வாழ்க்கையில் அவர் வாழ்க்கையே அந்த கதைகளுக்கு மீறி அற்புத கதைகளாக திகழ்ந்திருக்கிற அழகை நாம் பார்க்கிறோம். அவர் ஒரு இடத்தில் சொல்லுகிறார், அவர் எழுதிய நாவல்கள் கங்கை அக்னி பிரவேசம் என்கிற ஒரு சிறுகதையில் அவளாக வருகிற ஒரு கதாபாத்திரம் சில நேரங்களில் சில மனிதர்களில் கங்காவாக மாறுகிறார். அவளே பின்னால் கங்கை எங்கே போகிறாள் என்கிற நாவல் முடிந்து விடுகிறது. ஆனால் கதை முடியவில்லை. அந்த கதை முடிகிற இடத்தில் திலகவதி ஒரு கேள்வி கேட்கிறார், கங்கை என்ன செய்து விடுகிறீர்கள்? இதோ கங்கையில் விழுங்கி கொண்டிருக்கிற தண்ணீரில் அடுத்த கரையில் எவன் வந்து கரையேற்றி விடுகிறானோ அப்போது கங்கை மீண்டும் வந்து பிறந்து விடுவாள் என்று தொடர் வாழ்க்கையின் நதியை அவர் கதையிலே சொல்லிக்கொண்டு போகிற அழகை பார்க்கிறோம். அவரிடத்தில் பலர் கேட்கிறார்கள், ஏன் ஜெயகாந்தன் எழுதவில்லை என்று. ஜெயகாந்தன் ஒரு காலத்தின் அடையாளம். நான் எழுதிவிட்டு போயிருக்கிற ஒரு மனிதன் ஒரு வீடு உலகம் என்கிற நாவலின் இன்னொரு பகுதியை எவன் எழுதுகிறானோ அவன் ஜெயகாந்தன் என்று அடையாளம் கண்டுகொள்ளுங்கள் என்று காட்டியவர் ஜெயகாந்தன். அவர் எழுதிய நாவல்கள் படங்களாக மாறின. சில நேரங்களில் சில மனிதர்கள், ஒரு நடிகை நாடகம் பார்க்கிறார், புது செருப்பு கடிக்கும் என்று அவர் எடுத்த படங்களுக்கு நடுவில் அவர் தன்னுடைய எழுத்தையே பிரகடனமாக சொல்லுவது போல ஒரு பாடலை திரையிசை பாடலாகவும் அவர் எழுதியிருக்கிறார். கண்டதை சொல்லுகிறேன், உங்கள் கதையை சொல்லுகிறேன், இதை காணவும் கண்டு நாணவும் உமக்கு காரணம் உள்ளதென்றால் அவமானம் எனக்குண்டோ என்று அந்த பாடலின் மூலமாக தன் எழுத்தை சொல்லுகிறார். நல்லதை சொல்லுகிறேன், இங்கு நடந்ததை சொல்லுகிறேன். இதற்கென கொல்வதும் கொன்று கோவிலில் வைப்பதும் கொள்கை உமக்கென்றால் உம்முடன் கூடியிருப்பதுண்டோ என்று கேட்டவர் அவர். when I saw is when other world traveled me என்ற அந்த பாடலுடைய எழுத்துக்களை, நுட்பங்களின் அனுபவங்களை எல்லாம் கொட்டி தீர்த்த அந்த ஜெயகாந்தன் நிறைவாக ஒன்றை சொல்லுவார். ஒரு இடத்தில் அவருடைய கதையை பற்றி விமர்சனம் பண்ணுகிற இடம் மதுரையில் நடக்கிறது. வாழ்கிற காலத்தில் ஒரு படைப்பாளி ஆராய்ச்சிக்காக எடுத்துக்கொள்வது வழக்கமில்லை, ஆனால் ஜெயகாந்தனின் எழுத்துக்களை அப்படி எடுத்துக்கொள்ளுகிறோம் என்று ஒரு பேராசிரியர் சொன்னபோது ஜெயகாந்தன் சொன்னார், எந்த தவளையும் அறுத்து ஆபரேஷன் செய்வது என்பதற்காக பிறப்பதில்லை, அது பிறந்து வாழ்க்கையை அனுபவித்துக் கொண்டிருப்பதற்காகத்தான் பிறக்கிறது. படைப்பும் அப்படித்தான், உங்களுக்குத்தான் அந்த பட்டமும் ஆராய்ச்சியும், எனக்கு ஜெயகாந்தன் என்கிற ஒரு பெயரே போதும் என்று அழுத்தம் திருத்தமாக சொன்னவர் ஜெயகாந்தன். வாழ்வின் ருசி அறிந்து வாழ்வின் அனுபவங்களில் நம்பிக்கையை நிரப்பி தந்தவர் எழுத்தின் நிறைவில் அழகாக சொல்லுகிறார், உங்கள் கைகளில் விருந்திருப்பது என்பது வெறும் புத்தகம் அல்ல. we need to read a man we are to sell book என்று சொல்லுகிறார். உங்கள் கண் முன்னால் விரித்திருக்கக்கூடிய புத்தகம் என்பது வெறு புத்தகம் அல்ல, அது எழுதியவனின் இதயம் என்பதை லட்சியப்படுத்தி இதயபூர்வமாக களங்கமற்று படியுங்கள் என்று சொன்னது ஜெயகாந்தனின் பேச்சு. என் கதைகள் இருந்து பொழுதை போக்கவும் உயிர் சுமந்து நாட்களை கழிக்கவுமாக இருக்கக்கூடிய இலக்கியம் அல்ல, இவற்றை அதற்காக படிக்க வேண்டும் நினைப்பவர்கள் அதை விட்டு வெளியே போய்விடலாம் என்று சொன்னவர். வாழ்க்கையின் சென்ற நூற்றாண்டில் அவர் எழுதிய இலக்கியங்கள், ஜெயகாந்தனின் சிறுகதைகள் என்று நூற்றுக்கணக்கான சிறுகதைகள் 2 பெரும் தொகுப்புகளாக, அவர் எழுதிய நாவல்கள் 4 பெரும் தொகுப்புகளாக, அவர் எழுதிய குறுநாவல்கள் 2 பெரும் தொகுப்புகளாக, அவர் எழுதிய கட்டுரைகள் சிந்தையில் 1000 என்கிற தொகுப்புகளாக மலர்ந்து தமிழகத்தில் இன்றைக்கும் வழிகாட்டி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. ஒன்றை நான் இந்த இடத்தில் சொல்ல வேண்டும் என்று நினைக்கிறேன். 80 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்த அந்த ஜெயகாந்தனின் எழுத்துக்களில் நிறைவு பெற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய ஒன்றாக இருப்பது பத்திரிகை உலக அனுபவங்கள். நலக்குறைவாக இருக்கிற ஒரு காலகட்டத்தில் அவர் தன்னுடைய சாகித்ய அகாடமி ரெசிடென்சி இன்ஸ் ரைட் என்று எழுதுகிற ஒரு திட்டத்திற்கு எந்த நூலை எடுத்துக்கொள்ளலாம் என்று யோசிக்கிற போது அவர் ஜனசக்தியில் எழுதிய ஒரு எழுத்தாளரின் பத்திரிகை அனுபவங்கள் என்கிற பகுதியை அனுப்பி இதை முடிக்கலாமே ஜேகே என்று சொன்னவுடன் அவர் தன் கைப்பட எழுதி கடைசி காலத்தில் முடித்த புத்தகம் ஓர் எழுத்தாளரின் பத்திரிகை அனுபவங்கள். அதனுடைய தம்பி அருணன் கபிலன் பதிப்பகத்தின் மூலமாக வெளிவந்த அந்த புத்தகம்தான் ஜெயகாந்தனுடைய இறுதி புத்தகம் என்று சொல்லலாம். இப்படி எல்லா நிலைகளிலும் தன்னுடைய வாழ்க்கையை திறந்த புத்தகமாக ஆக்கி சமகால மனிதர்களின் வாசகர்களுக்கு சமமான பீடத்தை அமைத்து அவர்களோடு வாதம் தருக்கம் என்கிற 2 தருங்கங்களின் மூலமாக அவர் எழுதி குவித்த இலக்கியங்கள் 20ஆம் நூற்றாண்டின் இலக்கிய சாசனங்களாக நின்று விளங்கி வழிகாட்டி கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடியது என்பதை நினைப்படுத்துகிறேன். ஜெயகாந்தனின் எழுத்தை விட அவருடைய பேச்சும் அவருடைய வாழ்க்கையும் இன்னும் எழுதி முடிக்கப்படாதவை. அவர் பல அரங்குகளில் கூடி நின்று விவாதித்த அரங்குகளை விட தனிப்பட நண்பர்களோடு இருந்து பேசிய சகரதேர் வட்டம் என்கிற அந்த சபையில் இருந்து பேசிய சொற்கங்கள் அற்புதமானவை. அவருடைய வாழ்க்கையில் 25 ஆண்டு காலம், ஒரு 4 நூற்றாண்டு காலம் அவரோடு கழித்த அனுபவம் எனக்கு கிடைத்திருக்கிறது. Blessed to be in a touch with Jayakanthan for at last 25 years. I thank to Book Brahma Bengaluru for give me this opportunity to share something on this life and letters on this great letter. My thanks to also give the Lord Comrade Navbharati and Chandrakanthan and Ulakanayagam. I also thank writer Pavanan. My thanks to poet மீனாட்சி சுந்தரம். இந்த நல்ல வாய்ப்பை வழங்கிய புக் பிரம்மா அமைப்புக்கு நன்றி சொல்லி நிறைவுபடுத்துகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, madam. And this was the session presented by Zenith Group. Before moving on to the next session, I have a small and very important update to all of you. So please make a note of it. The session, which is supposed to be happen at 4 to 4:50 p.m. The name of the session is From Page to Frame, the literary soul of Indian parallel cinema, where the speakers will be Adur Gopalakrishnan and Girish Kasarvalli in conversation with Archana Vasudevan. This session is happening at 3 to 3:50 p.m. Just we are interchanging the sessions here. And the session supposed to be at 3 p.m. to 3:50, that is narrating the nation, writing history between empire and republic, where the speakers will be Manu Pillai in conversation with V.S. Kaikasi. This is happening at 4 p.m. to 4:50. Just I am clearing the things. 4 p.m. to 4:50 and 3 p.m. to 3:50. These slots are interchanging. Just to make a, on top of it, just I am telling. Once again, you can make a note of it. Now, From Page to Frame, the literary soul of Indian parallel cinema, where the speakers will be Adur Gopalakrishnan and Girish Kasarvalli in conversation with Archana Vasudevan. This is happening at 3 p.m. to 3:50 p.m. And the session Narrating the Nation, Writing History Between Empire and Republic, where the speakers will be Manu Pillai in conversation with V.S. Kaikasi. This is happening at 4 p.m. to 4:50. And yeah, I hope you are clear. Thank you so much. And before moving on to the next session, I have a small feedback or the reaction where D.V. Guru Prasad, Indian author and former DG of Police, Government of Karnataka, Bengaluru. He was there in the last fest. He shared his view about the last fest, how he was the part of that one. So he is mentioning about the last fest, which is the first fest of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2024. He is mentioning clearly the best organized literature festival. Having attended many literary festivals in India and abroad, I can unhesitedly say that the Book Brahma Literature Fest is one of the best organized festivals. Being the first festival dedicated to 4 South Indian languages presents both a challenge and an opportunity. The first such festival faced various challenges and succeeded in bringing together authors and publishers from many languages. The themes for the fest were chosen carefully and they could attract large crowds. I wish the second edition also the success, and I hope that is happening too. And yeah, that is what the feedback which is shared by D.V. Guru Prasad, Indian author and former DG of Police, Government of Karnataka, Bengaluru. Let's move on to the next session. So the next session is, which is presenting by Minera Steel Power Plant Limited. Session is Literature's Evolving Identity in Contemporary Media.
By K. Srinivas, Rashmi Vasudeva, Sudesh Venkatesh, Mayura Shyams Kumar, and V. Aishwarya will be the moderator of this session. I request K. Srinivas, Rashmi Vasudeva, Sudesh Venkatesh, Mayura Shyams Kumar and V. Aishwarya to come upon the stage.
And this is the session presenting by Minera Steel Power Plant Limited. Minera Steel Power Private Limited. The session is about literature's evolving identity in contemporary media.
By K. Srinivas, Rashmi Vasudeva, Sudesh Venkatesh, Mayura Shyams Kumar and V. Aishwarya will be the moderator of this session.
Requesting the speakers on stage.
My Bengaluru, we belong here.
Hello and welcome all to this session on literature and its evolving role in media. We will be beginning this session and I want to just give you a very brief introduction to the speakers on the panel. We are joined in this order by Ms. Rashmi Vasudeva, who is the features editor of Deccan Herald, and Dr. K. Srinivas, who has written extensively about literature and media, Telugu literature in Andhra Jyoti and other publications. And we're joined by Mr. Sudesh, who is part of the Asim Premji Foundation, which has a philanthropic role in sustaining conversations on literature, and will be shortly joined by Ms. Mayura. And we're beginning this session slightly early today. I would first want to invite opinions in a free form about what all the panelists think are the new and exciting forms of storytelling in media now that you see surviving into the next 5 years, because more interesting forms of media are emerging, but we see that they are very short-lived. Like, many different social media forms just have a very quick expiry date. So what forms of storytelling do you see surviving into maybe 2030? Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So first of all, thank you, Aishwarya, for the question, and thank you for having me here. This is a topic that's very close to my heart. So before coming to what forms of storytelling and journalism that will survive, I must say that what is surviving is itself a good thing. That we all know that the dedicated spaces for books and literature is shrinking, and that is something that is noticed everywhere. Books and literature obviously do not get the kind of revenue that perhaps a travel page or a lifestyle page will get. Even in the digital media, an author interview or like a book review, unless it's controversial or there is some hot take, it will not get that kind of views and shares and all that. But that said, there is still comprehensive literary coverage that is happening in publications like Mind, Deccan Herald, and many regional publications which actually people miss out on when they talk about these things. So despite losing, there is hope, there is spark, and the fact that there are book festivals, there are books coming out, people reading and buying means there is a spark alive. There is some sort of alignment that is missing. I feel the kind of literary ecosystem that you're talking about, there is an evolving ecosystem. There is spoken poetry, which Gen Z is very, very interested in. And for me, as a features editor, we need to get off our moral high horses that way and expand the scope of this literary ecosystem that way to include spoken poetry, insta fiction, tweet fiction, and there are many, many other sorts. People write short stories for Instagram. Why ignore them? Why not include them? Why not expand what we define as writing, what we define as literature itself? In that way, we can stay relevant. We can think out of the box in that sense and get them in. See, these are the things that will survive, apart from the long form and the books and fiction and poetry, which is what will make us think, what will make us critical, not just scrolling through reel, So that's what I think, that we have to look at an evolved ecosystem now. We have to think beyond usual fiction, non-fiction, political fiction, and essays and all that for us to survive and thrive.
Thank you. That's a very realistic response, I'd say, that really takes into account what's happening around us. Thank you for that. Now, I'd like to bounce it to Srinivas sir and ask, where does print media, which is still the most common form of media that we think of, fit into this picture? Are our attention spans any longer able to accommodate that kind of the rigor and seriousness that comes with literary conversations in the print media? Or is it still, is it an endangered tribe?
Thank you, Aishwarya, and good afternoon to co-panelists and audience who are watching this conversation and debate. Your first question refers to a new kind of storytelling.
Yes.
The term is related to mostly digital media.
Yes.
And of course, the storytelling, the new way of reporting things is happening since television's inception.
True.
But the transformation into digital kind of thing is not happening so fast. There is a language divide in the media. There is a difference between English media and Telugu media, language media. And there is digital divide in vernacular audience also. Audience are mostly, they are using mobile phones extensively, but they are not using that effectively. I mean, they are not using for the knowledge purpose and all entertainment purposes. So, in Telugu media, I worked in Telugu for 40 years, and as a student of literature, I am associated with literary sections of print newspapers for at least 30 years. So now the relevance of print medium and newspapers in influencing literature is diminishing. Now the writers and young generation literature people are not after newspapers, and they are independent in their digital spaces, and we are only following, the newspapers are only following what is happening in digital spaces. So we have become secondary. In 1980s and 90s, poets and critics are after newspapers, literary sections, to demand their due share. Now they're not caring anymore. So the digital transformation is happening slow because still the mindset in media is still with the legacy media only, and their mindset is mostly print mindset. And how to, even there are so many websites on literature in Telugu, but very few are using, giving cross-references or even hyperlinks. They're not using it effectively, even the websites also. So how to incorporate visual effects and visual things into the text, that is not happening anymore. So whatever modern presentation in websites is only with websites run by NRIs. Not local Telugus run websites are not so modern. They're still, say, the clone newspaper websites only.
Understood.
Yes. Okay.
I just would like to add something here. In an English newspaper, I would always advocate for bringing more regional voices into play, because there is so much more context and grounding if we gaze away, for that matter, from English, European and American literature and look at regional local voices, which can provide grounding to our children who are experiencing some kind of, there is no rootedness. They don't know where to look. So this is the place, and in DH, we try to do that on the books page. In fact, we carried an interview of Banu Mushtaq and a review of Heart Lamb much before it gained international prominence, and nothing made us gladder. We have even carried a interview with Perumal Murugan, who's coming here today, Vanamala Vishwanath's translation of Kuvempu's Bright in the Hills. So by doing this, and readers have responded. We have received appreciation, and we have said we need to read this more. So I think there is some kind of a disconnect. And if we manage to bridge that, there will be a better evolving of the ecosystem that you talk about.
Yeah, it feels like all of these need to feed into each other rather than compete with each other. And so that's something that could probably bring me to Ms. Mayura. You are heading the digital transformation of Mathrubhumi, and so would you talk about how you bring about, Mathrubhumi, of course, is known for its pioneering literary publication, and what is published in Mathrubhumi then goes on to sell as books as well. At a time when we talk about the book space being endangered, at a time when we talk about attention spans dwindling, how do you manage this? How are you able to pull it off?
First of all, thank you so much for having me here, and sorry that I'm a little late. See, first of all, I believe that it's a huge misconception that the books industry is endangered because leading the books business in Mathrubhumi myself, I've seen a huge growth actually in the audience that's coming. I've seen amazing sales through languages as well. I'm not talking about just English books or Malayalam books. I'm talking about, various languages being sold, translations being, encouraged. So firstly, I'd like to establish that I believe it's a misconception that the books industry is getting endangered. And I also believe that this content exists in various forms. So whatever stories are being told, even though it's not consumed by, say, maybe there is a huge set of audience that does it through books, but there are other forms also that they use to consume these stories. So the space for stories has always been there, always going to be there, and I think it's a very positive space because now the world has opened up to stories. You can reach out to so many people that you couldn't before as well. So I kind of see this as an opportunity more than an endangerment. And of course, like what you said before, Mathrubhumi has a very rich legacy in publishing. Mathrubhumi has a very rich legacy in storytelling and also introducing different sort of narratives. So I think we still hold that high with our audiences. It's a huge onus to our authors and to our audiences for keeping this alive, vibrant and brimming. And I think it's a good, a good collaboration work between publishing houses, the author community, the reader community, and also the entire society for bringing this together. And to my surprise, people thought that ebooks are going to grow like crazy, right? And actually that growth also has been quite stagnant because people come back to paperback. The one space I've seen an amazing growth is audiobooks. And I think that's also a great model for storytelling. I would never belittle that because that's another space because people have, some people don't have that time, the luxury of time. So they do consume those stories via audiobooks in their leisure. So audiobooks is also a really amazing space that I've seen the digital ecosystem grow. Of course, there's a lot of corrections to be done in terms of streaming and in terms of how revenue is distributed, how royalties are distributed. That space has a lot of maturity to reach. But I would never say that we're endangered as a publishing industry, and I'm proud to say that as well. And I'm really glad that this is a one print business I see growing. So yeah.
That's truly heartening to hear. And like you said, I think a healthy ecosystem requires all stakeholders to be equally invested for it to flourish, for the readers to be present, and for them to pay attention to what is happening, and for different media forms, like Srinivas sir was saying, to collaborate instead of competing for a small slice of the pie. So I think there are a lot of factors that come together in it, and it's genuinely heartening to hear from an industry insider that, look, we're not actually an endangered species, because there's so much, so much angst you see in the international publications about how the novel is dying, and novel has apparently been dying for the last 300 years. So
it's still one of our best-selling forms. So, yeah. And let me tell you something, just to add on to what you're saying. Gen Z and kids today read. So this misconception of they don't read at all, the amount of teenagers that walk into our stores and so vigilant, and they walk in those Sundays and eager to pick the new books and new copies. So I really want to again bring out that misconception, because I've heard this so many times, saying that, oh, the younger generation does not read, they do not know, they don't consume. Yeah, some of them consume content otherwise. They may consume it online, but they still do read, they are still well-read, and they're very intelligent as well. So yeah.
Just to add to that, it's a matter of shrinking space, yes, but more about shrinking credibility in legacy media, as now it is fashionably called. So the way to go ahead, and for the people who, like us, who are still providing space for literature and books, we see that dichotomy happening. Like she said, Gen Z is reading, everybody is reading, but they are consuming the same thing in different forms. So it's for the print media to wake up and include multimedia. Get the same review out in a podcast, for instance. Get it out in a reel, in an Instagram reel. Do what it takes, because there is so much mediocrity out there. And we have the power, we have the brains, we have the means to combat that mediocrity. We just have to take that step, get out of that mental barrier and do it. I think print media can lead the way here.
True, yes.
Are we considering differently told stories? storytelling in a different form and differently told, differently written features are part of literature?
I would. I would consider, because you might say that journalism is not literature, but there is literature and journalism is always melded in different ways. And I think it's our collective responsibility and commitment to, for journalism to focus on what I call long-form journalism.
Yeah.
I must add.
We consider only book reviews and poems.
No, I'm not just talking about book reviews. I'm talking about deeper investigative pieces, long-form reportage. You know, so all that comes under the broader umbrella of literature, which is, for lack of better word, we can call it long-form journalism.
But
I mean, it is writing by the
Telugu media landscape, we generally don't consider that well-written, with literature flavor, well-written news features and lifestyle features are not part of, they don't consider a part of literature.
Perhaps they should.
See, I'd like to just add one thing to what, of course, I think all media houses do play a pivotal role, but I'm proud to say that in Kerala, they actually do that. They do kind of accelerate that as much as possible. Even in our newspaper, we have one of our editors sitting right here. He also beautifully covers, a lot of new stories that are coming out, a lot of new books that are coming out. We have magazines also dedicated to this. You have many publishing houses also going online with really, really cool online magazines to talk about the new authors that are coming up, to give space to authors as well. So I'm very proud to say that at least in Kerala, that kind of is resonating and it does exist. Can we try harder and push harder? Maybe, yeah. But I must say that, we do exist like that. And journalism is a form of storytelling and writing. It is factual storytelling. And, whether it's long form or short form, I believe the quality of what that narrative is and the quality of what those facts are, if it's put right, it does come under the umbrella of writing and storytelling. So it should be also considered like very, very upscale quality literature to be, put in archives.
I believe it's Ezra Pound who said that journalism was literature written in a hurry or something. So basically, there's just possibility, I believe, for a lot of deep investigative writing and all of that. And that's where I want to turn this question to Mr. Sudhish. So we spoke about an ecosystem and the support this ecosystem needs. So what is the role of, say, both philanthropic institutions as well as educational institutions in sustaining this ecosystem? Like we have festivals being sort of sponsored by charities and that institutions, but what are the different ways in which both educational institutions and philanthropic outlets contribute to building this reading culture?
Yeah, thanks, Aishwarya. I'll respond to your first question briefly and then take your second question, the opening question. See, I think it's amply clear that it is the shorter format, audiovisual kind of content that is getting consumed in a space where there is a fight for fragmented attention, which attention is already fragmented, and there is a fight for that space, right? That's the reality. But at the same time, what's also happened is, the last few years have democratized access to both the writers as well as the readers. That's also a reality, right? Now, I'm in complete agreement with what many of the panel members said, which is, despite the advent of digital media in such a big way, books, book festivals are still being sought after. I mean, I guess partly it is because people want validated expert opinions rather than just what is getting peddled on, let's say, WhatsApp or wherever, right? So when you come to a book or when you come to a newspaper, you are getting a validated opinion and people value that, right? And in my own limited space of running the publications wing for our university foundation, I have seen that both digital and print coexist. Of course, digital is growing faster and they need needed to be presented a little differently. But it's not as if the demand for print has reduced in any way. In fact, wherever, and the principle that we have followed is, wherever there are multiple people accessing something, you should give it in print. If it is personalized, then you give it in digital, right? There's some principles that you can follow, but there is no doubt in my mind that the print runs are as important and, in fact, growing. I was recently talking to one of the leading Kannada authors, and he was telling me that it is true of his books as well, right? While digital is all talked about, and it is good to sort of, create a certain visibility, the actual sale is of the physical books. So this is my first response to your first question, right? Now let me go to your second question on where does, philanthropic institutions like the Azim Premji Foundation step in, right? Now, couple of things, okay. One is, public libraries need to be supported, right? Karnataka alone has 6,000 public libraries, right? And in Karnataka, we are fortunate to have a committed senior government officer who sort of felt that, look, this should be supported. And we said, look, we will be very happy to provide you the funding to improve the quality and availability of books in your library. So, and it is 6,000 libraries, public libraries in Karnataka, right? So, philanthropic institutions can step in because the government may not always have the wherewithal for this, right? That's one kind. The second kind is, recently somebody met us and said, look, there is wonderful regional language literature coming out of India, but if you want international recognition to happen, these need to get translated into English and to other European languages. If it doesn't happen, meaning if you don't get published in Paris Review or in Granta or whatever, you don't stand a chance to be counted amongst the world's literary giants, right? Now, I know that there is a team in Bangalore of philanthropists who have stepped in and said, look, let's do it, right? So they have supported an organization now to take good quality regional literature, translate it to English, and then get it published elsewhere. So that's the second example. I can go on, but let me pause here.
This is excellent, sir. I'm reminded of how basically before Banu Mushtaq's Heart Lamp won the International Booker Prize, Red Lungi was published in Paris Review. So that was, that I think is kind of coming back to the core of how you give people, the world, a taster of our regional language writing. And I am wary of the word regional because, like Paul Zacharia was saying this morning, that's like a slightly disputable label. So I would say Indian language writing in, in the local ecosystems that could be having a thriving readership in their languages might be virtually unknown outside. And so I think translators, translations do a great job there. And I'm glad for the space that still exists in our, media ecosystem to, support translations. And I see that if there's a boom in support for translations, that's going to enrich the entire reading culture of the country. And so that was going to be my next question also, to do with how much do you think the future of literature is going to be sustained by translations and also media adaptations? Like, for instance, with Aadiji Vitam, basically, the movie is bringing people back to the book. And so that kind of, how much do you see this kind of interaction between different forms of media enriching reading? I would address that to Mayura, ma'am.
Thank you. Firstly, let me address the translations bit. If you see a lot of spaces abroad, a lot of countries abroad, they have specialized translation grants that are given. So when you go to these book festivals and you go to rights tables, the minute you want to acquire a book, the government does give you the fund for translations. I believe the Tamil Nadu government here in India has given that leeway. Yes. But I believe that if all of our states do step up, it's not a huge thing. It's not going to take a huge toll on the state's budget as well. But if those budgets are allocated properly, I believe that translations, especially from India, can reach another level and another height, because it is the both public-private partnership that comes into play here, which can, allow it to become much huger than it is today. And that exchange of narratives does help us understand the different cultures and the different spaces and the different kind of lifestyles that each of the states, adopts. So I believe that should happen. And this cross-functional behavior of getting, movies into books and, into, say, books into graphic novels into animes and all of that. I believe this has existed and coexist for a very long time. And I believe that it works both ways, where sometimes when you read that book and you go watch the movie, maybe you don't feel that fulfilled. But at the same time, because that fulfillment is not there, people do come back to, reading the books as well. So I believe that this is an amazing complementary sort of a nature that happens with this. And I believe that this will help either spaces grow. And I think it's amazing to see that as well. I also like a lot of things, like a lot of articles are turned into books by the end of the day. A lot of short stories are then, commissioned to be like, okay, make them into, bigger literary pieces. So it's something, I think in economics you call them complementary services here, I would say, not good. So I think it's a very, very amazing space to be in. And yeah, when now there are there are short series, endless ways of experimentation. So yeah, I think it's very good. It was a past, it is a present, and it definitely is going to keep complementing in the future as well.
Thank you. And yes.
I think she's very right. I completely agree with her. Coming from a print perspective, when it comes to translations, more newspapers, more periodicals need to focus, as I said earlier, about the English translations. In fact, we at Deccan Herald often carry a full book special page on translated works, whether it is Tamil, Telugu, Bengali, Hindi. What it does is it gives perspective. It preserves that memory. It gives that cultural grounding. And we should not hesitate to become multimedia in that sense. The same, let's say we have carried a review of a translated work of Arunav Sinha. Then we convert it into a podcast along with Arunav Sinha, make it into a reel, or make it into an immersive story which has data journalism, which has a little bit of motion graphics. This is how you can evolve. This is the only way, I think, because you cannot ignore multimedia. You cannot ignore that today we are not just print. We cannot just call ourselves legacy media and sit there. We will just be stagnating.
Sure. And I also want to bring this conversation to the idea of yes, print media still has a certain kind of role in shaping the larger narrative, and then there are many other forms that sort of go on and supplement this. But that sort of brings me to the elephant in the room before we run out of the time, that I want to talk about how much there is this particular instance where in our previous discussion as well, on how Chicago Sun came out with a reading list that had AI-generated titles in recommended reading. And so I think the elephant in the room is AI and the way it's damaging the credibility of different forms of media, the flood of slop and the way it's eroding our attention spans. I think it kind of, I don't know if we are really facing up to this challenge, because how do you deal with the fact that respectable publications go on and print unverified reading lists with non-existent books? Meena Kandasamy has been tweeting about how there's a book of hers that has been just hallucinated by AI but added to Mysore University syllabus. So how do we deal with this challenge is something I would like to ask all the media people here.
Do you want to take it up first?
Fascinating.
Because I have many things to say. I don't want to hog the conversation.
I think we can all add one point. And a tool is as good as a user. So I think a lot of technology is going to evolve, it is going to come about, and it's something that's beyond our control. Now, how we use it, especially people with responsibility and people who are addressing a large audience, it is a responsibility to use it. See, technology is meant to empower you, it's meant to help you, not replace you or, that is why it's born. But with the way, and I believe that we're just seeing the surface of what AI can deliver to us. Because AI is not a new concept. We've been, all of us have been unknowingly using AI for what? For more than a decade now, through our mobile phones and all of that. So it's nothing new. It's just that it became consumer facing now. So a tool is as good as you use it. And it is scary because in terms of productivity, in terms of turnaround, it does marvelous things as well. But can it completely replace creativity? Because by the end of the day, AI creates things that already exist in the world. They're gathering information from everything that is already being put somewhere. It's not something new coming out. However, I will go back to the point saying a tool is as good as its user, and if you use it to help you, great. If you're going to use it to make you brain dead, then I feel sad for the people who do that.
Well, yeah, Meena Kandaswamy is very right. AI has led to a collapse of trust. That's what she says, a collapse of literary integrity. But let us pause here and ask, yes, there are AI clickbait reviews, there are PR puff pieces, AI listicles, all of them are there. But I think this is the moment where we pause and say that this is the critical time where I feel human intervention is more necessary, not less.
Yes. Absolutely.
Because who are the gatekeepers for these hallucinations? Totally. Who is going to prevent that hallucination from becoming a headline? We need more fact-checking rigor, and that will only come from humans. And secondly, I think it's ridiculous for us in that sense to become ostriches and say we will just ignore AI and it is going on. We have to confront it. It has to be part of our editorial frameworks. It already is in many ways. But we have to merge AI's efficiency and speed with human storytelling and empathy. That is the only way to go forward. Because AI can be a very good tool. It can do your chores for you. It can do your regular reporting. It can free up space in your mind for you to do those long-form journalisms that I have been talking about for investigative pieces, for data checking, for rigor. Where do you have the space? Because for a newspaper, it's very hard for them to give a reporter like for 3 days to say, go and do a deep dive on garbage mafia in Bangalore, for instance. We don't have that kind of space. We don't have that kind of resource. Long-form journalism is human resource intensive. It is time intensive. It needs money. It needs investment. But I think we can use AI to do this investment and make it a revenue-generating model. Long-form journalism can become a revenue-generating model if we use AI to help us do our chores, so that we can get the people back, because there are people willing to read. It is untrue that people are not willing to read. People are willing to read. People want to. They are tired of all the clickbait fatigue. They have a clickbait fatigue. They want nuance. They want accuracy. It is just for us to blend those two together.
And yes, sir.
Fortunately, in Telugu, the AI is not as effective as in English. AI tools are still learning Telugu, except ChatGPT and Perplexity. They are doing somewhat better, but all other tools are very primitive in their Telugu expression. So we cannot use as it gives. So mostly what journalists are doing now is prompting in English and getting content in English, and again manually translating into Telugu. And regarding books and literature, the AI tools doesn't have enough content with them, so that they cannot give full-fledged reviews or summaries. So that is one limitation. But still, some tools are summarizing Telugu books also, and also giving reviews, and sometimes incorporating inaccurate and false, hallucinated content also, information also into it. So right now, the AI tools are not ready to use for Telugu journalism. It's still evolving, and the AI tools are still learning Telugu.
Yeah. And yes, sir?
No, See, one is, while I recognize the point that Mr. Srinivas made, see, it's a fact that those tools are getting better exponentially, right? What was not possible 6 months ago is possible today, right? And it will be, what is not possible today will be possible in 3 months from now. That's the reality of how fast that change is happening, right? It is clearly more efficient, it is often more accurate, and it's certainly faster, right? This is the reality of what we are seeing, right? Now, the biggest challenge, and I say this because we work in school education, the biggest challenge in my view is that it is compelling people to outsource thinking.
True.
See, young students who don't grapple with an issue and in the process of failing and learning, that's how you learn, right? I mean, you make mistakes, you learn, you improve on it, your teacher tells you something. Now, because this very handy tool has become available, thinking is getting outsourced. This may have a serious effect on future generations. That's my problem.
Definitely, sir. As besides being a translator, I'm also an academic, and I see that every day. It's it's an existential terror I confront in my classrooms. So, like this idea that the effort is worth putting in. That it's not just about the output, it's not about optimizing efficiency alone, but the process is important, is something we are trying to convince other people about as well. And that sort of also leads up to the next question. So if it's only the output that gets the spotlight, what becomes then to the tag of author? Because now that's the other challenge that we talk about, because they say Kindle is flooded with AI-generated books. So, what is the mystique of the author persona still intact? Or is it likely in the near future to be just erased by this flood of AI slop?
No, I do not think that will happen. Eventually people will, there is a churn, yes. Everybody is a blogger, everybody is a writer, everybody wants to tweet, everybody is a reel maker. Yes, there is a churn, but what will survive out of this churn? What will survive is what has value. And when people start looking for value, they will return to the books. There will be a return to authenticity. There will be a return to nuance, because AI will miss out all of those things in that sense. So
there will be tools which validate non-AI content, like GM-free foods, stamping. There will be stamping on books also. It's completely AI-free.
Just to add on, there was this interesting study about brand versus personalities, right, in terms of influencers and all of that. So I think the generations today, like, say, I would say maybe 25 below, apparently trust faces and personalities and lives more, right? Which is why this influencer boom came about. So I believe that that value of who's writing it and why they're writing it and what is their credentials of writing or telling the story or being in the video, whatever, that also does matter. And right now, of course, can you grow in no time? Yes, you can grow in no time. Can you grow without credibility sometimes? Yes. But I do believe that at least for the digital natives, as of now, that face is important. However, what we need to understand is the next generation coming about. Like how, I was in the cusp. I came in when the dial-up internet came about. But we need to understand that AI is going to be their operating system. Do you get it? That's what they get into. That is going to be their life. Now, is this going to challenge the way you think or how much of intellect you use? Or is it going to give you another level of intellect to kind of go beyond what mundane questions we think right now? Do you know what I mean? There's this really, is it okay, can I take one more minute?
Yeah, please.
There's this really cool example of a friend's child. So what happened was they said, they were like, okay, the grocery prices are going up, every week. I'm sorry, the grocery prices are going up. And they're like, okay, every week X, Y, Z is our expenditure. So what this kid did was, took the, picture of the bill of this, of the grocery, this thing, and they gave it to AI and asked how overpriced or what is the pricing like. So the AI gave the answer saying that, 30% is something where you're buying it overpriced. Maybe you can find this in these markets in Bangalore where you can get it at this thing and optimize your grocery list. So, I mean, it's fascinating that I think that kid was 7 or 8, could use the technology in that manner as well. So you're leaping forward with that thinking. So I think that yin-yang will exist because it is going to be an operating system and the way of the world.
They'll probably laugh at us for using Google to search.
Yeah, sorry?
Probably these kids will laugh at us for using Google to search.
Exactly. So I think like it's a big acceptance that we need to do, but I do believe that there will be a higher order thinking also that will come about with this change, hopefully. Like, I was quite fascinated when that kid did that, when nobody else thought of doing that, to be honest, to use the technology that way.
I'm sure our parents' generation must have, looked at us as biscuits for whipping out our Google. So this might just be a recurring phenomenon. But I am also concerned in that sense about what some of the other panelists have also raised, which is, in a sense, if they by default turn to, say, ChatGPT or Perplexity to kind of come up with an answer the way maybe we turn to Google, is that going to get them accustomed to a certain flat kind of a writing style, which will probably rob them of their ability to deal with complexity in writing, is a thing that I am concerned about as a, writer who puts a lot of effort into how I write. My personal signature is as distinct and important to me as, any part of my body. So is there a certain flattening of style that you see happening across different forms of media? I see it all the time on LinkedIn, for instance, like all posts look like they were all written by the same person. And, they have all this like 3 checkpoints, like, 3 line and full stop. And the sameness overwhelms, That's something that I am worried about. If we get accustomed to this kind of reading, what will we do with, like, say, 1,000-page epics? Can we even expect a readership to survive for that?
Yes, sir. I'll just take that and connect it to a couple of other points, if you don't mind, Aishwarya.
Sure.
See, this flatness or sameness that you talked about, I can see it in multiple forms. I was recently at one event, and there were 3 speakers, and they were all due to speak on the same topic. And all of them had taken it from ChatGPT. And when they started, you could see the flow of thought and the points that were being made were all similar, right? It, of course, requires a discerning mind to pick that up. But it's very clear that that flatness or sameness that you called, or what called out, does happen, right? Now, connecting to your point on translations, see, it's quite possible that, the translations will be faster. But, will you get an AI translation of Samskara which is as good as what A.K. Ramanujan did? I am very skeptical. Right?
Not at all. I mean,
because there is a certain flavor and feel that the translator provides, which is human, right? So this flatness, I completely agree with you. Today it exists. Whether that will also get overcome, because it's very difficult to predict the future, right?
True. I mean, as of now, there are many people who sort of very casually misjudge the role of a translator, thinking, oh, you just can do some edits on a Google Translate version and turn it in, right? Like, how much time do you need? I had a professor who said, like, there was a legal document of 300 pages that people expected in 2 days, saying, like, sir, you can run it through Google Translate, do some little bit of editing. So those kind of misconceptions still exist. And so I am concerned, on the one hand, also about this flatness of style, but also how much, if you think of reading as a mental gym, how much of that mental gym are we taking away because of this flooding of sameness and flatness is very worrying to me. So, yeah.
If you feed ChatGPT your writings, a volume of your writings, it starts emulating you. It can write stylized writing also. If we keep on feeding your works, and it writes in your style. So, as Vasudeva said, soon we'll see the stylized writing also. Then we have to see how we should retain our manual flair in the writing. We have to keep it up and should not feed it to the machine.
Yeah. And also, it's like the superior imitation is still an imitation, I think, and that remains its limitation. So maybe we need more writers pushing the forms of what, AI has not yet hallucinated before. And that finally brings me to the question of ethics in this whole business. We all know how much piracy has happened in, the existing media, and how much of terabytes of data have been channeled into Meta and all other software being trained, large language models being trained. And so what can the media ecosystem do now to fight this?
I think there is a lot of debate and engagement about this, and even people like Sam Altman have all talked about this, and there are lawsuits also, I'm guessing. So I think it is too early for us to comment on this, like how this will proceed. The media ecosystem can help by sticking to accuracy, sticking to the human intervention that I'm talking about, and using AI as an efficient assistant. It is not your master. Do not concede that space.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I think before one war was won, the other one started, to be honest, with big tech. In terms of ethics, I think the government does have a humongous role to play with competition laws, competition acts, because living in a monopoly and duopoly is not healthy for anybody by the end of the day. And that's exactly what's happening to our industry. And it is advantages also for, say, the people who are, governing us at the moment, to also have the aspect of, good social media and all of that. But if competition laws become a little stricter, if revenue is distributed a little bit more with more consideration, then I believe both can coexist. Otherwise, you're just, a lot of, at least newer media houses or even other media houses, it is like running towards a wall by the end of the day. But I do believe with proper revenue distribution and good competition laws in place, there's a good space. And for the AI, I think they're investing a lot in contextual and perception and empathy. So the training for that, there's a humongous level of investment going. So the flatness is going to go very soon.
Could you possibly expand a little bit on what you mean by, bettering the revenue sharing model? Because I'm sure people here will appreciate what could we do better?
By the end of the day, you need content to run these LLMs. You need content for the answers. You need content for search engines to run, for social media to run. You need content. There are people who make this content, right? And there is a certain amount of revenue that big tech makes through advertising and through data, through many other ways with this content, correct? So if you take, say, 90% of the revenue and leave 10% for the entire ecosystem, then it's a humongous misbalance. Did they come out with the idea first? Yes. Did they come out with a model? Yes. Of course, agreed. But then if we are the one, if publishers and content creators are the one feeding that model, then an accurate level, at least a better revenue share has to happen back to the ecosystem so this content keeps getting churned. Otherwise, it becomes very skewed towards, say, a certain amount of creators doing it, or a certain amount of, it becomes, in a very skewed manner. It can be very one perspective, one dimensional as well. So if you want to keep the democracy alive, if you want to keep creativity alive, if you want to keep diversity alive, you need to make sure the money also goes to some people who can keep rolling that ball. Otherwise, we are all at a loss by the end of the day. If you look at, if you look at the data, 90% is taken by Meta and Alphabet, right? And then, sorry, I would say 80%. Another 10% by retail. That is like by Amazon, Blinkit, and all of that. And it's the rest that is for the rest of the media companies in the whole of India, or the content creators in the whole of India. So that is a very unhealthy space. That's called a monopoly or a duopoly. So it is basic economics and basic human thing to know that if two rule the world, by the end of the day, the rest becomes stagnant. So I think if competition laws become stricter, and if it's looked at seriously, both industries can flourish in a very good manner, basically. That is what I meant by revenue share.
Sure. And as it stands in the lawsuits, Meta's apparently saying, like, we can't pay for the content because we can't afford to, because basically it's just that they've stolen tranches of data, like, since the beginning of print culture. So at this point, how much will they be paying out to anyone remains a moot point. So this was lovely interacting with all of you. And so if all of you could maybe give me a one-line concluding thought on one demand you can make on behalf of your industry, or one maybe promise you see from your industry towards bettering the overall media ecosystem, what would that be? I'll come from
Coming to legacy media, I would say that investing in literary journalism or long form journalism, as you want to call it, makes commercial sense. That is what I think, because then legacy media can lead the way. Eventually, people will want to see the news behind the news. They want the humanization of complex issues. Just reading a reel or a bite-sized news will not give you the whole truth. Eventually, people will come back to news, will look for credibility, will look for authenticity. We are living in an age of artificial intelligence, and I think it is time print media double down to promote authentic intelligence. That is what I would say.
And experience and credibility from legacy media should join with the speed and spread of new media.
True.
Then this combination will give a healthy media. So in which literature also will flourish.
Definitely so.
Yeah, as a foundation and committed to philanthropy, I mean, what we are doing, we will continue to do, probably accelerate, is supporting good literature, bringing it in forms that people can access democratically. It should be something which is in the reach of the common man, and with specific focus on Indian languages. Yeah. That's where I think, as a philanthropic institution, our commitment stands.
Definitely.
I think it's it's a crazy time to be in the media industry. It's a very challenging time. I think it's a time to force us to innovate. It's a time for us to, pull our socks up in every way possible to make sure that we give out the most factual, best, and most engaging content out there. So I believe that, everybody's pulling their socks up for that, and it's wonderful to take up challenges by the end of the day, because that's what, by the end of the day can drive you. So I think it's a good challenging space, and I believe that really good content is going to come out, and I think more credible content is definitely going to be looked at and going to be wanted, and I'm glad that there'll be providers to, give the same. So I believe this mix would actually accelerate and push our industry a little bit more.
Thank you very much. Those were very positive thoughts that all of us concluded on, and that leaves us with a lot of hope. We started by talking about dwindling media space, but I think all of us have given so many actionable points for the media ecosystem to flourish and for storytelling to flourish. And this has been a lovely experience moderating this panel. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the speakers. So that was the session presented by Minera Steel Power Private Limited. And once again, a small information to all of you. As I said before, there is a small change in the slots, the upcoming slots. Just 2 sessions are interchanging in terms of the session-wise and as well as timings-wise. Please kindly note this. The session which is scheduled at 4 p.m. to 4:50, the session is From Page to Frame, the literary soul of Indian parallel cinema, where the speakers will be Adur Gopalakrishnan and Girish Kasaravalli in conversation with Archana Vasudevan. This is happening at 3 p.m. means 3 to 3:50 p.m. This session is happening. And the session which is supposed to be at 3 to 3:50, that is Narrating the Nation, Writing History Between Empire and Republic, where the speakers will be Manu Pillai in conversation with V.S. Kaikasi. This is happening at 4 to 4:50 p.m. So kindly please note this. 2 ಸೆಷನ್ಗಳು ಇಂಟರ್ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. 4 ರಿಂದ 4:50 ಸೆಷನ್ 3 ರಿಂದ 3:50 ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ 3 ರಿಂದ 3:50 ಇರುತ್ತಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಸೆಷನ್ 4 ರಿಂದ 4:50 ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಟರ್ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿದೆ 2 ಕೂಡ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆ ಒಂದು ಮಾಹಿತಿ. ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ
ಹೀಗೆ ಲೈವ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಶುರು ಆಗಿದೆ ಬಂತು ಬಂತು ಬಂತು
around the world. Manasi Prasad is a recipient of several awards in music, including the prestigious Bismillah Khan Yuva Puraskar from the Sangeet Natak Academy, Government of India, Shanmukhananda Yuva Kalakar Puraskar, Ganakala Shri from the Karnataka Ganakala Parishad, Swaralaya Bharati from Malleshwaram Sangeeta Sabha, Rotary Brigade Young Achievers Award and others. She is an empaneled artist of the Indian Council for Cultural Relation. She was the first museum director of the Indian Music Experience Museum, which is a prominent art center of Bengaluru.
And let me welcome the co-artists as well. Mattur Vishwajitji, who is playing violin. Aishwarya Manikarnike, playing veena. Adamya Ramanand, playing mridangam. And Adarsh Shanai, playing tabla. Welcome you all. And yes ma'am, over to you. Thank you so much.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈ ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಒಂದು ವಾತಾವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ, ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ವೇದಿಕೆನ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸತೀಶ್ ಚಪರಿಕೆ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಜೊತೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಟೀಮ್. ಸೊ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಈ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಜೋರಾದ ಒಂದು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. Water is the giver of life. Water is life itself. But water is also the symbol, a metaphor, an idiom, an expression of many qualities, many emotions. In this concert, it is our endeavor to explore the various facets of water. We are all wearing blue, so that is a facet of it, that it is blue. But beyond that, what does water mean to all of us? The first composition is where water is a metaphor for purity. Jamuna ka nirmal pani, sheetal hot sharira, chalo man jamuna tira. Composition of Mirabai in Rag Hamsadhvani.
चलो मन चलो मना गंगा जमुना गंगा जमुना तीरा चलो.
Please cut the sharp, it's very sharp.
चलो चलो मन गंगा जमुना जमुना का निर्मल जमुना का निर्मल पानी शीतल होते शरीरा जमुना का निर्मल पानी शीतल होते शरीरा चलो मन गंगा जमुना चलो मन गंगा जमुना बंसी बजावत गावत कान्हा कान्हा बंसी बजावत गावत कान्हा संग लिया मुझे बेरा बंसी बजावत गावत कान्हा संग लिया मुझे बेरा मेरा प्रभु गिरिधर सरी सनी सा गंगा जमुना गप गरी रि गरी सनी सरी गप गरी गरी सरी सनी गंगा जमुना
Sometimes water is a symbol of a gamut of emotions, a tumult of emotions within our heart. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾಂಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ತಮಿಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂತಹ ಭಾವೋದ್ವೇಗವು ಸಮುದ್ರದ ಅಲೆಯಂತೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕವಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲೈಪಾಯುದೆ ಕಣ್ಣ ಎನ್ ಮನಂ ಅಲೈಪಾಯುದೆ ಉನ್ ಆನಂದ ಮೋಹನ ವೇಣುಗಾನಮದಿಲ್ ಅಲೈಪಾಯುದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಕೊಳಲಿನ ನಾದ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲೆಗಳಂತೆ ಭಾವನೆಗಳು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
அலைபாயுதே கண்ணா என் மனம் அலைபாயுதே அலைபாயுதே கண்ணா என் மனம் அலைபாயுதே ஆனந்த மோகன வேணுகானமதில் அலைபாயுதே கண்ணா ஆனந்த மோகன வேணு
Water in its most powerful form is probably signified by rain. From the gentle pitter-patter of the raindrops to the downpour of a thunderstorm, it can calm us, it can excite us, it can frighten us, and it never fails to bring joy. The association between rain and music is one that has been there since time immemorial. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಈ ಒಂದು ರಾಗ ಹಾಗೂ ಕೃತಿಯ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಕಥೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬಹುದು. ಮುತ್ತುಸ್ವಾಮಿ ದೀಕ್ಷಿತರು ಕ್ಷಾಮದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ, ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಎ ಡ್ರೌಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕನ್ ರೀಜನ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಜನರ ಒಂದು ದುಃಖದ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಅವರು ಭಗವತಿಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು ರಾಗವನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸಿ ಅದರಿಂದ ಅವರು ಸಲಿಲಂ ವರ್ಷಯ ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತ ಹಾಡಿದಾಗ there was a downpour of rain. This is the raga Amrita Varshini and Ananda Amrita Karshini, creation of Muthuswami Dikshitar.
na आनन्दामृतकर्षिणि 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 अमृतवर्षिणि हरदि पूजिति शिवे मनिया श्रीनन्दनादि संरक्षिणि श्रीनन्दनादि संरक्षिणि श्रीनन्दनादि संरक्षिणि श्रीनन्दनादि संरक्षिणि श्री गुरु श्रीनन्दनादि संरक्षिणि श्री गुरुकुलजननी चिद्रूपिणि सानन्दहृदय निलये सदये सत्य सुवृष्टि हेतवे सानन्दहृदय निलये सदये सत्य सुवृष्टि हेतवे सन्ततं चिन्तये सगमवनि सन्ततं चिन्तये निसबनि समबनि सनि सगमवनि सन्ततं चिन्तये सलिलं वर्षय 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 सलिलं वर्षय सलिलं वर्षय सलिलं 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 वर्षय सलिलं वर्षय
Water also represents depth, calmness, and going inward within ourselves. This next composition asks us to imagine the beautiful ocean, not just any ocean, but Kshira Sagara. And in the midst of this deep and calm and endless ocean lies Lord Padmanabha. This is Sagara Shayana Vibho, composed and made immortal by M.D. Ramanathan. Prabhu ಸೊ ವಾಟರ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೆನಿ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಟು ಮೆನಿ ಪೀಪಲ್. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನೀರನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತೀಕ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನವು ದೋಣಿ ಥರ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅದು ನದಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೋ ನಾವು ಹಂಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಬೇರೆ ದಾರಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಅದೇ ಜೀವನ. ಸಮಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ವಿ ಗೋ ವಿತ್ ದ ಫ್ಲೋ, ಸಮಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ದ ಫ್ಲೋ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ರಿಮೈಂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಸ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಲೆಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಫ್ಲೋ. ದೋಣಿ ಸಾಗಲಿ, ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಲಿ, ದೂರ ತೀರವ ಸೇರಲಿ. This is an immortal composition that many of you would be familiar with. So let us listen to this. ಜೋರಾಗಿ. ಹಾ 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 ಹಾ. ಹಾ ಹಾ. Lovely. Once more. Ha 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 ha. ಜೋರಾಗಿ. Ha ha ha. Together. Ha ha. With that, we come to the end. Thank you all once again for being a wonderful audience. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಂಡದವರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಹಾಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಸಾಥ್ ನೀಡಿದಂತಹ ಅದಮ್ಯ, ಮತ್ತೂರು ವಿಶ್ವಜಿತ್, ಐಶ್ವರ್ಯ, ಆದರ್ಶ್ ಹಾಗೂ ನಾನು ಮಾನಸಿ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಲಾ 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 ಲಾ. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ವಿ, ಜೋಗಳ ಹಾಡ್ಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬಾಕಿ ಇದೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಖುಷಿ ಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ತುಂಬ ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ತುಂಬ ಮಧುರವಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತು ನನ್ನದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ತುಂಬ ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ತಮಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಭಿಕರ ಪರವಾಗಿ. Ladies and gentlemen, have you enjoyed? Very nice. Okay. Anyways, next session, I mean to say like we are having 2 more sessions, after which we have award ceremony. And today's award ceremony is all about short story competition. And after which we have one more stage performance, that is in resonance. He participated in our last fest, that is the first edition of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2024, and he shared his review or the feedback and how he was a part of that show. And he mentioning very clearly, I mean here he mentioned the message which Sanchana is going to read now.
So Yan Sukurma said that not just a lit fest but a cultural fest. There are many literary festivals, but this one is centered on South Indian literature. This is the unique quality of the Book Brahma Literature Festival. It was conducted in a highly professional manner with a creative outlook. It was not just a literary festival, but also a cultural celebration, incorporating music, cinema, theatre, and even an exhibition of paintings alongside literature. As a participant, I felt very happy to be a part of it.
So this was the message of Shri N. Sukumaran. I think ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಅಂದರೆ ಕೊನೆ ಬಾರಿ ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ರು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಬಾರಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಾರಿ ಇನ್ನೆಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋಂಥ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಕಳೆದ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ನೀಡಿದರು. ಅದು ಈ ವರ್ಷ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಕೂಡ, ಅದು ಸಂತೋಷದ ಸಂಗತಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ವಿಚಾರ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ವ್ಯೂವರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಲೈವ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ಈಗಲೂ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರನ್ನು ನಾವು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೂಡ, ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿಸ್ ಲೈವ್ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್, ಏಜ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಹೈಲೈಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಯಿತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, the first content or maybe the whole Book Brahma content, videos or the discussions and generally what the videos are we're going to upload on the social media, that is reaching the people offline or online, if I can mention, that is reaching to the people of age group between 22 to 45, which is appreciable I think. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಜನರೇಷನ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದ ಅಭಿರುಚಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ದ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ವೇರ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ನೋ ಆಸ್ ವೆಲ್. ವೈ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಎಸ್, our generation is, they are getting into this literature and they are trying to write, and we have even young writers as well, which is a very important to note that as well. So that is one thing I want to share. And second thing is the other sessions of tomorrow, ಅಂದರೆ ನಾಳೆ ಕೂಡ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿನವೂ ಕೂಡ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ಸ್, ಐ ಮೀನ್ ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ಸ್ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕದ ಅನಾವರಣ ಇರಬಹುದು ಅಥವಾ ಮಾತುಕತೆಗಳು, ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ. ಸೊ ಬಹುಶಃ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ವೇದಿಕೆನ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅನ್ಕೋತೀನಿ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾನು ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ಲಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ದ ಕ್ರೌಡ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕ್ರೌಡ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಐ ಥಾಟ್ ದಟ್ ಎಸ್, ಯು ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆರ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಟ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಾಳೆ ಕೂಡ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಅಂದರೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಶೋ ಶುರುವಾಗುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಎಸ್, ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಲೋಡಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಲೋಡಿನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥವರು ದ ಫೇಮಸ್ ಫ್ಲೂಟಿಸ್ಟ್, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ ಗೋಡ್ಖಿಂಡಿ ಅವರು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ದ ಟುಮಾರೋ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಶೋ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಲೋಡಿ ಬೈ ಪಂಡಿತ್ ಗಣಪತಿ ಭಟ್ ಹಸನಗಿ. ಹಿಂದೂಸ್ತಾನಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಕಲ್ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ಕಿಂದ ಶುರುವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನಾಳೆ ಕೂಡ. ಅದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮನರಂಜನೆ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ now let's look on to the session which is going to happen now. So that is, and I'm very thankful to everyone here. Why? Because you noted this, whatever the changes happened all of a sudden because of some emergency which we can't avoid. So that is the reason we interchange the sessions and their timings as well. The session actually supposed to be happen as the narrating the nation, writing history between empire and republic, for which the speakers Manupillai in conversation with V.S. Kaikasi. Idu agbekagittu, but this is happening at 4 to 4:50 p.m. So now the session which is going to happen now is from page to frame, the literary soul of Indian parallel cinema. That is going to happen now, and the speakers will be
Adur Gopalakrishnan and Girish Kastravalli in conversation with Archana Vasudevan.
ಸೊ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಕರೆಯೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಸಂಗತಿ, ಬಹುಶಃ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ 2025 ನಿನ್ನೆಯಿಂದ 8, 9, 10 ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ 2025 ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವೇನು ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ, ಸಮಯ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಅದೇ ನಮಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ನಾಳೆಯ ಸಂಜೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಉದ್ದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹದ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಸ್,
The Manipal Academy of Higher Education Mahe presents second edition of the Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025 and is proudly supported by our partners JSW, KSDL, Elsia and Elsita, Akshaya Kalpa Organic, BLDE, Happiest Health, Minera, MSIL, KMF, Netkalappa Sports Foundation, Pali Institute, Ramki Foundation, Sheshadripuram Education Trust, Siri, SKME, Vesco and Zenith Group.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Now we'll move on to the next session. This session is presenting by our session partner, Kambadakone Raitara Seva Sahakari Sangha Limited, Upunda, presents From Page to Frame, the literary soul of Indian parallel cinema,
by Adur Gopalakrishnan and Girish Kastravalli in conversation with Archana Vasudevan.
Join your hands and welcome the speakers on stage.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, Bengaluru. It's such a pleasure to be here on the dais with two veterans of Indian cinema, Sri Adur Gopalakrishnan sir and Sri Girish Kastravalli sir. I'm too humbled to be sharing the dais with both of them today. We'll straight away get into the session without further introduction. Adur sir, I'll start with you. When we started talking about this particular topic, from page to frame, the literary soul of Indian parallel cinema, before coming onto the dais, I wanted to have a conversation with him because I didn't want to make a fool of myself on stage with such two veterans who've done so many films, and I just have one film in my name as a writer. So I spoke to him for a couple of minutes and I asked him, sir, what should we talk about and what should we not talk about on stage? And he said, okay, what's the topic? And I think the topic itself is not that right. Should we start with that, sir? Because the topic says the literary soul of Indian parallel cinema, and you had a different take on it. Shall we start with that? Adur, sir? Yes.
Well, thank you very much for this introduction. Is it all right? Can you hear? Am I audible? Am I audible? Yes. Now I have some problem with this term, parallel cinema. I don't think we are making parallel cinema. We make cinema. Actually, there is, we all try to, both Girish and myself, we have been making cinema, not parallel cinema. We are not parallel to anything. Because the rest of them are making commercial films, rubbish films, and all those qualifications can be given to those films. We are trying to make cinema. Our effort is to make cinema. And cinema, the pursuit of filmmaking is a very noble profession for us. It's a very important profession for us. And we firmly believe cinema has its own language, cinema has its own function in a society, particularly in a society in transition. So it has a responsibility to the audiences. And the most important thing of all is that we respect our audiences. We do not take them for unthinking people, incapable of intellectual capabilities. No. We think we are responsible to every member of the audience, irrespective of place or time. So what we are trying to do is a very important social function. Filmmaking is a very important social function. And we don't use it for making money because we don't see it as a business. We see it as creative endeavor, nothing less than that. So some journalists in the long past, as soon as there were a different kind of films were being made, they termed immediately parallel. We have to screen our films in the same cinemas. We have to use the same equipment that the others use, and there is no separate audience for us. We have to depend on all the infrastructure, but that is commonly used by everybody. So where is the parallel thing? Only thing is that most of the time, when you don't have what is the common imagination of a film should be like, you should have songs, it should have comedy, it should have fights, and all kinds of things, and they think they are very unavoidable factors. They are not. For us, no. For us, what is important is to have a conversation with the audience. We are sharing certain experience with our audiences. We have certain experience, worthwhile experience to be shared with the audiences. So we are addressing the fellow humans, fellow society to see our work and appreciate it, and in fact to carry it as a part of their culture. You don't forget the film that you see inside the hall. You carry it with you. And we also think the cinema should make you think. There is a dictum that I remember Manalsan saying that if you try to make the audience think, you will fail, because the audience doesn't want to think. But we are trying to do that very difficult job of trying to make the audience think. It's very, very important for the audience to think. If you don't think, then what is the meaning for our thinking? It becomes meaningless. So I am very, very pleased and honored to find, even in this dim light, the light is on us, that's why I can hardly see you. But I imagine there is a good audience before me. But I feel very honored that you all came to listen to us. This is very important, and especially this is mostly a young audience, which is even better. This is a remarkable, I should start by saying that this is a remarkable festival where earlier, before we came on the stage, it was, my friend Sukumaran was quoted here as calling it a cultural festival. Yes, in all sense. It's a very beautiful festival which has been conceived, and it is very, very gratifying that the audiences have responded to this festival so well, so overwhelmingly. So the organizers are encouraged to do better and better in the coming years. So let us congratulate the audiences, the organizers, and also the people who support it. So I think by way of introduction, I've talked too much. I'm sure you would like to listen to Girish. Each one gets a mic.
Good evening, good afternoon. This, as Adu rightly pointed out, this term, parallel cinema, is not coined by us. It is coined by the film critics for their convenience. In fact, in India, they earlier used to call it as art cinema, and later it became parallel cinema. I would rather prefer a parallel cinema than art cinema. Art cinema has a connotation which is very derogatory. In other parts of the world, like in Europe, they call it art cinema. In America, they call it indie cinema, independent cinema. So it's for their convenience, And we make films, as Arjun rightly pointed out, so that we want to say something, communicate with the audience and with the viewer, and share our views. The only difference that differentiates, only factor that differentiates between serious cinema and the popular cinema is that in the mainstream cinema, they look at audience as a consumer. This is basically a market strategy, and the terms and the philosophy they adopt is actually the markets. Whereas we don't do that. For us, it's in transactional analysis, they say, adult-to-adult communication. It's not, this one to child, adult to child. It's adult-to-adult communication. We try to do that. While making films, what we are trying to say is that I look at this particular situation from this angle. Please come to this one and let us share. If you have difference of opinion, we accept it. But this is the way of exchanging ideas. So that's why in Sanskrit as aesthetics, they don't call it as viewer or audience, they call it Sahrudayas. So that's what we are trying to say.
All right. So, Girish sir, you made a wonderful documentary on Adur sir, Images or Reflections. I'm sure most of you would have watched it. I have a question related to that because there's, I think it was the critique Sri Venkateswaran sir who made a point about his films that creative process begins with experience. That's the statement. If you believe so, how does your personal experience shape the stories you choose to tell?
See, when we use this term experience, we would like to want you to quantify it, you know. So experience, do you mean to say we only those experiences which have undergone to be included? No. We also read, we also listen to other people's stories, and then, you know, we start imagining certain things. That way, that becomes our experience. Sometimes things that is not in the realm of my experience, still I imbibe it because I listen to their stories and I talk to them, I gather information and collect information. Then, you know, by our own imagination, we create that expression. So that's why when people say only that, those experiences which has come on my way will give me material for my film, I don't agree with that. We also collect information, we read paper, we read, you know, we through discussion or sometimes through, you know, these things, we gather a lot of information. That becomes the source for our film, you see.
Right. Adur sir, if, just a follow-up question to that, if creativity starts with experience, if you believe so, does that mean every film begins with a certain memory?
Before answering your question, I want to say that there are much wrong things about the nomenclature. Usually in our context, we are called directors. It's a very wrong term. We are filmmakers. We are not film directors. Film director immediately means, it's a term actually, you know, if you look at the history of cinema and history of theatre, it's a term borrowed from theatre. So we are not just directing anybody. We are making the film. This is a big difference between directing and making. So I hope I can say Chalachitrakara. Is it right in Kannada? In Malayalam, we say Chalachitrakaran, filmmaker. So we belong to that category, where it is like, I can tell you, you know, a lot of people say this actor is there, that the other actors is there, so many people are involved in it. How can you call it your filmmaking and all that? It is like an architect building. So many people are involved in the construction of the building. But it is his plan, his vision of how the final structure should look like. The same thing is true of the filmmaker. He is involved, but you don't see him. The layman thinks the actor does the role himself. People think that they create the film. They are the makers of the film. But we are the makers of those actors. No, the actors are made by us, actually. Because sometimes, even people who do not even realize they are acting, they are brought in and they are used. We use the technology of cinema to say a certain thing in very strong, very, very close close-ups, in very long, lengthy, long shots, in various ways with different lightings and different times of the shooting, etc. We can manipulate figures, their acting, their poor performances can be improved. So you don't have to necessarily be a great actor, like on the theater, in the theater. In the theater, the actor has to emote. There is a continuity for him in acting, but that is absent in filmmaking. What we do is, after having written the script, we cut it into pieces. We really cut it into pieces, breakdown. They call it breakdown. It is broken down into different locations and scenes. If an actor has been booked for 3 days' work, those sequences will be shot first. If he is a busy actor, immediately his things will. There is actually the actual making of the film is not in a chronological order. Finally, because you have the one man has the vision. None of the actors have a vision of what they are doing. They are just doing for that particular scene, that particular role. So I tell my actors, whether important or unimportant in terms of public idea about them, I tell them, you are not acting to an audience. You are acting to me. You have to satisfy me. If I am happy, you don't tell me I am happy about my performance. Don't tell me. I have to feel happy. So you are acting to me. Whereas the general audiences in the theater believes it is the actor who performs on his own, and he has been acting like that. How wonderful! The more artificial and the more concocted the acting is, they clap and enjoy much more. So there has been the practice of the so-called directors asking, acting the performers, more strength, more, put it more, louder. The expression should be, all that. So the poor actor does that, and he looks vulgar on the screen most of the time, because actually you have to really behave as an actor, I tell them. And many of them are very talented people, no doubt about it. I have worked with real stars and also very unknown people. They have potential. They are very potential actors. But then we don't require their performances. We don't even want their interpretations of the role. All that they can do on the theater, not in cinema, not in the kind of films we are making. Because that's why I keep telling my audiences are always misinformed. They have to be told from time and again that the films are made, the acting for films. I have even written a long article, long back I wrote an article called The Limits of Acting. How the acting is, the idea of performance is transferred to the people. It is being shown to the people, how it is done. So the actor cannot, as you know, the actor cannot act for a close-up. He cannot act for a long shot, He can just perform, that's all. So overacting is normally taken for great acting. Any number of examples are there. Of course, they are all in bad films, so they don't count. So you won't see that in our films. Nobody will overact because we don't let them act like that. So we are just filmmakers. We are not parallel filmmakers. We are filmmakers. We are making cinema. Thank you.
Okay. So I remember KPSC Lalita ma'am talking about this particular aspect in your documentary, Girisa. She was saying that I had no idea what I was doing. Every time Adur sir directed me or told me, well, this is the dialogue, this is what you need to do. You don't have to know the story. I have the story, so just believe in me. So while I was listening to Adur sir, that reminded me how she was emotional when she was talking about that and how she believed the filmmaker and not the script per se. Another question to you, Girisa. You have, both of you, have often been called as artists who responded to your time, like socially, politically, culturally. Was that a natural process? Anybody, I mean, both of you, I think it's the same with both your films. It's not clear? Okay. And my question is, both of you as filmmakers, you've always been called as filmmakers who responded to their time, socially, politically, culturally, in every way. Was that a natural process or was that a choice?
Well, let me make one thing clear. No film or no human activity is science politics. Whether we sit here or whether sit there, it's a choice and we have made the choice, and that itself is a political action. So if somebody says this film has a political connotation, this doesn't, I don't agree with that at all. It is either pro status quo or it questions status quo. So you are on this side of the fence or that side of the fence. You cannot be neutral in art. You cannot be neutral in literature. There's nothing called neutral literature. There's nothing called neutral cinema at all. Having said that, we need to see what happens very many times, when we talk about cinema, what we analyze is only the content, the plot. Plot is not cinema. Plot is not cinema. Cinema is the vision. Through plot is only a means to drive home the vision of the filmmaker. And if at all we need to analyze the film, understand the film, we need to finally understand what is he trying to say, what is his world vision. And that makes him, whether he's pro status quo or against the establishment. For me, that is more important. But unfortunately, in Indian art analysis, they give a lot of importance only to the plot. Whether it is theater, reviewing of a play or reviewing of a film, they often say, this is what happens in the film. I tell you a small example, the way how I made a film in 1990 called Mane, the Dwelling. When it was released here, people said, here in the critics wrote, Rajanna and Geeta leaves the village and comes to a city to make their living. And that's how the film, the review continues. But it was reviewed in village voice. He said, there was a cart in a house. It doesn't start with this. Who are these characters? What is the significance? The detail, they pick up the details, and from there they look at the narrative. So for us, the way how we understand, we try to negotiate with the film is quite different. So that's why I keep saying, for your question, there's nothing called, apolitical. Everything is political. And that's why when I wrote this, last year I wrote a book about my films on the lines of, images and this one which I made. I talk about my own journey. There I use the word Rajakiyate, politics. Because in cinema, the politics of imaging is very important. Politics of image is important. It's not the content. It's not the plot. It's the content as manifested in the image of politics and politics of image and politics of imaging. So we need to understand that to make the position of filmmaker's position.
Also, pick up from there. Actually, our commercial cinema particularly, that is what everybody is seeing and that is what they get to see. They don't let you see anything. They always tell you things. People are listening to what the characters are talking. Even for characterization to show that so and so is a bad character. So as an intelligent audience wouldn't want that to be told. It has to be shown in his acts, in the way he speaks, he behaves with others, everything about him. It should come through that. So basically, you go through a life lived by these characters. so that you identify with them, you travel with them. A good filmmaker will do that. He will pose a question in the very beginning, because basically these films are not about status quo. In fact, it breaks status quo. It questions status quo. It disturbs the things. The audience should get disturbed with each vision of these films, each viewing of these films. It's very important. Otherwise, it becomes commonplace. It is boring. I personally don't like to make a film which I already made again. It should be a challenge to me. Then I think if it is a challenge for me to make this film, it should be a challenge to the audience also. It's very important. It refines them, refines their taste, refines their attitude to life and things. And also look at commercial films as it is in line with what is expected always. You go to see a commercial film to see what you already know about. Nothing, you don't carry anything with you after the film. So you are very happy, things are fine. So they were in love, there were many obstacles. Finally they got together. And the parents are happy and they are also happy. This has been going on. But then, when this idea of everything being fine, when it is questioned, that is the first way to think about things differently. We live in the midst of several things that goes on around us, but we don't watch them, we don't observe them. These films, with keen observation, brings to your notice that this is life, this is living. This is living in a society. This is what we are not getting in our real life. How will you get it? In short, it will make the audiences fit to face problems. Instead of you are, there's a saying that poor people, they have worked toiled all the day and they want to forget about all that. That's a very dangerous thing. They should not forget any of the experience. Any experience is well worthwhile to make, draw lessons on. It's very important. So no experience is a bad experience. So if they have toiled during the day, in fact, what they come for entertainment, anyway, what I'm saying is they should not be bored with what you are showing. It's very important. It has to be told in a very interesting way. It should be people, as Girish was explaining, the plot is there to take you along, because the audience should be asking, what is next? What is going to happen to the people on the screen? Finally, how will it is going to end? This interest in their life and what they do makes the film going, makes the experience worthwhile. So that is in order.
Okay. Let me add one more thing. See, this is saying that a good film, for that matter, a good art, makes the familiar unfamiliar and unfamiliar familiar. So that's, I think, this one of all the works of art. To quote Oscar Farabi's famous quote, a good work of art should be like a pebble that gets into your shoe. So it constantly keeps on pricking you, so that you think about that there is a pebble, there is this one in the shoe. So that's why a good work will make you reassess your conceived perception of the real. We are all conditioned to believe certain things as real, but a good work of art will ask you to reassess that. So that's why there's the main difference between the serious cinema and the popular cinema is that popular cinema constantly keeps on driving the plot so that you are hooked to find out what happens next. A serious cinema never tells you what happens next. It addresses the question, how does that happen? There is a difference between what and how. These films tell you how it happened. That's one of the reasons why in some films, especially films of Bresson, in the beginning itself, you know what is the end. So you are no longer, pulled by the narrative. You already know the character is going to commit suicide in the end. Why did she commit suicide? That's how the film, opens up.
Right. So touching upon the concept of artistic freedom specifically, this is something that I always think about as a beginner in films. So when your film deals with an idea or a movement that is kind of against the establishment, how do you deal with it? Because I know both of you as fearless filmmakers, have you had that kind of a problem? Have you ever thought about it while making films? Because this is something that's pricking all of us right now, when you any idea or any movement, if it is against the establishment, how do you deal with it, is my question.
It's actually, I'm not exactly answering you, but I was thinking about in the Indian ethos, people are going to watch a performance. For instance, Kathakali. Those people who are used to watching Kathakali, they know the stories. So they are not going to see Kathakali to find out what happens at the end. No. It's the performance, how you perform. Girish was saying, our films are about how, not what. I am trying to further explain that. See, nobody goes to understand what happens at the end, whether Duryodhana will be killed or not. No, that's not the idea. Idea is how it is performed. That is in the Indian ethos. It is within our Indian aesthetics. No performance is to understand the plot structure. In fact, if you ask me, there is somebody who in the 16th or 17th, 18th century did an analysis of the plots of all plays and performances like this. And he marked it down to 36 plots. His name is George Polty. George Polty analyzed all the stories and said there are only 36 plots and that is all. So you can say only 36 stories. But then each work of art is not about the plot. It's about how it evolves, how beautifully it evolves, like a opening of a flower, how it is happening. It has to happen like that. So every bit of it is beautiful. At the same time, there is a fruition at the end. And again, to quote somebody like Godda, he had said, it should have a beginning and end. Then he says, not in the same order. So, see, it's all talking about the how, not about what you are trying to say. But what you are trying to say comes out at the end. That is ultimately, conveyed like that in newer ways, in more and more original ways. You are presenting it. That's how it happens.
Okay, Girish sir, do you want to add on to what he said or what I asked?
Well, when you question the establishment, you are bound to get kind of, they're going to hit you back. When you have an establishment which is slightly friendly, which thinks the artist's right is to question. Artist's right is not to endorse the views of the establishment, then they accept it. If an establishment thinks the audience job is to popularize the notions or the decision of the government or of the establishment, and if you question that, then you are into some problem. So in 1987, I made a film called Tabarana Kathe, which is about a class 4 employee not getting his pension. And that year, that particular, the film won the Golden Lotus. In the end, the main character, protagonist, gets the pension, but the establishment wants him to contribute to the 25th year of independence. So he gets so enraged, he says, keep the whole money, I don't need the money. And then he says, you idiots, you don't know how to run the country, and walks away. Imagine if I made that film today, it would have been banned. That year what happened, somebody went to Venkatraman, who was the president at the time, and he said, it's a very beautiful film, you must watch it. So invited all the team members. The film was screened in Rashtrapati Bhavan, and they invited all of us. He was very happily greeted all of us and came and sat, and he asked me to sit next to him, and then he was really enjoying it. But I was just noticing his face because I knew this is going to come in the end. And he got so red in his face and stood up, and without wishing anything, he walked away. Just imagine, today, immediately I would have been put in the jail. That's the difference.
Adur sir, this reminds me of your film Mukhamukham, which created such ripples, right, in Kerala. So do you want to add anything to what Girish sir said?
No, actually, Mukhamukham is a very complex work. And see, the politicians and the politicized people have a habit of asking whether it is in favor or not. So there was a pre-publicity before the film was released, and said that Adur is making a film against the Communist Party, which it was not. Now, actually, the film had this very strange, destiny, that within India, it was known as anti-communist. And when it was shown abroad, it was seen as a communist film. So the film remains the same. It is the way you look at it. And also it's a complex film. I don't blame them. It's easy definitions are not possible. You cannot say this is this way or that way. No, you cannot say that. Because I was making an effort to make a film where even when you have seen the whole film, you don't know the person. Normally, the regular concept about storytelling is that you get the feeling of having known somebody very closely. But this here, the Sridharan, the character of this film, the audience would never know. They have been given no chance to know who he is. It's a completely different way of looking at characterization and performance. So I had this very interesting response, absolutely opposed responses to the whole same film. And for a long time I was considered an anti-communist, but I don't belong to any party. I don't follow any party. I consider a free person. I consider myself a free person. I am not anti or for. I think I have to keep this freedom. Even while I am criticizing something that a government does. The only difference is when the Congress government was in power, there also I done a lot of criticism against many of the things, but they never considered me anti-Indian. But today, if you say something, as he said, he can be put in jail. he can be immediately be dubbed. That is this rule. You can be punished. You can be imprisoned without any trial. That's a terrible law. It's a law against the people of this country. So, as a citizen, I'm speaking about it on the stage. So, as a citizen, we are being terrified. Yes? So somebody else is deciding whether you are a pro-Indian or against India. Somebody else is deciding.
Right. All your films, Girish sir and Adu sir, adapted or not, like taken from someone else's story or your own story, they all have a local flavor. I mean, they were all very local, but they reached the international audience all the time, all the films, without, I mean, sparing nothing, right? Like all the films. How did you do that? Is it because of the how you treated the how factor, like you said before, or was there a different mantra or a magic that you did in your films to make it international with your local stories?
Well, I think we all believe that the local is the universal. We don't think there is something called universal, which is not local. If you see, finally, a film communicates or talks to the audience through experience. If you can make an experience concrete, experience become real, then it communicates to anybody. Otherwise, why would we appreciate a film by, say, Ozu or Kurosawa, totally alien to our culture? Why is Iranian film so popular today? Even the people who are not familiar with Islam, this one, they still like those films.
Your film, The Ritual, Gatishraddha, right? Restored
Yeah,
recently.
yeah. Gatishraddha is doing very good going around the world today.
Yes.
And Anantmurthy, it's based on a short story by Anantmurthy. Anantmurthy has a very nice story to narrate. It's a story about a Brahmin community, but he used it in his class when he was in Michigan, And he thought it won't communicate because it's a purely a Brahminical story with Brahminical connotations. But one Irish student came to me and said, "It's my story." I said, "How?" I said, "I have experienced all these things." So that's why in the documentary by O.P. Srivatsava on me, Anantmurthy says, by being local, these filmmakers becoming universal. And if you try to become universal, you neither reach universal nor the local. That's his argument.
All right. So after all these years of storytelling, right, through cinema, what continues to motivate you, Adusa? If you're going to do a film tomorrow, what is it going to be on?
What makes you continue to make films?
Yes.
Yeah, it's my ego. I take great pleasure in making a film and showing it to the audience. Every time, believe me, every time I make a film, I believe that, my God, everybody will come to see it. And every time it doesn't happen. At no time it has happened. But I'm happy there is an audience coming to see these films. So, as a filmmaker, it is our ego to make films and show it to the people. Because our life is devoted to filmmaking. We have devoted our life to filmmaking. So even if you are not in your youth, still you have something to say. There's a film made, the last film of Kurosawa. He had titled it Not Yet. He was very old when he made that film. And it's about an old man, fighting against things. And as a school teacher also, I forget the storyline, but it says not yet. Mother die. It's a great film. So, for even Girish is 10 years younger to me, but as for me, I say mother die.
One last question. Do you feel that the kind of cinema you have stood for still has a future? Do you feel that the kind of cinema that you have stood for still has a future? The kind of films that you have made?
If you look at international cinema, even today, there are many number of filmmakers making these kind of films. If you look at Indian cinema, even in India, there are a lot of youngsters who are making brilliant films. So that keeps my hope alive. I'm not pessimistic. say, look at, the 50s and 60s. There were one Ray, one Ghatak, one Snen, and next, nobody. But today, you may not have an equivalent of Ray, Sen, but you have filmmakers emerging from all across India. There are filmmakers even from places like Gujarat, and Northeastern. Northeastern filmmaking is actually making lots of interesting films, And also, you look at youngsters, they're all coming up with fresh ideas and brilliant, they're experimenting with the medium. They're not, following the traditions, but they're breaking away from the tradition. They're trying to find new idiom. They are finding to find new way of expressing. So that makes me very, optimistic.
Adur sir, my question wasn't clear to you, right? My question was not clear. Should I repeat? Okay, no, I was asking.
You don't have much time anyway.
I don't have time. So should we just go to the audience and take their questions?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Audience, do you have questions?
We have only 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes.
Yeah. You can ask. Just ask loudly. Who are you asking this question to? Adur sir? Can you ask the same question in one sentence? Just ask
Can you ask the question? Don't explain too much. Can you ask me a simple question? I'm not used to very difficult questions.
Sir, my question is, post-COVID, especially after COVID, Indian film, especially the South Indian films, have gone through ideological shifts. We can see different directors have bringing in different genres there. So, but when it comes to recognition of these films, especially state-sponsored recognition, we have been seeing some kind of politics that is being involved here. So, do you think that is problematic? Like, what is your take on this paradigm shift? This ideological shift, the recent changes that Indian cinema has undergone, according to you?
I don't see any ideological shift in Indian cinema. I don't see. Only thing is, see, the cinema, filmmaking has become now very accessible. With the change in technology, they are dimming out lights. We are going to be into the dark now. So, with the change of technology, everybody thinks he can make a film. Because they think it is necessary to understand this language of cinema. That is a problem. Just as Girish was saying, there are a few young people who are trying to do things differently. I agree. And they are the hope, no doubt about it. But you look at the scene as a whole, it's a not very encouraging. I'm sorry to say that. But then, in the past also, you cannot see, there was nothing like everybody was making the same kind of films. We had, when I started making films, there was a lot of struggle to get these films shown and to have an audience, etc. Even today, we are doing the same struggle, believe me. Nothing has changed in that sense. Now, earlier, there were people, many people believed that, they had very set ideas about what a film should be like. Today, in Kerala particularly, we have been insisting that the idea of cinema should be taught to the students. There should be some initiation done at the very low, at the basic level. But unfortunately, what happened was, the people who were, there were texts also, some reference to texts. There have been no detailed things about scripts and about film, etc. There were class texts introduced. Now, we cannot anymore sit on the stage now. So, I take the notice and we will wind up. So.
Yeah, I think that was supposed to be the last question.
Are you happy how the restoration of old classics are getting done? If anything has to be advised. And one more question. As you told, hello, you referred Tabaranakate incident in previous. So if those kind of films need to be restored today by NFI, will they pick because of its theme in current scenario? Thank you.
NFDC has a scheme, NFA has a scheme of restoring all the important Indian films. And we have given a list, a big list. I have given a list from Kannada films and somebody else has given a list from Malayalam, like from. Whether they take it or not, it's left to you. Because now NFA has been merged with NFDC. So the whole, if NFA was there, they would have probably taken up these projects. But now it's left to NFDC. NFDC being a corporation, the priorities are different.
Now we will be thrown up.
Yeah, so thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be here. You are a wonderful audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. That was the session presented by Kambada Kone Raitara Seva Sahakari Sangha Limited, Opunda. So the next session ವೇದಿಕೆ ಅಂಗಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೊ ಕೊನೆಯ ಸೆಷನ್ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದು ಅಂಗಳ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 4ರಿಂದ 4:50 ಕೊನೆಯ ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಜಾನಪದ ಲೋಕದ ವಿಸ್ತರಣೆ, ನವಜಾನಪದ, ನಿಯೋ ಫೋಕ್, ಅ ನ್ಯೂ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಇನ್ ಫೋಕ್ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನ್ಸ್, ದಟ್ Our session partner, Oxykaru presents Narrating the Nation, Writing History Between Empire and Republic.
By Manu Pillai in conversation with V.S. Kaikasi.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands and welcome speakers on stage. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to this session with the versatile writer Manu Pillai. Our session is actually titled Narrating the Nation, Writing History Between Empire and Republic. But I'll have to say something about the something about the author first. Now, all of us know that history is a very interesting subject, but in our schools it may not have been introduced properly. So what happened was that it finally became one of the most boring subjects. So here we have a person who has actually made it very, very interesting so that history has become the most happening subject around. So here is Manu Pillai, who has been writing those incredible works of non-fiction which everybody reads. Now, I don't think I need an introduction to this author. He almost banged into the field with actually a book titled Ivory Throne. I remember going for the launch of this book, and he was sitting in one corner, a small, young, charismatic, charming, handsome boy. And I was wondering whether this is a historian.
I must say, the way you're referring to me as a boy makes it sound like you're 20 years older than me, which is simply not true.
No, but normally we have these common perceptions about historians. See, they should have a prerequisite that is gray hairs.
I have some now.
He's too modest to say that, but just look at him. He's so handsome. He's a gym-going historian. I think perhaps the only one in that league who has actually made it a very interesting topic to discuss about. And also, one nice thing about him is that we have Romila Thapar saying history is not a boring subject. She has said that past is not a static entity. It is something that is dynamic, and it interferes in our present, and also it shapes our future identities. So that is why history is not one of those boring subjects. He has made it what we call as a popular historian. He has made it appealing to everyone. He has made it, he and also his league of writers have actually made that, history is everyone's cup of tea, and it is one subject that all of us should be reading extensively, whatever our literary preferences may be, and it should be discussed. It should be discussed more often and more frequently than what is happening right now. In fact, as I said, I'll be a fool if I have to introduce his books to you. He banged with this one book, that is called Ivory Throne, The Chronicles of Travancore History, where he talks about a person who was almost sidelined in Travancore history. So with that book, he entered the field. And to prove that, he's not a one-book wonder, for that book, he has actually won the Yuva Sahitya Puraskar of Sahitya Academy. And his second book is actually History of the Deccan region. You have from the Khilji era to the Shivaji era, and that too written, personally I feel it is the most structured and well-planned book of Manu. And then comes my favorite book, which I have the honor of teaching to a student in a very culturally sensitive area, where I'll be taking classes on topics like the Muslim deity in the Hindu temple and so on. This is actually a very interesting book where he talks about nuggets of historical tales in a very interesting fashion. You can start this book at any point and end it in any point. It is not a continuation. You have fragments of history woven together. It's a very interesting book. And then he, later in 2019, he has actually published this book titled False Allies, which is again the story of Maharajas in the era of Raja Ravivarma, the renowned painter. And finally, we have Gods, Guns and Missionaries, the most happening book of our times, which is already a bestseller, which actually traces the evolution of Hindutva, or the rise of Hindutva during the Indian colonial period. So this is his trajectory of books. What an illustrious writer, and that too at this very young age. So we are very, very happy to have Manu here. Welcome, Manu.
Thank you, Kaigasi, for the very generous introduction.
So I would like to ask
begin by asking you, you have historians undertake a great mission of talking about, something which will finally culminate in narrating a nation. So sometimes they accidentally or they, intentionally make some deletions and additions which will have an impact on our understanding of history. So what do you think is the mission of a historian in these times?
Well, the mission of a historian is actually not to narrate the nation as I see it, because the moment you start getting into contributing to a national narrative or a sort of uniform narrative for the country and for our people and all of that, then obviously you end up making a selection of certain things as you were indicating and ignoring perhaps other things that don't fit the narrative. In terms of shaping that kind of narrative of history, it's politicians who do it best. It's people who work in the public field who do it. People who are invested in history in a very emotional sense, who want to use history not necessarily as a subject where you inquire and you study, but as something that you use to navigate the present and to sort of change the present and shape the future in a certain way. So that's not really the job of a historian. A historian is supposed to look at history in a far more dispassionate fashion. There are no heroes and villains when you look at history that way. Emotionally, for me as a person, when I read something, there may be heroes and villains. But when I study those historical figures, I'm supposed to suspend that framework of heroes and villains and look at them as creatures who existed in a specific time and moment and behaved in a certain way. And you then investigate why they behaved that way, what the world was in their time, things like that. For that, you have to keep a little bit of a distance. You have to keep your emotions at bay. And you need to, therefore, attend to the subject with an analytical kind of mind. So a good historian is somebody who at least attempts to do that. I'm not making the claim that any historian fully succeeds in this, because again, we are also people who are raised at a certain period of time in history. Our gender, our family backgrounds, education, the economic background you come from, the caste background you come from, all of these things affect the way even historians behave. What subjects interest them, what approaches they take, what perspectives they bring. We are also conditioned by all of this. So we can never claim that we've completely got rid of the emotional element in history, but we make an effort to try and be dispassionate. But in today's world, yes, there are plenty of people who believe that that's not necessarily what's needed, and that history can be studied in a much more emotional way to make the nation great, etc. Again, it's a democracy, it's a free world. There's room for that, and then there's room for other kind of history as well. At least that's the approach and attitude I take.
That also brings me back to the concept of studying history, especially as a school child. When we were learning history in the initial stages, it was very interesting. But later on, what actually happened was that you have to cram up everything. You have to study whether after Maurya, who comes, after Babur, who comes. So you are more concerned about all these data, and also it is very confusing that you have Sher Shah Suri has also minted coins. Some of them has actually, all of them have planted avenue trees. So it actually became a process where we are more on a learning path. You are just cramming up, not engaged in what you and other historians engage in. Like interesting stories, some gossips, some backdoor stories.
There's so much gossip in history.
So
full of gossip.
Suddenly history has become a very, very special subject for all of us. So what do you think is the problem of teaching history in schools, and how can you make it very interesting? And how did you actually got hooked up to history?
So, since you mentioned gossip, I got interested in history because of some naughty stories. I remember, and this is a question I keep getting asked a lot, and it's just that every time I went to Kerala, to my ancestral home, my grandmother would tell us, stories about her uncles and her grandmother and things like that. Her grandmother had a first marriage, which was this great love story with this Brahmin, which was very sweet to hear. A kind of tragic love story because they had to part, but that was interesting. So, and I remember being told about my grandmother's eldest uncle. His name was Parameshwaran, and he was supposedly a very fierce, one of those chauvinistic, feudal lord type of people. And there's this story my grandmother told me at one point. She's like, my uncle Parameshwaran married 4 times. And I was like, wow, that's very, prolific, 4 wives and all of that. And she said, no, he didn't have 4 wives at the same time. It was one after the other. So I said, wait, why did he get rid of the first 3 wives? And it turned out that he first married and brought home a lady, and somebody, apparently the manager of the household said, Ayyo, is that your wife? From a distance, I thought it was your mother. And the chauvinist in him was so upset that his freshly brought home wife looked as old as his mother that he said, off with her, and sent her back to her house. And in those days in Kerala, you could dissolve marriages like that because it was called sambandham. That, it was just a relationship, you could dissolve at will. Then he brought another lady, and apparently somebody made some comment about her teeth being not perfect, so he discarded her. The third one he brought, and I remember the story, is that to go into the courtyard, they used to wear these wooden slippers in those days called mediyadis in Kerala. And usually the eldest male member of the family used to wear it in the house. Others could wear it outside, but in the house only the eldest male member used to wear it. But this lady was apparently very fashionable and beauty conscious, and she used to curl her hair and all of that. We're talking 1910s maybe. And apparently very stylish, and two of her nieces later became Malayalam actresses. So, the style and fashion ran in the family. But to step into the courtyard, she wore the mediyadis and stepped out. And this, again, chauvinist great uncle of mine got very upset, saying, when I'm in the house, who's walking around in the mediyadi? And it turned out it was his new wife. So he said, well, I like her a lot, but this is more arrogant. She's more arrogant than I can handle. And so he got rid of her also. And then finally he stuck to the fourth one, because I think he was also getting a bit exhausted. And she also had a lot of land and money, which he spent the rest of his days squandering. So here, listening to stories like this just suddenly made me realize that there is a world of human experience in history that is outside of the textbooks with their 5 dates and 6 empires and 20 kings. There is something happening here, because although it's a comical story of this uncle and his 4 marriages, my question then was, wait, how did these marriages get dissolved so easily? So then that led me into this whole concept of the sambandham form of marriage in Kerala, where people could divorce, where people could dissolve marriages at will. His sister, as it happened, dissolved her marriage with her first husband as well. So women also had the privilege, not just men. So that small family anecdote made me think of something like this. Another thing is, which is a story I often tell, is about how my grandmother herself, she told me once how in her childhood, in the 1940s, women, when they had their periods, still had to segregate themselves. They had to sit in a separate room. And they were considered impure during those days, so they couldn't go around the house. The food would come to them in the house, brought by a specific person, and nobody else would go there. And she used to hate this business of being called impure, because she also had an older brother who'd tease her saying, oh, you're impure for so many days. So apparently every time the rest of the family went for lunch, which was in a separate part of the house, she would step out of this impurity room, go around touching everything in the house, her father's desk, his munda, the granary, everything in the house that she could, make everything ashuddham, and then come and sit again safely in that room. It was a small kind of subversion. And I also remember that time connecting this with something I'd read, which was the memoirs of Devaki Nilangod, a Nambudiri Brahmin woman, who said that in their time, this was 20 years before my grandmother, that she also had to sit with the women in the family in this room when they had their periods. But being Nambudiri women, they were not allowed to go to school, they were not allowed to read certain kinds of literature, etc. They were literate, but they were not allowed to read newspapers or magazines or anything. But she talks in her memoirs about how that one room was where men did not come in and look at what they were doing, because it was impure. And that is where they used to read the newspapers, read the magazines, read books that was otherwise not permitted, they had no access to. So again, a small family anecdote leads you into understanding a social institution, and also how women who were at the receiving end or the suffering end of the social institution found ways to subvert it and push back against it, right under the nose of all their uncles and fathers and all the men in their lives. So you start realizing that actually there is an emotional texture, there is the texture of experience to history, which is not what gets encapsulated in textbooks. As for how teachers can, and school children can be taught history better, again, I have no great hopes with textbooks. Every time there's a new government, the material in the textbook changes. Kings are kicked out, new kings are brought in, battles lost become battles won. All of that sort of thing happens. So I don't think textbooks are the right way to encourage an interest in history. Teachers can make a big difference. I think even with the worst textbooks, if you have a good teacher, that can make a world of difference. And the other thing is just, encouraging people to understand the history around them. You don't have to, lately I've been telling people that you don't even need to go out into monuments, etc. Just go back home, sit down with your grandparents and ask them about the time when they were going to school. How did they live? They probably didn't wear similar uniforms as you. They lived in a time where people's hairstyles were still determined by caste and status. People did not take dabbas to school because you couldn't eat with everybody in school. You had to, eat your meal separately based on caste. So you don't even need to go and read a book. You can just ask elders in your family about their life experiences, and history will come alive in front of your eyes. So I think that's the style I encourage, partly because that's how I got interested in history.
So, have you ever ruffled any feathers in your family through your writing, especially about these kind of things, spicy
Oh
details?
yeah,
that you
yeah,
are doing?
plenty. But again, because I have my grandmother watching my back, she doesn't censor anything. And since she's the eldest person in the family, and if she's perfectly okay with telling me all the naughty secrets, to be fair, there's a history to this. When my great-grandfather was dying, apparently, around 1993, he sat my grandmother down, and she's the youngest daughter in the family, and he's very close to her and very fond of her. And this dying great-grandfather of mine sat her down and told her all the family gossip and family secrets, saying that now that I'm dying, someone else in the family needs to know what these secrets are. And I am now the receiving party in the sense that my grandmother has now transmitted all the gossip to me, so that, again, another generation knows where all the skeletons are buried.
So this is a generational gossip. That
We're
is
a generation of naughty people, yes.
No, coming back to what you said earlier, about textbooks and all that, you have this history being almost like a propaganda thing. You have historians undertaking the profession. As a profession, they are taking up the job of, just like you said, kicking out kings and all that. And academics are also responding to that by having textbooks specifically brought it that way. Kerala government has actually decided to teach that those specific portions which are omitted in the NCERT test. So how do you look at, in this scenario, how do you want to be remembered?
Look, a lot of history itself is propaganda in the sense that anytime you look at material commissioned in, say, Emperor Akbar's court, or the material written by Abul Fazl, one of his closest courtiers and friends, Abul Fazl is not writing an objective history. He wants to flatter Akbar, he wants to communicate an image of Akbar, that Akbar is this great sovereign and iconic, semi-divine figure and all of that. So much of the historical material historians deal with, especially of certain classes of people when it comes to politics, kings, empires, political history, it's already a form of propaganda because histories have for the longest time been written by elites. Histories of ordinary people are often not written down. They are in other sources in terms of song and lore and traditions, etc. But a lot of the written historical material we get is already a form of propaganda one way or the other. A good historian knows how to negotiate that and try to sort of cull out the interesting parts, bring out the juice without falling for the propaganda. But what you're saying is essentially today's court historians. Today also these are people who are writing histories like this, very much like the old court historians, either to flatter or to build up a certain narrative, etc. And as I said earlier, that will always be the case. I don't think we're ever going to live in a time where there isn't going to be someone doing non-objective or agenda-driven history or whatever.
So what will be your ideal definition of a good historian?
See, I don't want to make a general definition of that nature. As I said, if somebody attempts or has, at least at the core, their motivation is to be objective, their motivation is to understand the subject, not judge a subject, and then approach history, that is, I think, a fair approach. You may not always succeed, for the reasons I mentioned earlier, because we are also flawed human beings. So I'm very aware that something I conclude today, 25 years later might get revised by somebody else. Not because what I've done is wrong, it's just that what I'm doing is based on the perspectives and frameworks that are available to me today, here and now. 20 years later, there may be new perspectives in play that we are oblivious to, we haven't even thought of. What then? So a lot of those conclusions will get revised. So even earlier generations of historians, I don't think, while we are constantly revising their conclusions, but we do it respectfully because we're not sitting there saying, oh, they were all horrible historians. No, it's just that they lived in a time and age that they had only these resources to deal with the history. A lot of material was not accessible to them. We now have greater access to material because the world has shrunk. You can get digitized records from America, you can get it from the National Archives in Delhi, newspapers have been digitized. So it's easier now to find material compared to their generation, where they had to painstakingly go to each of these places. And you're likely to miss a lot because you don't have the financial resources, things like that. So long as you make an effort to be an objective sort of party and don't get swayed one way or the other, I think that's a good enough effort. You're not always going to succeed, but then there are some who are willing to be swayed, and that's where the difference lies, I think.
Now, let us come to his latest book, Guns, Gods and Missionaries, which is actually a colossal book, both in terms of content and also it looks very huge, it's very bulky in that sense. This book actually traces the trajectory of Hinduism or Hindutva, and it pauses at a particular point, that is the end of the colonial period. I was reminded of this film Pushpa, which has 3 parts. We have already seen 2 parts. You have Pushpa the rise, then Pushpa the rule, and Pushpa the rampage is being awaited. So you have spoken about Pushpa, the rise of Hindutva, the rule you have not mentioned, the rampage has not been mentioned. See, you have the most violent phase of Hinduism much later, the post-independence period. So can we expect, just like this franchise, a second and a third part, or are you okay with it?
I don't know if I should be flattered or not that you're comparing my work to a particular movie. I'll choose to be flattered and not offended.
Allu Arjun won a national award for that.
Oh, well, national awards these days, let's not go into that topic either. You and I are both Malayalis, and we saw what movie got the Best Director award. Kerala Story, none of us will recognize. But the point is, no, I didn't choose to come
actually
into...
I meant to flatter,
No, I got that. Thank you. Also, I'm the type who enjoys flattery, so you can do that. But the point is, on present-day Hindutva, there are heaps of books that already exist, and there are heaps of scholars better than me, more qualified than me, who've already done it. One of my PhD supervisors was a man called Christoph Jafferlo, who's written since the 90s on the Hindutva movement. Just look at all of his work. And if I were to now approach it, I don't know what original thought or insight I would be able to contribute. What interested me was a missing piece of the puzzle in the prehistory of Hindutva. Nothing emerges out of thin air. Even Hindutva, it doesn't matter if you like it or dislike it. Even if you dislike Hindutva, the point is it's emerged out of certain social impulses. And impulses like that are not just created overnight by one person. Savarkar did not wake up in the morning, write a book called Hindutva, and the rest of the world fell in line. Savarkar only voiced something in a potent way for something, a phenomenon that was already bubbling around in different ways, but hadn't been articulated yet. And he was able to give it its enduring articulation. That is essentially what we now call Hindutva. But before him, there were others who tried to define that very term, who tried to create a definition of politically aroused Hinduism or Hindu identity, a very political one. And I was interested in that prehistory. Okay. What were the dynamics that got these people to think about Hindutva as Hindu-ness, as a politically alert idea of Hindu identity. And there I realized a big piece of the puzzle that we were missing was the encounter between Hinduism and Hindus with Christianity and Christian missionaries in the colonial period, from the Portuguese period onwards. Because much of the study of Hindutva is, we view it through the prism of Hindu-Muslim relations, because that is what dominates our conversations today. And of course, in the colonial period also, it's an important element, but there's a bit of presentism in that, to view Hindutva purely through Hindu-Muslim relations. Whereas to me, it looked like a lot of the conceptual arsenal of Hindutva actually comes out of the encounter with the colonial state and with Christianity and Christian missionaries. Okay. So Christians and Christian missionaries never converted millions of people in India, but because we had a colonial state in the country, we had white people ruling much of the country, their attitudes and concepts had a disproportionate influence, whether it's in education, because a lot of modern English education that India's elites in the 19th century got was through Christian mission schools. A lot of the literature they were reading was inflected by Christian impulses, etc. Their idea of morality, Victorian morality, is a very Protestant kind of Christian morality, which a lot of Hindus also absorbed and internalized, and we're still living often with the consequences of that. So I thought that important missing piece of the puzzle is what I wanted to address and write about. Not go into territory that has already been done to death and studied quite extensively by lots of people. I'm sure more books will come out on that subject. My only question in front of me was towards the end of the book. Initially, I thought the epilogue would bring the story down to the present, and I'd probably talk about some of the present-day dynamics. But then I myself decided not to do that for two reasons. One is that, again, it leaves the realm of history and goes into a kind of journalism, which again I felt I'm not comfortable doing. But the other important thing also is that the book is not about Hindutva. The book is about modern Hinduism, and Hindutva is one aspect of it. To end the book purely fixated on Hindutva would make it suggest that Hindutva is the end point and conclusion of this long historical process, which is not true. Hindutva is again one small or one significant element in it, but it is not the totality. And we should not sometimes, inadvertently overestimate the powers of Hindutva by giving it that kind of push. So I was like, my book is about modern Hinduism. In that, Hindutva is a component, but the story itself is not about Hindutva. So I don't want to exaggerate the importance of Hindutva by making that the ending point of the book. So the end point of the book again goes back to Hinduism itself and what modern Hinduism is all about.
Okay. And you've done an incredible job with that. If you have seen the book, more than the content, you have an extensive set of notes that he has prepared, which actually shows what kind of a historian he is,
Oh no, that was also, I mean, yes, there's a lot of material in the notes, 250 pages.
250
but that's also because I don't want to get sued by anybody. Again, given the kind of, national Olympic sport we've turned of taking offense in this country. I didn't want that. As you know, my very first book got me a 5 crore defamation notice. So since then, I've been very clear that let me put all my sources in the book itself, even if it takes 250 pages. Penguin was not very happy because they were like, oh, can you reduce the notes? And I said, absolutely not. The notes have to stay.
So has the Travancore royal family pardoned you? Like, Charles Darwin was pardoned after many years for talking about evolution.
They didn't pardon me. I sent them a notice right back. And then they dropped the matter. That's what happened. So I'd like to believe that I scared them off, that they didn't really pardon me. If you come at me with a danda, I've also got a danda to offer in return.
Yes, so coming to, recently I read a review of Sam Dalrymple's recent book, the first debut book, Shatterlands, which has got a very evocative title because he's talking about partition. And in that he talks about the role of Hindu nationalism and also Hindu Mahasabha and the RSS. So which brings me back to this question, do you think that it is very nice to just leave those wounds that are not actually healed, but have been conveniently stitched for a while and not take it out and make it, a kind of a topic for debate and discussion. So do you think that a historian, when he leaves certain things, he's doing a service, or do you think that it is a disservice?
Again, the job of the historian is not to do any kind of service when it comes to these social things. The job of the historian is to study something. This, again, played on my mind because when I was doing God's Guns and Missionaries, at one point, somebody did ask me saying, oh, what if some of the contents of the book? Because there is a segment, for example, the very first chapter is about Portuguese excesses in Goa. And there was violence. It was a very stringent, fanatical kind of Catholic, Christianity, really persecuting Hindus in that period in Goa. You can't get away from the facts. And Goans are aware of it. They made their peace with it. Today they celebrate their religious festivals together. They've moved on from that. But that historical dynamic, everybody there is aware of. Because even now there are churches you go and you know that this used to be a temple at one point and was then turned into a church. So there were people who told me that, oh, what if this is used to target minorities today? And I remember having conversations with a bunch of people, including some senior scholars, saying, how do I address this? And they said, look, it's not your job to address that. As an individual, you may feel discomfort, but your job is to stay true to your subject and approach it and study it, examine it, and say things if it's inconvenient, either way. And I was pretty convinced that different sections of the book would get me branded left, right, etc. by different people, and that's happened also. My ex-boss, Shashi Tharoor, got a very angry email from somebody in Chennai saying, this is the most anti-Brahmin book. And I was like, okay, point number one. Tick, first box has been ticked. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is funny because someone else wrote or tweet on Twitter saying you've become a Brahminic apologist for Brahmins. So I'm getting both anti-Brahminical and Brahmin apologist. Then someone wrote to me saying, oh, this is an anti-Christian book. I was like, okay. But funnily enough, one of the first people to receive a copy of the book was a bishop in Pune who told me that, no, this is perfectly fine and all of that. So those responses have come, but again, one of the advantages of getting older is that in my 20s, I would have been rattled by this. In my 30s, I really don't care. Because I've realized that if somebody's going to sue you, they're going to sue you anyway. If they're going to throw stones at you, they're going to throw stones at you anyway. I can't do my work being afraid of all of this. I can't do my work being afraid of what different constituencies on Twitter will call me at a certain season or a certain moment. I just have to stay true to my subject. And so long as you have a basic integrity and you know that what your duty deserves or requires is for you to focus on the subject and say the inconvenient thing if that is needed, then you just stick to that and then hope for the best, and hopefully I won't get stoned.
Let us take a break from all this serious stuff. I'll just want to ask you a very trivial question. If you get a chance to go on a date with a historical figure from Indian history, who will?
Oh, you're getting very naughty. I think
a simple dinner date, okay? Don't get your imagination wild.
Nothing romantic.
Nothing romantic.
I think the protagonist of my first book certainly is somebody I would have enjoyed meeting. Partly because the way that story transfixed me, the story of Sethu Lakshmibai, who died here in Bangalore in 1985. There's a lot in that I feel I still haven't completely mined. Because when I was pretty young, I published that book at 25, started researching at 19. And in those 6 years, although I got a lot of the archival material out and all of that, trying to get inside the mind of a person who was so shy, so reserved, so unwilling to be in the limelight was a particular kind of challenge. So she achieved a great deal. She was a reluctant kind of public figure, and then she sort of vanishes from the record and literally dies in obscurity in a completely different part of the country. And trying to get inside her mind is something I tried then, and I still feel that there's a lot that I haven't managed to uncover. So since that is a question mark in my mind, it's very likely I would choose to probably have dinner with Sethu Lakshmi Bai. But again, knowing what I do of her character, she'd probably have a very polite dinner and answer none of my questions.
So only that, no one else.
I mean, there's someone called Ivan the Terrible, who I've always wanted to meet because that's such a wonderful moniker, no? Ivan the Terrible. I mean, that sounds very nice. If try to attach anything like that to my name, firstly, my name doesn't lend itself for that kind of thing. Manu the something doesn't work. Because it's such a, in that sense, I always regret my parents named me Manu. They could have given me a name with more gravitas, which they chose not to. But yeah, Ivan the Terrible.
They must have named you as the first human or something like that.
Manava, the root, Manu, yeah. Of course, most people associated with Manu Smriti. So I got cancelled once for that also on Twitter, saying, aren't you ashamed of having a name that celebrates the Manu Smriti? And I was like, I didn't give myself this name. And I only got the Manu because my father wanted an M, so he and I would have the same initials. So it was as flimsy a reason as that. But yeah, in today's world, one can get cancelled for anything.
So you have a very active Instagram account, you are active on Twitter, and you are writing a book, and you are going for all these events. How do you manage all this?
I think time management is all it takes. It doesn't...
And you're going to the gym?
That, without question. No, but I think time management really makes a big difference there. Actually, it's not as if I'm on social media that much. For example, when I'm sitting down to work, which is usually 8:30 in the morning, I keep my phone in the same room, but in a completely different part of the room. So it's in the corner. It's always on silent. So if the phone is not near you, in the radius of where your arm can reach, then you're not that tempted to actually check social media. But every hour and a half, I get up and walk for 10 minutes up and down the room. And often, this is it's a personal quirk of mine, which is that if I've written something, when I'm walking up and down, I'm also saying it aloud to myself to see if the argument makes sense. So if anyone were to look in through the window, they'd just see this man walking up and down the room talking to himself. But that's what I do. And at that time, I go and look at my phone and then I see whatever's happening. Twitter, I actually don't check during the day. Once in the morning for what's happening in the world, news and stuff. And once in the evening, safely an hour before bed, never exactly at bedtime. Because then if you get some nasty tweet, it can agitate you and my sleep goes for a toss. So then I always make sure there's a 1 hour gap between my last engagement with Twitter and bed. But again, I don't tweet that much. It's only on Instagram that I'm fairly active, and that's also because it's a slightly cleaner platform. There are trolls there. There are people who send nasty messages. But the funny thing is, once you mute them, they can keep commenting, but nobody else can see the comments. And that's very empowering, that feeling, knowing that this person's just going crazy, abusing you on your post, but nobody can see it. And they're getting more and more frustrated because they're not getting likes. And I enjoy looking at that.
So Manu, we are both from Mavelikara. So there are a few, very few books on the history of Mavelikara because it's a very regional space. And though historical works have been written, but nothing in detail. My grandmother tells me a lot of stories which are, about a ghost, all those yakshis and all that. So have you ever thought of, you've always been writing books, on a larger canvas. You have a large framework for everything. So have you ever thought of writing something local? The local historian in you has...
It's quite funny you should ask this question because I'm toying in my mind. I've got a great story to tell, but I'm toying in my mind whether I should do it as a kind of non-fiction local history of a certain village, my own ancestral village, or whether I should do it as a work of fiction, which I haven't written fiction in at least 20 years. So it's a gamble for me. But it is a very local story. It is a very rural story because my ancestors are rural. My father's father was a farmer in Kerala. My mother's family they were landlords, but they were also part of an agrarian economy. So we still have our property there. We still go there every year. I have a house there. We still have those networks in the village with the communities that have lived there. So I'm in that sense both an outsider and an insider. From my childhood, I've known all of them, but I don't permanently live there, so I'm also a bit of an outsider. So that does excite me in a certain way, but I don't know when I'll be able to do it.
I remember reading that article on Nangeli. You remember long back you've written that, and that was a very interesting take on the concept of Nangeli, which is narrated in a very different way in our circles. So that brings me back to the question, you have a we in our present day system, we have been teaching students a lot on this caste resistance, Dalit movements and so on. So there is one section of teachers who actually believe that let us stop teaching them so that students will, the next generation of students will never realize that, their ancestors had a past and they live in a world which is actually free from all these prejudices. The other narrative is also there. They should be knowing all that. So you should learn Dalit movements and Dalit resistance and so on. So again, what is your take on that? How do you look at this?
So I think we have to study everything in history without reserve. So in that sense, we have to examine caste, we have to examine the oppressive side of it, we have to at the same time understand how it emerged, who sustained it, why it was sustained, etc. Again, an institution like that survives for so many 2,000, 2,500 odd years, not simply because one set of people was oppressing everybody else. It meant that most people were able to have some kind of stake in the caste order, which is why that framework was able to survive. Okay. So I think that's an interesting question to ask, right? Like, what is it that persuaded so many people in Indian society? Excepting the people at the extreme bottom, everybody else had somebody above them, but also somebody they could oppress or somebody who's below them. So even among the marginalized castes, you do have a hierarchy within that, right? And it's only the lowest who have the pressure of everybody on them, and they simply don't have the resources to stand up. Everybody else has their own, somebody they're oppressing at the same time that they're also being oppressed. And I think we need to also tackle some of those questions. I don't think avoiding the topic allows society to move forward. That's never really worked anywhere. Even in a country like Germany that had its experience with the Nazis, etc., they tackle it head on. Children are taught about it in their textbook. They learn that this is what happened in their country, and a couple of generations were misled by a rather toxic ideology. So you have to confront these things head on. The problem, though, is that just as, say, the Savarnas have certain narratives that become romanticized, all political movements, once they become entrenched in certain ways, certain mythologies emerge. And those mythologies can sometimes be punctured by historians, and again, historians get called names at that time. With the Nangeli story you mentioned, I got cancelled comprehensively in Kerala by the left in that instance, because I had countered some of the claims in that story. So for those who don't know, there's a story about an Idava woman in Kerala called Nangeli, early 19th century, where the narrative goes that in those days, lower caste women were not allowed to cover their breasts. And in order to cover their breasts, they had to pay a certain tax called the breast tax. And the narrative also says that the tax collectors would come and they would measure women's breasts to determine the scope of the tax, etc. Firstly, this never really convinced me entirely, because anybody who studied that period, say 200 years ago of India, forget 200 years ago, today, we simply did not have the state capacity for people to go around measuring people's body parts. There was no state capacity of that nature. Tax collection, etc., happened in a very fragmented way. There was no centralized power in those days, sitting there with centralized bureaucrats going out measuring people's bodies. That was physically it was not something states could afford in those days. So there was a question mark over there. But then we have a heap of visual evidence showing that not just women of marginalized castes, but upper caste women in Kerala were also walking around topless. I have a great-grandmother, we have a photograph of her where she's got a thing on her shoulder, but her right breast is completely exposed, because the cloth on the shoulder is not used to cover the body. It's a mark of status. It's a mark of caste dominance, and she's saying that I belong to a landlord community, and therefore I have the cloth, but she's not covering her breasts. I have photographs of Nambudiri Brahmin women who are sitting topless. You can see very clearly the older women are topless. The younger ones in the 20th century are wearing blouses, so you can see the generational difference there. You have pictures of the Ranis of Cochin sitting enthroned in their armchairs, but again completely topless. There's jewelry, but there's no fabric on their upper bodies. And recently I came across a book in which there's a photograph of a Syrian Christian woman as well, sitting topless with just a torta on one side of her body. No blouse, none of that. The chatte mundum that Christian women wore used to be when they went out to church. But at home, even they walked around topless. So it's interesting that there's so much visual evidence. You have evidence of the Dutch and the Portuguese, etc., meeting political, queens in Kerala in the 17th century. And they actually comment on the fact that these queens are walking around topless. You have a case of an Italian in the court of the Zambaran of Calicut, 1607 or 1605 or around then, where he says that the queen and her daughters entered and they just had these blue silk loincloths and lots of jewelry, but they weren't wearing any clothes. And funnily enough, the daughters of the queen came and touched this white man and said, why is he wearing so many clothes? Because in hot tropical Kerala, he was covered from neck to toe. So when you compile all the evidence, you start realizing that, hold on, there's something that is not fitting in the narrative. Also, the story itself of a woman cutting off her breasts, it is not specific to Nangeli. There is a tribal version of the story from a tribal hilly region where there's a story of a woman and somebody came to collect the tax and she cut off her breasts. So clearly the story is a motive and it's communicating something, which is resistance to an unjust caste-based tax thing. But the tax itself, once you start investigating, had nothing to do with covering breasts. There was something called a poll tax, which is each person has to pay. Usually it was charged in times of economic crisis. So if you were a fisherman, you'd be told that for every fishing net or a fishing chunda that you have to pay a certain tax. Or if you're, depending on your profession, you had to pay a poll tax for each person in the household or the community. And for men, the tax was called talakaram, health tax. And to distinguish women who paid a different rate, it was called molakaram or breast tax. That is how I have seen the evidence. And as I said, looking at the visual evidence, the evidence from foreigners, the photographic evidence down to the 20th century, you realize that women in Kerala were walking around topless, period. Not just marginalized caste women, but upper caste women also. In fact, once the European gaze came in and Europeans basically said, no, women have to be covered up a certain way. The women were still reluctant to wear blouses because the notion of modesty in Kerala was such that wearing the blouse was something only courtesans and harlots did. Because by wearing a blouse, you're drawing attention to the body by covering it up. Whereas no respectable woman would cover her body up because why? Why draw attention to your body like that? But because the European gaze came in and the blouse was considered not cool, women, especially in central Kerala, started taking a cloth and putting it across their shoulders and tucking it under their armpits like that. And you have lots of photos of the early 20th century generation of Cochin princesses, for example, dressed like that. No blouse. There is an upper cloth, but it's loosely held against the breasts, usually when they're posing for a camera or a photograph. And then that becomes their uniform for a certain period of time. In fact, somebody once told me that somehow these women with this thing held like that precariously in their armpit managed to play tennis also. But that's just how that form evolved. Then another generation started wearing blouses. In fact, the first Nambudiri Brahmin woman, her name was Parvati Nenmini Mangalam, to wear a blouse around 1930 was excommunicated from her caste for covering herself wearing a blouse. Because even Brahmin women were not permitted to wear the blouse. So when you have all this information, it is very difficult for me to swallow the narrative that Nangeli was standing up because she was not permitted to cover her breasts. She was standing up for an unjust tax. Yes, that story makes sense. But this covering of breasts doesn't make sense because even the Queen of Travancore was not covering her breasts at that time. So why would that be a matter of great offense to Nangeli? So that doesn't add up. But because the story has been mythologized and has become a very core part of the left's narrative in Kerala, I've been attacked as right-wing, etc., for puncturing this story.
That
Meanwhile, the right
actually
things,
part of
I'm,
our collective narrative, like we, for everything we actually refer back to Nangeli and her protest and her resistance and so on. Now, if you, there must be a time when, you started, you had great affection for a historical character and you started researching more on him and he found out that, he's not worthy of your respect or love or admiration. Is there any character like that?
I think in my teens, when I read a lot of biographies, there were people you were very impressed by. In those days, why go for anyone else? Even Gandhiji, right?
Yeah, Gandhiji,
you have a romantic narrative that you're fed. The good thing about Gandhiji is he himself wrote extensively. He wrote about everything from his sex life to his bowel movements. And because of that, there's a huge archive of this man's life that he himself put out there. And others have analyzed it. And you realize that, hold on,
but in that case, it was an autobiography, my experiments were true.
Even in his biographies, you have the standard biographies which are very worshipful in a certain way. And there's much he deserves, of course, credit for. Without him, we would not have had the freedom struggle in the way we did. But you realize that, hold on, everybody is ultimately a human being. And when you're a human being, you are bound to have flaws. And he had his flaws. At certain moments in his life, especially when he was a younger man in South Africa, he was pretty racist towards blacks. And he was deeply offended that Indians were categorized in the same group as blacks. And he said, no, we have to be separate, not equated with the blacks. And he would have preferred to be equated with the whites rather than the blacks. So there is a bit of racism then. The good thing with him is that at a later stage in his life, he also acknowledges that from his youth and says that I was wrong. So it's interesting that he himself recognizes the full arc there. In Kerala, we have the last Travancore Maharaja Chitra Tirunal, where people in Trivandrum are still very wedded to this romanticized idea of him as Pratyaksha Padmanabhan, Lord Padmanabha in human form. But then I look at the archives and I see that this gentleman would not the way he treated his aunt, the way he treated certain members of his family, not even letting go. Once he became the last Raja and the Indian government handed over ownership of all the palaces to him, he would not even let go of the ownership of the palace where his aunt lived, saying that it's mine, not yours. Even though she built it, she lived there, her children were raised there, doesn't matter. And eventually he kept it for himself and was compensated for it, while she and her children lost essentially what they used to call as their home. So you realize that even Pratyaksha Padmanabha has feet of clay. You read a certain archival document, it's in Sridhar Menon's book, where there's a conference taking place with Ambedkar attending, and you see this gentleman writing that, I don't think princes can sit at the level of equality with men like Ambedkar. So you realize, okay, he did have certain issues there as well. So you realize nobody who's been romanticized is ultimately some kind of superhuman figure. They're all flawed, they're all human, and that is fine. You and I are also flawed. Yeah. Our parents are also flawed. Our grandparents are also flawed. So long as we bring that maturity to it, it's fine. I don't think being flawed is a bad thing. So since then, I've realized that no matter how much you find a historical character appealing, there's no need to romanticize them, and they're never going to fit all the boxes that you would like to tick of what makes them perfect and things like that.
See, when you are researching about a lot of Maharajas, kings and queens and all that, there's a balance that you have to maintain between historical accuracy and the narrative appeal. Ultimately you are a writer and you want people to read you. So instead of saying all that, you might add something, which is very interesting to that and all that. So how do you manage this? What is that balance, the thin line that separates historical accuracy and narrative appeal?
If you're a good researcher, you don't need to add anything because the archives have everything. There's so much that's actually fun and hilarious and comical and sometimes bewildering in the archives that you really don't need to add any masala to it. For example, I wrote a column on this recently in a paper about how shoes and feet caused so much political tension in India for about 150 years. Because essentially coming into the courts of Indian Rajas, whether they were Hindu or Muslim, like when we enter our homes, we take off our shoes, right? The notion and the Indian protocol was when you enter a darbar, you have to take off your shoes. Now the British and these white officials coming hated this because for them, it is the hat you take off, not the shoes. And they found it very awkward showing their bare feet or their stockings, etc. because the idea was that it has to be covered with your shoes. And they would negotiate with these Indian Rajas saying, I want my shoes, I want the right to keep my shoes on. And the Indian Rajas would say, no, you can't keep your shoes on. This is our political prerogative. And this would continue for generations. In Hyderabad, they started asking the Nizam of Hyderabad in the 1830s or 40s for permission to keep wearing their shoes in Darbar. And initially, and they also said, we want to sit on chairs, not on the floor, because they found that also very demeaning. Whereas in Indian courts, everybody sat on the floor. The ruler would be on a gaddi that was slightly higher, but everybody else was on mats, etc. on the floor. And the Nizam apparently said, well, if you want to dangle your feet, I'll dig a hole, and you can dangle your feet in that, but you're not getting a chair. And eventually, it was only in the 1860s, 1869 or so, when there was a 3-year-old being installed as Nizam, because the old man had died and there was a new baby Nizam. And clearly, he was too young to have an opinion on this. That's when they finally managed to change the protocol and they started wearing their shoes in. And interestingly, there's at least one source which says that this business of whether they could wear shoes was so politically fraught that the British resident in Hyderabad had kept the British cantonment on alert, saying that if there's any sign of public disorder, the army must step into Hyderabad. That is, there was a situation where the army had to be kept ready to come into a city because a British official was going to wear shoes when entering a darbar. Because everything, it's not just about shoes, there's political symbolism here. And it's also a way where the Nizam, who's the superior, finally has to concede that actually the British are now my overlords, and I have to let them wear shoes in my darbar. So a little anecdote about shoes can actually open up again a world that is so interesting. And it's not like I have to invent these stories. If you look for it in the right places, these stories are all there.
Now, coming to the concept of historical fiction, there are, we have stories set in the past, in the historical context, with fictional characters. So this actually creates a very difficult choice among the readers, who actually mistake them for actual history. Some of my students actually think Ponniyin Selvan is history. Of course, you have historical characters. For them, Arunmozhivarman is actually the historical figure. So, are you historians afraid of historical fiction?
No, not at all. I think.
And how does it affect a layman's understanding of history?
I think I like to believe that lay people are intelligent people and can tell the difference between fiction and non-fiction, at least if they apply their minds for 2 minutes. I don't think historical fiction is anything to be worried about. On the contrary, it can help generate an appetite and curiosity for the period. And I also notice in the audience we have Vasudendra sitting here who wrote a wonderful book on Vijayanagara, set in the Vijayanagara period. And it's been translated into English, etc., and Malayalam as well, I believe. And if you read that book, and if the research is solid, as it is in this case, you find that it actually brings alive that period in a very, very compelling and convincing way. And that is a win, because then the reader, my hope is the reader who reads that historical fiction will have a sense of curiosity. And the next time they're in a bookstore and they see a non-fiction book on Vijayanagara, they'll pick it up saying that I enjoyed that novel. Okay. And vice versa. I don't believe in a caste system of what is appropriate and what is not appropriate with history. As I said, it's a free country. So long as things are done well and they're done with integrity, there's nothing to fear. Whether it's historical fiction, non-fiction, whatever it is, we just have to be open to it. I'm not a purist about these things at all. I don't think we should be orthodox about these things. This is the age when all this gatekeeping is ending. Imagination can finally, in many ways, there's so much potential for imagination to run free. You can even do your non-fiction in imaginative new ways by thinking out of the box. So in that age, for me to say that historical fiction is a problem would be actually a disservice. I think it is a very, very, compelling and interesting thing to be doing.
So coming back to our topic, writing the empire, do you think that, when you are writing historical works, what is the strategy has to be followed? Like, do you have to be interested in the subject or the text or the archival documents or your personal interest in a particular topic? What interests you?
I think it's a combination of all of these things. I noticed that the bell has rung very much like in school because we're out of time. But I think it's a combination of all of these. It's never the case that it's one thing. It is what is feasible, what is possible based on what is available. I may be interested in something, but if there's very flimsy evidence, then I can't really write a serious historical book on it. So it has to be a combination of these factors that makes a project worthwhile and interesting.
So it's always a delight to talk to Manu and listen to all his podcasts and interviews and all that. But the time has, I think, is not agreeing with us. So thank you for being such a lovely audience. Thank you, Manu, for this very interesting answers.
We, apparently, there's another session happening here, and there's another place called Mukhamukhi, which is where the interaction with the audience and questions and signings, etc. will happen. That'll happen from now for the next 30 minutes. We're not allowed to take questions here. So all the questions have to happen at this other venue called Mukhamukhi, which I think they'll also tell you about. Thank you again for being a wonderful audience. And thank you, Kai Krishti, for the questions.
Thank you to both of the speakers. Thank you so much. And that was the session presented by our session partner, Oxycur. I'm requesting the audience, please stay back. We have the next session, which is very important. That is the award ceremony. And today, we are giving the awards for short story competition. So you can...
This is your green city. It would be such a pity.
Total number of stories we received. A big number, that is the number of stories we received for the competition is 468 stories. So 468 stories is not a simple job, I think, for the competition to be participate. See, among the 468, the next stage of filtration, or what we call
The Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Mahe presents second edition of the Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025 and is proudly supported by our partners JSW, KSDL, Elsia and Elsita, Akshay Kalpa Organic, BLDE, Happiest Health, Minara, MSIL, KMF, Netkalapa Sports Foundation, Pali Institute, Ramke Foundation, Sheshadripuram Education Trust, Siri, SKME, Vesco and Zenith Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, after this event, after this session, the upcoming event is, for your information, this is between 6:30 to 8 p.m. In Resonance, a Carnatic vocal recital by T.M. Krishna and team. So yes, the whole team will be on the stage to give a big entertainment. So definitely, please watch, don't miss that as well. And coming to this point, ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಂತಹ ಕಥೆಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ಶುರು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂಚೆ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಆ 25 ಜನರಿಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಹೋಗಿದೆ, ಬರಹಗಾರರಿಗೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಸನಗಳು ಮುಂದೆ ಖಾಲಿ ಇದೆ, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಸುಸೂತ್ರವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ವಿರಾಮಗಳು ಅಥವಾ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಸಮಯ ತಗೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ದಯಮಾಡಿ, ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಒಟ್ಟು ಕಥೆಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು 468, 468 ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್ ವಿ ರಿಸೀವ್ಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್, ಅಮಾಂಗ್ ವಿಚ್ ದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಇಸ್ 60, ಅಂದರೆ ಅಂತಿಮ ಸುತ್ತು, ಅಂದರೆ ಫೈನಲ್ ರೌಂಡ್ಗೆ ವಿ ಮೇಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು 60 ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್. ಅಮಾಂಗ್ ದ 60 we chose total 25 stories. So again, in 25 stories, what are the different categories on which the best story is selected, that I'll let you know. So before that, I'm requesting all the writers of 25 stories, you are requested to sit on the front row so that it won't make any delay when we call your name to come on the stage. Hagene, the one more information for you. The last session's speaker, Mr. Manu Pillai, now he is in Mukhamukhi stage and he'll be available from 5 p.m. onwards. So that is for your information. And also, before starting the award ceremony, let me have a glance of tomorrow's event on stage Mantapa. ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಸ್ ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಅವರು, ಸೊ ಟೋಟಲ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್ 468. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಅಂತಿಮ ಸುತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 468 ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಿಮ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಅಥವಾ ಅಂತಿಮ ಸುತ್ತಿನ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಅಂತ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಒಟ್ಟು 60. ಆ 60 ನಂತರ ಅಂದರೆ 60ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಸೊ ಆಯ್ದ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಅಂತ ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆಯಾಗಿ 25. ಸೊ ಆ 25 ಕಥೆಗಳು ಸೇರಿ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇದೆ. ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಎಸ್ ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಅವರು ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ, ತಮ್ಮ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಿ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಅವರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸಾಥ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಟಿ ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ. ಅವರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ PK ಮುರುಗನ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ PKM ಮತ್ತು ಅವರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೋರ್ವ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಅಮರೇಶ್ ನುಗಡೋಣಿ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಸುಮಂಗಳ ಅವರು. ಸೊ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ, ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಎಸ್ ದಿವಾಕರ್, ಟಿ ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ, PK ಮುರುಗನ್, Prashant PKM, Amaresh Nogadoni, and Sumangala. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಓಕೆ, ನಾನು ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾಗಿ ಚೊಕ್ಕದಾಗಿ ಕತೆಗಳ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಸಾರಿ ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ 2025 ಅಂಗವಾಗಿ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ಆ ಒಂದು ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಒಟ್ಟು ಕತೆಗಳು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿದ್ದು 468 ಕತೆಗಳು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಿಮ ಸುತ್ತಾಗಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಕತೆಗಳು 60. ಇನ್ನು ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ 25 ಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಒಟ್ಟು 25 ಕತೆಗಳು ಸೇರಿ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಯೋಜನೆಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಆ 25 ಕತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 17 ಕತೆಗಳು ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ಕತೆಗಳಾಗಿವೆ. 25ರಲ್ಲಿ 17 ಕತೆಗಳು ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ಕತೆಗಳಾಗಿವೆ. ನಂತರ ಎರಡನೇ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದಂಥ ಕತೆಗಳಾಗಿವೆ. ಬಹುಮಾನಿತ ಕತೆಗಳ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ 3ನೇ ಬಹುಮಾನದ ಕತೆ, 2ನೇ ಬಹುಮಾನದ ಕತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ವಿಜೇತ ಕತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ವಿಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವಂಥ ಇದು ಕ್ರಮ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದಂಥ ಕತೆಗಳ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಸಿಂಚನ ಓದ್ತಾರೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಗೆದ್ದಿರುವಂಥ ಕತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಆನ್ಯುವಲ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ಕತೆಗಳ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಇದೀಗ ನಾನು ವಾಚಿಸಲಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ಕತೆಗಳ ಬರಹಗಾರರು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬರಹಗಾರರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಎಸ್ ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಇವರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ಮೊದಲನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಕ್ರಾಸಿಂಗ್, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಕೆ ಕರಿಸ್ವಾಮಿ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ಎರಡನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಶಬ್ದ, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ರವಿ ಶಿವರಾಯಗೋಳ.
ಇದೀರಾ ಸರ್? ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ ಬನ್ನಿ.
ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ಮೂರನೆಯ ಕತೆ ದವನ, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಮೋದೂರು ತೇಜ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ನಾಲ್ಕನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಅಂಗ ಅನಂಗವೆಂಬೆರಡು, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಸಂತೆಬೆನ್ನೂರು ಫೈಜ್ ನಟರಾಜ್. ಇವರಿಗೆ ಎಸ್ ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಇವರು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ಮೂರನೆಯ ಕತೆ ದವನ, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಮೋದೂರು ತೇಜ.
ಮುಂದಿನ ಕತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬರೆದಂಥ ಬರಹಗಾರರನ್ನ ಅವರು ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ತಾವು ತಯಾರಾಗಿರಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಮಯದ ಒಂದು ಕೊರತೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಾವು ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಮುಗಿಸೋಣ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಬಾಕಿ ಇದೆ, ಮನೋರಂಜನೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವೂ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ
ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ನಾಲ್ಕನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಅಂಗ ಅನಂಗವೆಂಬೆರಡು, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಸಂತೆಬೆನ್ನೂರು ಫೈಜ್ ನಟರಾಜ್. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ಐದನೆಯ ಕತೆ ನೆರಳು, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಮಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಜೊಂಡಿ.
ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಥೆ
ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ಐದನೆಯ ಕತೆ ನೆರಳು, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಮಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಜೊಂಡಿ.
ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ತಯಾರಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ ಆರನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಯೋಜನ ಗಂಧಿ, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಸುಧಾ ಆಡುಕಳ.
ದಯಮಾಡಿ ತಯಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿರಿ.
ಯೋಜನಗಂಧಿ ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಸುಧಾ ಆಡುಕಳ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಟಿ ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಇವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ.
Thank you, Divakar sir. Now I'm requesting to give away the next award by T. Patanjali Shastri. I'm requesting T. Patanjali Shastri sir to give away the next award to the writer Sudha, story Yojana Gandhi.
ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 7ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಬೆಲ್ಲಾ ರೂಟ್ಸ್, ಬರೆದವರು ಶ್ರೀಧರ ಪತ್ತಾರ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 8ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಪರ್ಪಲ್ ಸಮಯ, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಅನುಪಮಾ ಬೆಣಚಿನ ಮರಡಿ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 8ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಪರ್ಪಲ್ ಸಮಯ, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಅನುಪಮಾ ಬೆಣಚಿನ ಮರಡಿ.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ತಾವು?
ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 9ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಲಕ್, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಜಿ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 9ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಲಕ್, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಜಿ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 10ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಸೀತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಂಟಿಯಾದಳು, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಪಾಪುಗುರು. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 11ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಬೆಂಕಿಹುಳ, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಯಶಸ್ ನಗರ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And next, I'm requesting P.K. Murugan, sir, to give away the next list of awards.
ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 12ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಬಸವ ನಿಲಯ, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಅನಿಲ್ ಗುನ್ನಾಪುರ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 12ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಬಸವ ನಿಲಯ, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಅನಿಲ್ ಗುನ್ನಾಪುರ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 13ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಕಸಿ, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಟಿ.ಎಸ್. ಶ್ರವಣಕುಮಾರಿ.
ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಗಳು ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರು ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸಾರಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ತಯಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಥೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬರಹಗಾರರ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿದೆ.
ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 14ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಕಥೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದಾಚೆ ಶುರು, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಈಶ್ವರ ಎಂ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 14ನೆಯ ಕಥೆ ಕಥೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದಾಚೆ ಶುರು, ಬರೆದವರು ಈಶ್ವರ ಎಂ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 15ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ರಾಮ್ ತೇರಿ ಗಂಗಾ ಮೈಲಿ, ಬರೆದವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ವಿ.ಎ. ಮುಂದೆ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ಪಿ.ಕೆ.ಎಂ ಇವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 15ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ರಾಮ್ ತೇರಿ ಗಂಗಾ ಮೈಲಿ, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ್ ವಿ.ಎ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 16ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಇತಿವೃತ್ತ, ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಎಸ್ ನಾಗಶ್ರೀ ಅಜಯ್. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 17ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ದೇವರ ಹೂ. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಚಿಕ್ಕೋಬನಹಳ್ಳಿ ಚಾಂದ್ ಬಾಷಾ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 16ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ಇತಿವೃತ್ತ. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಎಸ್ ನಾಗಶ್ರೀ ಅಜಯ್. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದ 17ನೆಯ ಕತೆ ದೇವರ ಹೂ. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಚಿಕ್ಕೋಬನಹಳ್ಳಿ ಚಾಂದ್ ಬಾಷಾ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಬಹುಶಃ ಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ಇರುವಂಥ ಹುಮ್ಮಸ್ಸು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯುವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅದು ಮುಂದಿನ ಬರಹಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಹೌದು ಅಂತ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು 5 ಸರಿನಾದರೂ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದಂಥ ಕಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ತಮಗೂ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಾಯಿತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದಂಥ ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು. ಸೊ ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದಂಥ ಕಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರದೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಗದು ಬಹುಮಾನವಾಗಿ ತಲಾ 5,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಅಮರೇಶ್ ನುಗಡೋಣಿಯವರನ್ನು ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಒಟ್ಟು 5 ಕಥೆಗಳು ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದಂಥ ಕಥೆಗಳ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯಾಗಿವೆ. ಕಥೆ ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ದಾರಿ. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಅಕ್ಷತಾ ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ, ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಥೆ ಮಿಷನ್ ಪೀಕ್. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಸಂಜೋತಾ ಪುರೋಹಿತ, ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಅದರ ನಂತರ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಥೆ ಮೈದಾನ. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಲಿಂಗರಾಜ ಸೊಟ್ಟಪ್ಪನವರು. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರದೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಗದು ಬಹುಮಾನವಾಗಿ 5,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿಯನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದಂಥ ಕಥೆ ದೇಸಮ್ಯಾಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳು. ದೇಸಮ್ಯಾಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳು. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ವಿನುತಾ KR ಶ್ರೀ. ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದಂತಹ 4ನೇ ಕಥೆಯಾಗಿದೆ ದೇಸಮ್ಯಾಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳು. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ವಿನುತಾ KR ಶ್ರೀ. ಇನ್ನು ಈ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊನೆಯ ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದಂತಹ ಕಥೆಯಾಗಿದೆ ಉಗಢಾ ಉಗಢಿ. ಉಗಢಾ ಉಗಢಿ ಕತೆ. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ರೇಣುಕಾ ರಮಾನಂದ ಅವರು. ಸರ್ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಅಮರೇಶ್ ನುಗಡೋಣಿಯವರು ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ತಮಗೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನ ಸುಮಂಗಳ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಮುಂದಿನ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಸುಮಂಗಳ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದಂಥ ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ಕರೆಯಲಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಆದರೆ ಬರಹಗಾರರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಪುನಃ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕಥೆ ಲಕ್. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಜಿ. ಸೊ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಇದನ್ನು ಸುಮಂಗಳ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯ ಸದ್ದು. ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತ ಬಹುಮಾನಿತ ಕಥೆಗಳ ವಿಭಾಗ. 3ನೆಯ ಬಹುಮಾನ. ಸೊ 3ನೆಯ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರದೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿದೆ 15,000 ನಗದು. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಸುಮಂಗಳ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಪುನಃ. ಕಥೆ ದಿಗಿಲು. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ದಾದಾಪೀರ್ ಜೈಮನ್. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರದೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ 15,000 ನಗದನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ದಾದಾಪೀರ್ ಜೈಮನ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಕಥೆ ದಿಗಿಲು. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಹಾಗೆ ಎರಡನೇ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಟಿ ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅವರನ್ನ. ಎರಡನೇ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರದೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿದೆ 25,000 ನಗದನ್ನ. ಗೆದ್ದಿರುವಂತಹ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎರಡನೇ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಗೆದ್ದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಥೆ ಬೆಳಕು ಕುಡಿದ ಸಂಜೆ. ಬೆಳಕು ಕುಡಿದ ಸಂಜೆ ಬರಹಗಾರರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸದಾಶಿವ ಸೊರಟೂರು. ಸದಾಶಿವ ಸೊರಟೂರು ಕಥೆ ಬೆಳಕು ಕುಡಿದ ಸಂಜೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಟಿ ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅವರನ್ನ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಇನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಲೆಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಬಾಕಿ ಉಳಿತು. ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿದಂತಹ 468 ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡನೇ ಹಂತವಾಗಿ 60 ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 25 ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಘೋಷಿಸಿದ್ದು 24 ಆಗಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಬಾಕಿ ಉಳಿದಿದೆ, ಅದುವೇ ವಿಜೇತ ಕತೆ. ಸೊ ವಿಜೇತ ಕತೆ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿದೆ ನಗದು 50,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳು. ಗೆದ್ದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಥೆ ಪೆರೆಟ್ ಪೊಡಿಮೋನು. ಪೆರೆಟ್ ಪೊಡಿಮೋನು ಕತೆ ಗೆದ್ದಿರುವಂತಹ ಕತೆ ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಮನ್ಸೂರ್ ಅವರು. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಎಸ್ ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಅವರನ್ನ. ನಾನೂರ 68 ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಜೇತ ಕಥೆಯಾಗಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯಾಗಿದೆ ಪೆರೆಟ್ ಪೊಡಿಮೋನು. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಮನ್ಸೂರ್ ಅವರು. ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನ ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಎಸ್ ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಅವರು. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಅವರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋಗೆ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವಿಜೇತ ಕಥೆಯೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತಾವು ಕೂಡ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಜೊತೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ. ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಸರ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಬರ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಯ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ವಿಜೇತ ಕಥೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬರಹಗಾರರಿಗೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮಗದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಂಥ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದಂಥ 468 ಕಥೆಗಳಿಗೂ ಬರಹಗಾರರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ, ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಂಥವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ. ನಗ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್, ನಗ್ತಾರೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ. ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಪಡೆದಂಥ ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪರ್ಪಲ್ ಸಮಯ ಕಥೆ ಈ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಆಗ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಬರಹಗಾರನ ಕರೆದ್ವಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಈಗ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಪರ್ಪಲ್ ಸಮಯ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನ ಬರೆದಂಥವ್ರು ಅನುಪಮಾ ಬೆಣಚಿನ ಮರಡಿ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅನುಪಮಾ ಬೆಣಚಿನ ಮರಡಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಟಿ ಪತಂಜಲಿ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅವರನ್ನ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ದ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ PK Murugan sir to address the gathering. Please sir.
Thank you. Ellarigu namaskara. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Sri Diwakar ji, Patanjali Sastri ji, Amrish ji, Dr. Prashant, Sumangala ji, and the storytellers, authors, the literature enthusiasts, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Very good evening to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to stand before you today on this illustrious gathering, where should I say that words are treasured, stories are celebrated, ideas are immortalized. We are here for the second edition of Book Brahma Literature Festival. And today when I was going through the theme, this year festival's theme, the soul of South, I was quite moved, and it so deeply actually captures the deep connection between the culture and the language. South India, as you know, that is a mosaic of cultures, traditions, language, Kannada, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, and more. And each one has its own rhythm, richness, and fragrance. If I take Kannada first, Kannada has given us a kind of a timeless works by Kuvempu, D.R. Bendre, blending the kind of the deep philosophy with the lyrical beauty. And when it comes to Tamil, one of the world's oldest living languages, it holds treasures like Tirukural, Chelappatikaram, or should I say the kind of the pearls of the wisdom still relevant in the modern day boardrooms and households alike. Comes to Telugu, often called as the Italian of the East, and it has got a history of epics, bhakti, poetry, and modern day storytelling that speaks to the heart. Coming to the Malayalam literature brings us the kind of the emotional realism and the depth by Vaikom Muhammad Basirji and M.T. Vasudevan Nair and many others. In a nutshell, I should say that these languages are not just the modes of communication. They are the guardians of identity. They are the guardians of emotion. They are the guardians of imagination. That brings me to the power of the storytelling. We are all here to celebrate a very rare occasion, the Book Brahma Independence Day Short Story Competition 2025. In my opinion, this competition is a celebration of storytelling, and imagine that reflects the new voice of India. If I look at that, we know that storytelling has been an integral part of Indian culture for centuries, for epics, for our folklores, for traditions. All these are woven with the threads from the stories. Today, when we celebrate this short story competition, in my humble opinion, it reflects something profound. I should say that storytelling is not just an entertainment, it is an empowerment. Stories actually shape perception, open minds, and actually plant seeds for the social change. In New India, the literature or the storytelling has the power to bridge generation. Should I say that connecting the wisdom of past to the aspiration of the future. And it has got the power to promote inclusivity. You can see that embracing the diverse voices and the experience. And it also strengthens the democracy by nurturing the free thought and the healthier debates. Should I say that imagination is the first step towards innovation, and short stories, storytelling, or literature are the foundation of the innovation. That's how I look at it. Coming to the significance of this particular festival, the South India Literature Festival, in my opinion, this particular festival serves as a vital platform, giving a unique opportunity for the readers, the writers, the publishers, fostering a kind of an interaction and celebrating the unique South Indian literature. This festival, in my humble opinion, is not just a literary gathering, it is a cultural mirror. It is a cultural mirror which reflects the values we cherish, the histories we preserve, and the futures we dream of. Ladies and gentlemen, in my humble opinion, when we celebrate this Soul of South, actually we are making a statement. We are rather making a big statement that the regional language and literature are not peripheral. They are central to India's cultural renaissance. That brings me, what is the way forward? I mean, should we not spread this festival across India? That's what the dream. Should I say that, yes, while we celebrate this festival in South Indian literature, our dream should be actually bigger. We should spread this festival across India, probably connecting Kannada with Bengali and Tamil with Marathi and Malayalam with Assamese and Telugu with maybe Punjabis. I mean, if you do like that, we can create a national literature ecosystem. When we create the natural ecosystem, we give an opportunity for every reader in India to know the magic of each region's voice. In that case, literature becomes not just a celebration of words, it becomes the celebration of unity in diversity. Ladies and gentlemen, in my humble opinion, let us remember storytelling or short stories live longer than the lifetimes. They cross the borders, they survive centuries, they inspire generations. As we step into the days ahead, in my humble opinion, may this festival remind us what binds us together, not just as South Indians, not just as readers, but it is the custodians of Indian soul. In this particular offer, having organized such a wonderful, incredible festival, and equally I am so proud to be a part of this storytelling competition where we have seen that the stories, whatever has been explained and shared here, will inspire many people to take their pens and start writing. My heartfelt congratulations to all the participants and the deserving winners in the storytelling. Keep reading, keep writing, keep dreaming, keep telling stories to the world, and the world is eagerly listening, and we are there to listen to your loving stories. Thank you very much. Jai Brahma, Jai Bharat, and Jai Karnataka. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025, on the day of 2, this award ceremony is presenting by the session partner, LCA and LCITA. LCA, Electronic City Industries Association, and LCITA, Electronic City Industrial Township Authority. Now I'm requesting our one more guest, Prashant PKM, to address the gathering.
Good evening to everyone, respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, the members of the literary fraternity, the participants, and dear friends. It is indeed a great honor for me to present here today at the Book Brahma Literary Festival 2025, an event that celebrates the timeless power of words, ideas, and the creativity. I am deeply grateful to the organizers for inviting me as the chief guest for this prestigious occasion. Book Brahma is known for its grand literary and cultural festival deeply rooted in South Indian literature. It carries a clear vision and a sincere commitment to uniting South India's rich literary tradition under one roof. I am proud that from its very first edition in 2025, the festival has brought together over 300 writers representing Kannada, Tamil, Telugu, and the English. I also understand that Book Brahma has featured more than 80 panel discussion across the multiple thematic tracks, fostering mutual literary interaction and an experience that in many ways resembles the cultural vibrancy of the ancient Greek theater tradition. I am aware the Book Brahma is known for its unique features and the cultural integration and the linguistic unity. The festival is uniquely positioned as Mahasangam, the grand confluence of South Indian art, literature and the language, something rarely seen in India's literary landscape. It brought together the authors, the publishers from multiple languages, and even facilitated academic engagement with global institutions like the University of Chicago. It is an occasion to remember ancient Tamil Sangam literature and the 12th century Vachana movement, Mane. I wonder to say that a Book Brahma's festivals, a discussion spanned diverse topics including literary translation, Dalit feminism, modern poetry, autobiographies, regional cinema, and more. These narratives enriched the cultural dimensions of the South India. I astonish and admire that a Book Brahma Literary Festival is not just a gathering, it's a movement like a Vachana movement, Mahamane. I am proud to acknowledge that Book Brahma celebrates the cultural richness, artistic diversity, and a linguistic depth of South India through the engaging panels, artistic performance, awards, and inclusive literary dialogue. By weaving together the literature, art, and the cultural exchange, it firmly established itself as a soul of steering platform of a regional heritage. And finally, I would like to admire the Book Brahma and all other audience for keeping the flame of the literature alive. May this festival continue to grow and inspire, reminding us that while industries like the Karnataka soaps and detergent preserve and promote our material heritage, it is writers, poets, and artists who nurture our spiritual and the cultural heritage. And finally, I thank you once again for this honor, and I wish the Book Brahma Literary Festival marvelous success in the coming years. Thank you. Jai Hind.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಮುಂದೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಎಸ್ ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಸರ್ ಇವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದ ಮೊದಲಿನಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನಗಳು, ವಿಶೇಷ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಇವೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಈ ಕಾಲದ ಕಥೆಗಾರರು, ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಪಡಿತಾ ಇರೋ ಕಥೆಗಾರರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅದೃಷ್ಟವಂತರು ಕೂಡ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಬಹಳ ಹಿಂದೆ, ಸುಮಾರು 50, 60, 70 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಈ ಥರದ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಕೊಡುವ ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಧತಿಯೇ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿದ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ದೇವರಾಜ್ ಬಹದ್ದೂರ್ ದತ್ತಿ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದಿತ್ತು. ಅದರ ಮೊತ್ತ ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿದ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ 50 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಅದು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, VC ಅಂತ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಲ ಅವರೊಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕಕ್ಕೆ ಈ 50 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಬಂತು. ಅವರ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಡೆದದ್ದ ಒಂದೇ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಅದು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಹುಮಾನ ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಶುರುವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಅಂತಂದರೆ 750 ರೂಪಾಯಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಜಾವಾಣಿಯ ಕಥಾಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆ. 1958ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಜಾವಾಣಿ ಕಥಾಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯನ್ನು ಏರ್ಪಡಿಸಿತು. ಅದರ ಮೊದಲ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದವರು ಕನ್ನಡದ ಬಹುಮುಖ್ಯ ಕವಿಯಾದ ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಶರ್ಮ ಅವರು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು ಮೊತ್ತ 750 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಯು ಆರ್ ಅನಂತಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಯಶವಂತ್ ಚಿತ್ತಾಲ್ ಇಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟೆಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಲೇಖಕರು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರೋ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಜಾವಾಣಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಬಹುಮಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡೆದವರು. ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಗಳಿಂದ ಕನ್ನಡ ಒಂದು ಕಥಾ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಕಥೆಗಾರರಿಗೆ ಎಂಥ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಬಹುಮಾನಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಕಾರಣ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಈಗ ಪಡೀತಾ ಇರೋರು 50,000 60,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೀತಾ ಇರೋರು ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಪುಣ್ಯವಂತರು ಕೂಡ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪುಣ್ಯವಂತರು ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾಲದ ಕಥೆಗಾರರಿಗೆ ಇಂಥ ಪುಣ್ಯವಂತರ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಪುಣ್ಯವಂತರು ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈಗ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸತೀಶ್ ಚಪ್ಪರ್ಕೆ ಅಂತವರು ಧಾರಾಳವಾಗಿ 50,000 60,000 ಬಹುಶಃ ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷ 1 ಲಕ್ಷವೇ ಆಗಬಹುದು ಬಹುಮಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆಗಲಿ, ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ. ಹೀಗೆ ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊತ್ತ ಕೂಡ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಬಹುಶಃ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಹುಮಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಬಹುಶಃ ಕಥೆಗಾರರ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಕೂಡ ಹೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಾದಿ ಯಾವುದು, ಈ ಕಥಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲೇ ನನ್ನ ಮುಂದಿನ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಹೇಗಿಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಆತ್ಮಾವಲೋಕನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಹುಮಾನಿತರನ್ನು ನಾನು ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಿ, ನನಗಿರೋದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪೇ ಸಮಯ ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಕೆಲವು ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಸಂಗ ನೆನಪಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿರ್ತೀರಿ. ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮ್ ಗಾರ್ಕಿ ಅವನು ತನ್ನ ಲೋವರ್ ಡೆಪ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ನಾಟಕ ಬರೆದ. ಆ ನಾಟಕವನ್ನು ಟಾಲ್ಸ್ಟಾಯ್ಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದಂತೆ. ಟಾಲ್ಸ್ಟಾಯ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಓದಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ದ, ಈ ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದೆಲ್ಲ ನಿನ್ನೊಳಗಿಂದಲೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾತ್ರಗಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಇದು ಕಥೆಗಾರರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರರಿಗೆ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸುವಂಥ ಮಾತು ಕೂಡ. ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾತ್ರ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಆದರೆ ಕಥನ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋ ಪಾತ್ರಗಳಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅವು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಬದುಕಿನ ಒಂದು ತುಣುಕಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ತುಣುಕನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವಂಥವರು ಬದುಕಿನ ಪಾತ್ರಗಳೇ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಈ ಕಥೆಯ ಹುಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬೆಂಜಮಿನ್ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಎಷ್ಟೋ ದೂರ ಪ್ರಾಂತ್ಯದಿಂದ ಬಂದವನು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಕಥನವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಅದೇ ನಿಜವಾದ ಕಥೆಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಮಾತಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ, ಕೇಳಿದ, ಓದಿದ, ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದ ಅನೇಕ ಪ್ರಸಂಗಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಥೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. 2 ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಗೋಬಹುದು ಅಂತ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಕವಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕಥೆಗಾರ ಅಂತ. ಕವಿ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ನಡಿ ಇದ್ದ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಕವಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಕವಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಾನುಭವವನ್ನು ಓದುಗನಿಗೆ ದಾಟಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತೀಕವನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ರೂಪಕವನ್ನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ. ಒಂದು ಇಡೀ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ಮೂರ್ತ ರೂಪಗೊಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂತ, ಅದನ್ನು ಘನೀಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ಅವನು ಕವಿ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸ್ತಾನೆ. ಅದು ಒಂದು ಕನ್ನಡಿಲಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ಕಥೆಗಾರ ಅಥವಾ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಿಟಕಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಕನ್ನಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕಿಟಕಿ ಅಂತ. ಕಿಟಕಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೊರ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಕಿಟಕಿ ಕನ್ನಡಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಾದರೆ, ಕಿಟಕಿ ಹೊರ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಕವಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತು ಕಥೆಗಾರನಿಗೂ ಇರೋ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಇದು ಅಂತ. ಕೆಲವು ಸಲ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂತಂದರೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಕವಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಥೆಗಾರರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಕಥೆಗಾರರಲ್ಲಿ ಕವಿಗಳೂ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಹಳ ಅಪರೂಪವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯುವಂತಹದ್ದು. ಅಂಥವರು ಬಹಳ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಕಥೆಗಾರರು ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳು ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ಕವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡಿ ಇರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಿಟಕಿನೂ ಇರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ, ಕಥೆಗಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿಟಕಿ ಇರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡಿ ಇರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಕೆಲವು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳೋದು ಈ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಸರುಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ತುಂಬ ಅಪಾಯ. ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋರ ಹೆಸರುಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಬದುಕಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋ ಹೆಸರುಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅಪಾಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಆನಂದಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅಂಥವರು, ಯಶವಂತ್ ಚಿತ್ತಾಲ್ ಅವರು, ಇಂಥ ಕಥೆಗಾರರನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾವ್ಯಾಂಶದ ಜೊತೆಗೆ, ಕಥೆಯ ಅಂಶದ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕಾವ್ಯ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಸುಹೊಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಕನ್ನಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕಿಟಕಿ ಇದರ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ರೂಪಕವಾಗಿ ಆ ಎರಡನ್ನು ನಾನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಈ ಕಥೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅವುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕಥೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ತೀರಾ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಥೆ ಅಂತ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದ ಯಾವುದೇ ದೇಶದ ಯಾವುದೇ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾದ ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನ ಓದಿ, ಅದು ತೀರಾ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರು ಅಂತ ಏನು ಕರಿತೀರಿ, ಆ ಪ್ರಕಾರವೇ, ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಥೆಯ ಪ್ರಕಾರವೇ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೊಂದುವಂಥ, ಅವರನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಪ್ರತಿಫಲಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಫ್ರಾಂಕ್ ಓಕೋನರ್ ಅಂತ ಒಬ್ಬ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಐರಿಷ್ ಲೇಖಕ ಇದ್ದ, ಅವನು ತನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ ಸಬ್ಮರ್ಜ್ಡ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಅಂತ. ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಎದ್ದು ಕಾಣೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಮುಳುಗೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಮುಳುಗೋಗಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಥೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಹಳ ನಿಜವಾದ ಮಾತು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಕಾರವೇ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವ್ರನ್ನ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಾಗಿಟ್ಟು ಕತೆ ಬರೆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಕೊನೆಗೊಳ್ಯೋದು ಆ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗೋದು ಯಾರೊಬ್ಬ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾನೆ. ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕತೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ, ಕೊನೆ ಪಕ್ಷ ಇಡೀ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಇರೋದು ಸಮಾಜದ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೇ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕತೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕತೆ. ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಕಳೆದ 60-70 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಗಿಂತ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೊಂದು ಹೋದರೆ 100, 110, 120 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕತೆ ಬೆಳೆದು ಬಂತಲ್ಲ, ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಿದರೆ ಕೆಲವು ಚಳವಳಿಗಳು ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು, ಆಯಾ ಚಳವಳಿಗೆ ಆಯಾ ಆಶಯಗಳು ಇದ್ದಿತ್ತು. ಆಯಾ ಆಶಯಗಳಿಗೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಅವರು ಬರೆದ ಕಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವರದೇ ಆದ ಆಕೃತಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಆಕೃತಿಗಳು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಒಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ನವೋದಯ ಕಾಲ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನು ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸರ್ವಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯಿಂದ ನನಗೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಜಗತ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತು, ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ, ಅಂಥ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ನೋಡಿದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಷ್ಟವನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ ಅಥವಾ ಇಂಥ ಸುಖವಾಗಿ ಅವನು ಇದ್ದ ಅಂತನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಒಬ್ಬ ನಿರೂಪಕನಾಗಿ ಅವನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ, ಪ್ರಗತಿಶೀಲರು ಬಂದಾಗ, ಒಂದು ಉಳ್ಳವರು ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇರೋರು ಇವರ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ನಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂಘರ್ಷ, ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ. ನವೀರ ಕಾಲ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವರು ಕನ್ನಡಿನ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋರು, ತಾವು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದ್ದನ್ನು ತಾವದೇ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸಿ ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಪಡಿಯಚ್ಚಿನ ಜೊತೆ ಒಂದು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ನಡೆಸಿದವರು ನವೀರು. ಹಾಗೆ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಸಂವೇದನೆ ಬಂತು, ದಲಿತ ಸಂವೇದನೆ ಬಂತು, ಮಹಿಳಾ ಸಂವೇದನೆ ಬಂತು. ಹೀಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಥಾಲೋಕ ಬಹಳ ಸಮೃದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಶಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಎಂಥ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವ ಚಳವಳಿಗಳ ಗೊಡವೆಯೂ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಒಂದು ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನವ್ಯರ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನವೋದಯದಿಂದ ಭಿನ್ನವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತಿಳಿದು ನಾವು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಇವತ್ತು ಓದೋರು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಚಳವಳಿಗಳ ಪಿಜನ್ ಹೋಲ್ ಅಂತ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕರೀತಾರೆ, ಇವುಗಳ ಹಂಗೆ ಇರಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಕಥೆ ಬರೆಯೋರಿಗೆ ಏನಿದೆ, ಏನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಗಳಿದೆ, ಅವರ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ಏನು, ಅವರ ಆಶಯಗಳೇನು ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕತೆ ಭಾಳ ಸಮೃದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇರೋ ಕನ್ನಡ ಇದು ಕಥಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಸಮೃದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಪ್ರಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಒಂದು ಕಾಲದಿದ್ದಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲವಾಗಿದೆ. ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಥೆಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕಾವ್ಯಕ್ಕೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಜವಾದ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬೆಳೀತೋ ಅದು ನಿಂತೋಗಿದೆ ಇವತ್ತು. ಈ ಉಳಿದ ಸೃಜನಶೀಲ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತಿರುವ ಒಂದು ವೇಗಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕ ಹಾಗೆ ವಿಮರ್ಶಕರು ಹುಡುಕ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಕಳೆದ 30-40 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಒಂದು ವಿಮರ್ಶೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕಾಣೋದು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ವಸ್ತುವಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಗಮನ ಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಿಸಿದಂಥ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಥೆಯ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಕ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಇಲ್ಲವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಈ ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದಲೇ ಬಹುಶಃ ಹೊಸ ಕಥೆಗಾರರಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ, ಕೊನೆಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಬೆಳೆಯಿತು, ಒಂದು ಮುಂದುವರಿಯಿತು, ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ಆಯಾಮ ಸಿಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಲಂಘನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಯಾವುದದು ಲಂಘನ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಚನ್ನಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಸರಹದ್ದನ್ನು ದಾಟುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಯಾರು ದಾಟುತ್ತಾನೆ ಅವನೊಂದು ಮಾರ್ಗ ಪ್ರವರ್ತಕ ಹಾಕ್ತಾನೆ. ಅಂಥ ಮಾರ್ಗವಂತರು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಥೆಗಾರರಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಲಿ, ಅವರ ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಓದುವಂಥ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ನನಗೂ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಕೆಲವು ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Thank you, sir. Now I request T. Patanjali Shastri sir to address the gathering.
I hope you can see me. అందరికీ నమస్కారం. I'm very happy to be here. నా ఇంట్లో ఉండే కొన్ని చిన్న ఇబ్బందుల వల్ల ఈ సమావేశానికి, సభలకి వస్తాను అనుకోలేదు. అది అదృష్టవశాత్తు రాగలిగాను. సో ఐఎమ్ ట్రూలీ హ్యాపీ టు బి హియర్. ఒక 5 నిమిషాల్లో తెలుగు లిటరరీ సీన్, తెలుగు కథా సాహిత్యానికి సంబంధించిన పరిస్థితి ఎలా ఉంది కొంచెం క్లుప్తంగా చెప్పండి అని అడిగారు వారు. 2-3 ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి అంశాలను సూచించి నేను విరమిస్తాను. చాలా సంవత్సరాల క్రితం, sometime in late 90s, నేను I attended a seminar at the Central University, Hyderabad, on folk culture, on some problems of folk culture. అప్పుడు ఏకే రామానుజన్ కేమ్. అదృష్టం ఏంటంటే ఐ వాజ్ ఎవర్ గ్రేట్ఫుల్ టు ఎయిర్ ఇండియా. ఆయన ఫ్లైట్ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ బీన్ డిలేడ్ బై అబౌట్ 1.5 hours. అప్పుడు మా మిత్రుడు ప్రొఫెసర్ గారు ఏం చేశారంటే, ఆయన రూమ్లో ఆయన కూర్చోబెట్టి నన్ను పిలిచి, పతంజలి ప్లీజ్ గో అండ్ మీట్ డాక్టర్ రామానుజన్ అండ్ కీప్ హిమ్ కంపెనీ ఫర్ అబౌట్ 1 hour or so. సరే, రామానుజన్ని కలుసుకోవడం అంటే గొప్ప అదృష్టం కదా. ఆయన కలుసుకుని ఏదో మాట్లాడుతూ ఒక ముఖ్యమైన విషయం ఒకటి చెప్పారు ఆయన. నేను ఏమన్నానంటే, మేము తెలుగు వాళ్ళు చాలా దురదృష్టం అండి, ఇతర సాహిత్యాల గురించి దక్షిణ భారతదేశంలో ఉన్న మలయాళం సాహిత్యం, కన్నడ, తమిళ సాహిత్యం గురించి మాకు తెలుసు. అట్లీస్ట్ మాకు చాలామంది రచయితల పేర్లు తెలుసు. తెలుగు సాహిత్యం గురించి కానీ, రచయితల గురించి కానీ మా దక్షిణ భారతదేశంలో ఇతర రాష్ట్రాల వాళ్ళకి తెలియదు. అన్నిటికంటే పెద్ద దురదృష్టం ఏంటంటే, మా సాహిత్యం, తెలుగు సాహిత్యం, ఇట్ హ్యాస్ నెవర్ బీన్ ట్రాన్స్లేటెడ్ ఇంటూ ఇంగ్లీష్. దాట్స్ మై గ్రేట్ రిగ్రెట్ సార్ అన్న. అంటే ఆయన చెప్పాడు, డాక్టర్ శాస్త్రి ప్లీజ్ డోంట్ మిస్అండర్స్టాండ్ మీ, యు ఆర్ బేసికల్లీ వెరీ రాంగ్. వై do you worry about somebody not getting books, Telugu books translated into English? You please worry about what has not been happening in other languages related to your own. మీకు ఇతర భాషల్లోకి, సౌత్ ఇండియాలో ఉండే ఇతర భాషల్లోకి అనువాదం కావట్లేదని బాధపడండి, కానీ ఇంగ్లీష్ గురించి why do you worry about English? ఆ తర్వాత కన్వర్సేషన్ అనవసరం. ఇది ఇప్పుడు ఎందుకు చెప్తున్నా అంటే, ఇటీవల కాలం నుంచి మాకు ఆంధ్రదేశంలో తెలుగు సాహిత్యం గురించి ఎప్పుడు ఎవరు మాట్లాడినా మూడు విషయాల గురించి చర్చకు వస్తూ ఉంటుంది మాకు. ఒకటేంటంటే ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్పింది తెలుగు సాహిత్యం గురించి మన ఇతర వీళ్ళకి తెలియదు అని. సరే, అది ఎందుకు ఏంటి అనే చర్చ అప్రస్తుతం. దాని గురించి మేము కొంచెం చింతిస్తూ ఉంటాం. ఇప్పుడు చాలా ఇటీవల కాలంలో నుంచి ఇప్పుడున్న జనరేషన్ వాళ్ళు దీని గురించి పట్టించుకుని చాలా మంచి ప్రయత్నాలు చేస్తున్నారు. వండర్ఫుల్ వర్క్. ట్రాన్స్లేషన్ అనే దాన్ని చాలా సాహిత్యంలో అతి ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి ఒక ప్రక్రియగా ఇప్పుడు భావిస్తున్నారు. తెలుగులో అనేక ఇతర భాషల నుంచి, ఇంగ్లీష్ అప్పుడు మా చిన్నతనం నుంచి సరఫరా అయింది చాలా. కానీ అన్ని భాషలు చదువుకున్న వాళ్ళు కూడా బహుశా మీకు తెలియదేమో, తెలుగులో we have many old scholars who lived in late 19th century, who are scholars in different Indian and European languages. My own grandfather, he was a scholar in about 8 languages, both Indian and European. He was a scholar in Kannada, Marathi, Hindi, Bengali, God knows what other languages, and then of course European languages. And he translated many, I think బెంగాలీ నుంచి ఎక్కువ చేశారు ఆయన. బెంగాలీ సాహిత్యం నుంచి చాలా పుస్తకాలు అనువాదం చేశారు. అట్లాగా చాలామంది ఉంది. ఎంతమంది వాళ్ళందరికీ అనేక భాషలు తెలుసు, అందుకని ఇతర భాషల నుంచి అనువాదం చేశారు. కానీ ఎవరికి నోబడి అక్కర్డ్ టు దెమ్ టు ట్రాన్స్లేట్ అట్లీస్ట్ వన్ బుక్ ఇంటూ ఇంగ్లీష్ ఆర్ ఇన్ అదర్ లాంగ్వేజ్ దే నో. ఇట్స్ ఎ వెరీ స్ట్రేంజ్ ప్రెడికమెంట్ ఇన్ ఆంధ్ర. అది ఒకటి ఇప్పుడు చాలా జరుగుతుంది. బహుశా మీరు ఈ సదస్సులో చూసుంటారు, మా వాళ్ళు ట్రాన్స్లేషన్ వింగులు చేశారు. వండర్ఫుల్ జాబ్ దే హావ్ బీన్ డూయింగ్. ఇంకోటి ముఖ్యమైనది ఏంటంటే ఇవాళ చాలా యాదృచ్ఛికంగా నేను ఐ సాట్ టు టూ వెరీ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ క్వశ్చన్ ఆన్సర్ సెషన్స్, సంభాషణలు, కాన్వర్జేషన్స్. ఒకటి సినిమాల మీద గురించి ఇప్పుడు నేను ప్రస్తావించడానికి చాలా ముఖ్య కారణం ఉంది. అందులో ఇప్పుడు సినిమాలు సాహిత్యవేత్తలు రాస్తే ఎలా ఉంటుందో జరిగింది. ఒక ముఖ్యమైన విషయం అందరూ మర్చిపోయేది ఏంటంటే సినిమా కానీ ఐ హోప్ ఇట్స్ నాట్ మెంట్ ఫర్ మీ. సో తెలుగు కానీ సినిమా కానీ ఓకే ఓకే ఐ విల్ సే మై పీస్ అండ్ లివ్. 2 minutes. సినిమా కానీ సాహిత్యం కానీ దీన్ని సపోర్ట్ చేసేది స్థూలంగా సంస్కృతి, మధ్యతరగతి అనే విషయం మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకొని మాట్లాడాలి. ఒక రకమైన ఒక తరహా సినిమాని పెట్టి పోషించింది మధ్యతరగతి. ఆ మధ్యతరగతి కానీ దాని సంస్కృతి కానీ ఇప్పుడు లేదు. అంచేత సినిమాకి ఒక రకమైన ఒక తరహా ప్రేక్షకులు లేరు. ఇప్పుడు కొత్త తరం వచ్చింది, అది మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. సంథింగ్ మోర్ టు ఇట్. బట్ అలాగే సాహిత్యంలో కూడా మాకు బాధ ఏంటంటే విమర్శకులు లేరు. ఇప్పుడు తరం ఇందాక కూడా వచ్చింది సమస్య, నరేంద్ర గారి ఎక్కువ చదువుకోకుండా కుర్రవాళ్ళు రాస్తున్నారు. ఇట్లా కొంత విమర్శ ఉంది. ముఖ్యంగా తెలుగులో విమర్శ లేదండి, అది నిజం. విమర్శ లేదు తెలుగులో. సాహిత్యం నో లిటరరీ మ్యాగజైన్స్ ఇన్ తెలుగు. ఐఎమ్ వెరీ అషేమ్డ్ టు సే దిస్. ఇది ది ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఈజ్ ప్రతి 40 సంవత్సరాలకి తరం మారుతూ ఉంటుంది. సో తరాలు మారినప్పుడల్లా చాలా చేంజెస్ వస్తాయి. మన కుటుంబ జీవితం కనుక జాగ్రత్తగా అందులో కూడా చేంజెస్ వస్తాయి. 25 సంవత్సరాలను కుర్రవాడు తండ్రి దగ్గరికి వచ్చే, నాన్న నీకు తెలియదు నాన్న, ఆ రోజులు మారిపోయి, డాడీ విల్ టేక్ కేర్ ఆఫ్ ది వైడీ వర్రీ అంటాడు. దేర్ ఆర్ ప్యారలల్స్ అవుట్ సైడ్ యువర్ ఓన్ హోమ్. చాలామంది ఆర్ యంగ్ పీపుల్ వెరీ రెస్టివ్, వెరీ యాంగ్రీ, వెరీ అన్హ్యాపీ అండ్ స్ట్రైడెంట్లీ యాంగ్రీ. సో ఇప్పుడు ఉండేటువంటి సాహిత్యం అంతా పూర్వం ఉండేటి మధ్యతరగతి సృష్టించిన సాహిత్యం కాదు. అసలు మిడిల్ క్లాస్ ఫార్మేషన్ అనేది దేనికన్నా సపోర్టివ్గా ఉంటుంది. సాహిత్యానికి ఒక స్పెషల్ మిడిల్ క్లాస్ ఉంటుంది, అది ఇప్పుడు లేదు. ఎందుకు ఏమిటనేది మాట్లాడే టైం కాదు. అంచేత మనం అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి ఏంటి, విమర్శ ఎందుకు లేదు అంటే ఒక రకమైన మధ్యతరగతి ఇప్పుడు లేదు. ఇప్పుడు ఉండేటువంటి రచయితలు కుర్రవాళ్ళందరూ కూడా ఎక్కువ భాగం ఆర్టిజనల్ కమ్యూనిటీస్ నుంచి కష్టపడి చచ్చి చెడి చదువుకొచ్చి రాస్తున్నారు. సో అందువల్ల మనం అది అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి మనం. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. I forgot to congratulate the young people who won prizes here. Congratulations. All the best to you. Namaskaram. Sorry.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, చక్కగా మాట్లాడారు మీరు కూడా. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. ఓకే, దిస్ ఇస్ అ టైమ్ టు హానర్ అవర్ గెస్ట్. సో నవ్ ఐమ్ రిక్వెస్టింగ్ Mr. S. Divakar sir to honor our guests. Okay, so first I'm requesting to receive this honor, to say we are presenting a memento on behalf of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025. P.K. Murugan sir, requesting you to receive this. I'm requesting Mr. S. Divakar sir to give away this memento as a token of love from Book Brahma Literature 2025. Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025 ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಗಳಿಗೆಯ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಪಿ ಕೆ ಮುರುಗನ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಎಸ್ ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಅವರು ಇದನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಸರ್ನ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ. ಸೊ ಮುಂದಿನ ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ PKM. ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಟು ರಿಸೀವ್ ದಿಸ್ ಮೊಮೆಂಟೋ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಎಸ್ ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಸರ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ದ ಮೊಮೆಂಟೋ ಆಸ್ ಎ ಟೋಕನ್ ಆಫ್ ಲವ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ 2025. Thank you, sir. Now I am requesting to receive this memento as a token of love, T. Patanjali Shastri. I am requesting Dev Pattar sir to give this memento on behalf of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ದೇವ್ ಪತ್ತರ್ ಸರ್ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಎಸ್ ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಸೊ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ 2025 ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಎಸ್ ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ದೇವ್ ಪತ್ತರ್ ಅವರು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಕುಳಿತು ಮಾತನಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೆರವೇರಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ ದ ಡಿಗ್ನಿಟರೀಸ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಡಯಾಸ್ ಹೂ ಮೇಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ ಮೆಮೊರೇಬಲ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಎ ಲಾಟ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಯು ಶೇರ್ಡ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಫೋಟೋ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. And next we have one point to share with you which is very important with respect to the award ceremony of short story competition. Before that, I have mentioned the total number of stories received, and out of which we selected 25, and out of which one got selected as the winning story. But you need to know the panel as well. I mean to say the jury panel as well, that I'm going to share now. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, madam. Hagine, yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Okay, now the stage will set. The jury panel, 468 stories we received, I mentioned. So the jury panel, we had total 3 members, out of which 2 members are here only, that is none other than Mr. Amaresh Nugadoni, and second thing is Sumangala madam. There was one more jury also, but who is not here, that is Sunanda Prakash Kadame. ಸೊ ಇವರು ಕೂಡ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಹೌದು, ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಅನುಪಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ನಾವು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಗಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಅಮರೇಶ್ ನುಗಡೋಣಿ ಅವರು ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಸುಮಂಗಳ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಕಥೆಗಳು, ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಹೆಣದ್ರಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು 3 ಬರಹಗಾರರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. 3ನೇ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಂತಹ ಕಥೆ ದಿಗಿಲು. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ದಾದಾಪೀರ್ ಜೈಮನ್. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ ತಾವು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಅಲಂಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ 2ನೇ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಂತಹ ಕಥೆಯಾಗಿತ್ತು ಬೆಳಕು ಕುಡಿದ ಸಂಜೆ. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಸದಾಶಿವ ಸೊರಟೂರು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ವಿಜೇತ ಕಥೆಯಾಗಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಪೆಡರ್ ಪೊಡಿಮೋನು ಕಥೆ. ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಮನ್ಸೂರ್ ಅವರು. ದಯಮಾಡಿ 3 ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಅಲಂಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಇದೀಗ ಮಾತುಕತೆ 3 ಬರಹಗಾರರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಜೂರಿ ಪ್ಯಾನೆಲ್ ಆದಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಅಮರೇಶ್ ನಗಡೋಣಿ ಅವರು ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಸುಮಂಗಳ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. So the now conversation of the stories or behind that will happen with all the 3 writers and with the jury members, that is Amaresh Nugadoni sir and Sumangala madam. Sir, over to you, ma'am, over to you. Thank you.
ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಈ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಿತ ಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದ ಎಲ್ಲ 25 ಜನರಿಗೂ ಹಾಗೂ ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸಿದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ 3 ಜನರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಷಯ. ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಈಗ ಈ 3 ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಜ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಬರೆದಿರೋದು 3 ಪುರುಷರೇ ಆದ್ರೂ ಬಟ್ ತುಂಬ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾದ ಒಂದು ಮಹಿಳಾ ಪಾತ್ರ ಚಿತ್ರಣ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್? ಅದು ನಮಗೆ 3 ಜನರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿರೋ ವಿಷಯ. ಅಂದರೆ ಬರೀ ಪಾತ್ರ ಚಿತ್ರಣ ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಟ್ಟು ವಸ್ತುವಿನ ಕಥಾವಸ್ತು ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಶೈಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಿರೂಪಣಾ ಶೈಲಿ, ತಂತ್ರ, ಆಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ನಾವು 3 ಜನ ನಿಜ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿದಾಗಲೇ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಎತ್ತಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋ ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 3 ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ವಿವಾದಗಳಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಆ ಥರ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ 3 ಜನ ಒಂದರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಮ್ಮತದಿಂದ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದು ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ 3 ಜನರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನದ ವಿಷಯ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ನಂತರ 5 ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಯಾರೂ ಬೇಜಾರಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದೊಂದು ತುಂಬ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಿತ ಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಯುವ ಬರಹಗಾರರು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಅಂದರೆ ತುಂಬ ಸಿದ್ಧತೆಯಿಂದ ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ 60 ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಓದಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಭರವಸೆ ಇತ್ತು. ನನಗೆ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಿರಾಸೆ ಕೂಡ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರೂ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿ ಭಾವಿಸಬಾರ್ದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಿರಾಸೆ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಿತ ಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಕಥೆಗಳು ತುಂಬ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಹುಶಃ ಅದು ನನ್ನ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ. ತಪ್ಪು ಇರಬಹುದು, ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ. ಆದರೆ ಈ 3 ಕಥೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನಂತರದ 5 ಕಥೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನಂತರದ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ 17 ಕಥೆಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ 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 ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ನಮಗೆ ಯುವ ಕಥೆಗಾರರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ತುಂಬ ಭರವಸೆ ಕೂಡ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಈಗ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಕತೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಪೆರೇಡ್ ಪೋಡಿಮೋನು. ಇದು ಪೋಡಿಮೋನು ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ ಕಥೆಯ ಹೆಸರು ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ನಿಜವಾದ ಅರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಮೀನಾಳ ಕತೆ, ಅಮೀನಾಳ ಮಗಳ ನರ್ಗಿಸ್ಳ ಕತೆ. ನನಗೆ ಇಡೀ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಮೀನಾ ಕೇಳೋದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ತುಂಬ ತುಂಬ ಹಾಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಬಹುಶಃ ಆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕಂಡುಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಷ್ಟು ಈಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಪೊಡಿಮೋನು, ಅಮೀನಾ, ನರ್ಗೀಸ್ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಬಹುದಾ?
ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಿನವರು ಅಥವಾ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನವರು. ನಾನು ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಈ ಥರದವರು ಇದ್ದರು, ನಾನು ಕಣ್ಣಾರೆ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಅನುಭವ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಬಹುಪಾಲು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬಹುಪಾಲು ಅದರ ಪಾತ್ರ ವರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿರೋರು ನಾನು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಇಂಥವ್ರು ಇದ್ದರು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರ ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿನವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆ ಪಾತ್ರ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಈ ಪೊಡಿಮೋನು ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಳು ಅಮೀನಾ ಖತೀಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾಳೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಆಯಿತು, ಈಗ ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಾನು ಅಂದರೆ ಗಂಡ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಅಂದರೆ ಇವಳು ತಂಗಿ ಜೊತೆಗೇ ಅವ್ನು ಸಂಸಾರ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಮದುವೆ ಅನೂರ್ಜಿತ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅವರು ತುಂಬ ಗೊಂದಲದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವಾಗ ಅವಳು ಒಂದೇ ಕೇಳ್ತಾಳೆ, ನನಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಮದುವೆ ಊರ್ಜಿತನೋ ಅನೂರ್ಜಿತನೋ ಅದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ರೀ, ನಾಳೆ ನನ್ನ ಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವನು ತಂದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ಅನೂರ್ಜಿತ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ? ನಾಳೆ ನನ್ನ ಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅವನ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅವನು ನಿಕಾಹ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬಹುದಾ, ಹೇಗೆ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಅನೂರ್ಜಿತ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ. ನಿಜ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಖತೀಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಉತ್ತರ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಓದಿದಾಗ ನನಗನ್ಸಿದ್ದು ಅಮೀನಾ ತುಂಬ ಸಾಧಾರಣ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಗಳು, ಆದರೆ ಅವಳು ಕೇಳುವ ಆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯ ಗಟ್ಟಿತನ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ತುಂಬ ಮಹತ್ವದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ 3 ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದು. ನಂತರ ಆದರೆ ಕಥೆಯ ಅಂತ್ಯ ಮಾತ್ರ ನೀವು ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು ಸಿದ್ಧ ಮಾದರಿ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋದಿರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫ್ಯಾಂಟಸಿ ಥರಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇಷ್ಟಾಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಸಿದ್ಧ ಮಾದರಿ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಅಮೀನಾ ಆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ಆಗ್ತಾಳೆ ಅಥವಾ ಹೇಗೆ ಎದುರಿಸ್ತಾಳೆ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ವಾ?
ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಎದುರಿಸೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ನನಗೆ ಅದು ಕತೆ ಬರೆಯೋ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದು, ಆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳು ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಬೋದು, ಇನ್ನೂ ಬರ್ಬೋದು. ಬಟ್ ಸಿನಾರಿಯೋ ಅದಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಯಾಕಂತೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕತೆ ಬರೆದಿರೋದು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 30 to 40 years ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ಸಿನಾರಿಯೋ ನಾನು ಇದು ಕೇಳಿಪಟ್ಟದ್ದು, ನಾನು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತದ್ದು ಕೇಳಿ. ಬಟ್ ಈ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ಯಾರಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ಬ್ಯಾರಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಈ ಬ್ಯಾರಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಲೇಡೀಸ್ಗೆ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ತುಂಬ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಈಗಿನ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಏಜ್ನವ್ರು ಅರೌಂಡ್ ಈಗ 40 ಆಸ್ಪಾಸಲ್ಲಿರೋರು, 30 ಆಸ್ಪಾಸಲ್ಲಿರೋರು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಕಂಡುಕೊಂಡದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿನ ಲೇಡೀಸಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಈ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗೆ ತಾಯಿಯಂದ್ರೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ, ತಂದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇದೆ. ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಬಂದಿರಲಬಹುದು, ಓದಿರಲಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ಓದಿಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅವರು ವೆಲ್ ಸೆಟಲ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸೋಷಿಯಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಬಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದು, ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ತಾಯಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಅದೇ ನಾನು ಆ 2 ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಮಗಳ ಪಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ತಾಯಿಯ ಗಟ್ಟಿತನ ತೋರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಹಗುರಾದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ ರೀ, ಅವ್ರ ಪಾತ್ರಗಳು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಗ್ರಾಂಥಿಕ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ನಾನು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಆ ಪೂರ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶ ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಕಡೆದು ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಅಂತೂ ಹೊಳೆಯಿತು, ಆಯಿತಾ. ಆದರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಗ್ರಾಂಥಿಕ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ, ನೀವೇನು ಉತ್ತರ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹಾಗೆ
ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಬೆಳಕು ಕುಡಿದ ಸಂಜೆ ಈಗ 2ನೇ ಕತೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಮರೀಶ್ ನುಗಡೋಣಿ ಅವರು 1-2 ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
ಬೆಳಕು ಕುಡಿದ ಸಂಜೆ ಕತೆ, ಅದು ಅದರ ಭಾಷೆ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅದು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ತೂಕ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ವಾಕ್ಯಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಯಾವ ವಾಕ್ಯವೂ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಹಾಗೆ ನೀವು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅದನ್ನು. ಅದು ತಕ್ಷಣವೇ ಅದು ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅನಗತ್ಯ ವಿವರಣೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಬೊಜ್ಜು ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೀಟಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಆಕೃತಿ, ದಿ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಕೃತಿ ಆ ಕಥೆಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬರೆಯೋ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ವಸ್ತುವನ್ನು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಲ್ವ, ವಸ್ತುವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆ ಇರುತ್ತೋ ಅಥವಾ ಆ ವಸ್ತುವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ನೀವು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆಯನ್ನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಂದಿಸುವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಿರೋ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನದೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ.
ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ನನ್ನ ಹೊರಗಿನಿಂದ ಬರಿತೀನಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅದು ನನ್ನಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಕತೆ, ನಾನು ಕಥೆಯ ಒಳಗೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಬರಿತಾ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಾಗ್ತೀನಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಕಥೆ ಬರೆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಹೊರಗಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ಅದು ಆ ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆ, ಆ ಪಾತ್ರ, ಆ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥದ್ದು. ನನ್ನ ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆಯನ್ನು ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏರೋ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅಂದರೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕಥೆಗಾರನಿಗೆ ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ತಾನು ಏನೇ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೂ ಕೂಡ ತನ್ನ ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆಗೆ ಆ ಕತೆ ಬೆಂಡಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಾರಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ತರ್ತೀವಿ, ಹೌದಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಥೆಯ ಎಂಡಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಲೆಕ್ಕಾಚಾರದಂತಿದೆ.
ಹೌದು, ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಆ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬರೆದು ಇಟ್ಟು ಸುಮಾರು 2-3 ತಿಂಗಳು ಅದನ್ನು ಕೊನೆಗಾಣಿಸೋದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ಅದು ಸೋತ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ. ನಾನು ಕಥೆನ ಕೊನೆಗಾಣಿಸುವ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಇದು ಸಾಕು ಅನಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಕೈ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಸರಿ ಅದು ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಬರೆದೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತದು ಕಥೆಯ ಎಂಡು ಒಂದು ಸೋಲಿನ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತದು. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಹ್ಯಾಮ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ಲೆಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ.
ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜೀವ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜೀವ ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಒಪ್ತಿರೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಕಥೆಯ ರಚನೆ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅದರ ಆಕೃತಿ, ಭಾಷೆ, ಅದರ ಒಳಗಿನ ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಒಂದು ಸಾವಯವ ಸಂಬಂಧದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಂಗ್ರ್ಯಾಚುಲೇಷನ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
ಈ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ದಾಗೆ ನಾವು 3 ಜನ ಅದನ್ನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮವಾದ ಅಂಶ ಅಂದರೆ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ತುಂಬ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಿತ ಅಂತ್ಯದ ತರಹ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನನಗೆ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಇವನ್ ಸುನಂದ ಕೂಡ ನಂತರ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ನಮಗಿಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ತುಂಬ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಈ ತಾಯ್ತನವನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಕ್ಲೀಶೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಈ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಕ್ಲೀಶೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅವಳು ತನ್ನೊಳಗಿನ ಆ ಕುಡಿಯನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ತುಂಬ ಖಾಸಗಿ ನಿರ್ಧಾರದ ಥರ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾಳೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಏನೋ ತಾನು ಮಹಾನ್ ತಾಯ್ತನದ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ಏನೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ತುಂಬ ಒಂದು ಖಾಸಗಿಯಾದ ಒಂದು ಜೀವಪರ ನಿಲುವು ಅನ್ನೋ ಥರ ಬಿಂಬಿತ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗಂತೂ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಅದೊಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಅಂಶ ಕೂಡ.
ಅದೇ ಒಮ್ಮೊಮ್ಮೆ ಏನೋ ಎಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಔಷಧ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಪಾತ್ರವೇ ಇದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು? ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಪುತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಅವಾಗ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಪಾತ್ರ ಅದು ತನ್ನನ್ನು ತಾನು ಹೆಂಗೆ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಅದು ಚಾಲೆಂಜಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತೂ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅದು. ಅಥವಾ ಅದು ಈ ಕಥೆಗಾರ ಏನನ್ನು ಮಾಡದೆ ಒಂದೇ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ತಂದರೆ ಕತೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮುಗೀತೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ನಿರಾಶಾದಾಯಕ ಕೂಡ ಆಗುವ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಕೇಳ್ರಿ.
ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಹಲವಾರು ದಿಗಿಲುಗಳಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಳು ಮನ್ನಣೆ ಗಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾಳೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಟಿ ವಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇನೋ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ದಿಗಿಲು ಎದುರಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗೆಳೆಯ ಶರತ್ ಅನ್ನೋನು ಅವನು ಪಾಲಿ ಅಮರಸ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾದಾಗ ಒಂದು ದಿಗಿಲು, ಆದರೆ ಆ ದಿಗಿಲು ಆಮೇಲೆ ತುಂಬ ಗಾಢವಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಮಾತು ಬೇರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅವಳ ತಾಯಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ತನ್ನೊಳಗಿನ ದಿಗಿಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಮೆಟ್ಟಿ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಥಾವಸ್ತು ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಒಂದು ತಂತ್ರ ಶೈಲಿ ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಹೇಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ?
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಆನೆಸ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಕಥೆ ನನಗೊಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೋರೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಇಡೀ ಒಂದು ಧಾರಾವಾಹಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ತಿರದಿಂದ ಅಂದರೆ ನೋಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ದಿಗಿಲು ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಶಾಕ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಂಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಶಾಕಿಂದ ನಾನು ಈ ಕಥೆಗೆ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ತೊಗೋಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಮಂಗಳಗಾಗುವಂಥ ಶಾಕ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರ ಅಮ್ಮಂಗಾಗೋ ಶಾಕ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಇಡೀ ಒಂದು ಆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ರಾಜಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಇದು ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬಟ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ರಾಜಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾನೆ ಮತ್ತು ರಿಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಡೀ ಒಂದು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನೋ ವಾಟ್ ದೇ ವಾಂಟ್, ಅಂದರೆ ಹೌ ದೇ ಮ್ಯಾನಿಪುಲೇಟ್, ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾನಿಪುಲೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಇದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ರಿಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಹೆಂಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಪಾತ್ರಗಳಿಗೊಂದು ಅರಿವಿದೆ. ಅಷ್ಟನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕತೆ ಓದಿದಾಗ ದಿಗಿಲು ಅಥವಾ ಅವ್ರು ಎರಡನೇ ಕತೆ ಎರಡನೇ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಬಂದ ಕತೆ ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನೀವು ಬಳಸುವ ಭಾಷೆ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಬಳಸುವ ಭಾಷೆ ಅದು ತಾಯಿಯ ಒಳಗಿನಿಂದಾಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಮಂಗಳ ಪಾತ್ರದ ಒಳಗಿನಿಂದ ಬಂದ ಭಾಷೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಗನ್ಸಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ನೀವು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಕತೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಈ ಪರಕಾಯ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ವ, ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಮಂಗಳ ಆಕೆಯ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವುದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ವ, ಅದು ಹೆಣ್ಣಿನ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಆ ಹೆಣ್ಣಿನ ಭಾಷೆಯಾಗಿ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಂದಿದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಅಂದರೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬರೆದ ಕಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಾನು ಅಂದರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಬರೀ ನಂಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಂಫರ್ಟ್ ಝೋನ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೋಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಓಕೆ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕಥೆಗಾರ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ನಿಂತು ಹೇಳಿದವಾಗ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಮಂಗಳ, ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಕತೆ ಸೋಲ್ ಕೂಡ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು.
ಕಥೆ ಐತಲ್ರಿ, ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದದ್ದು ಭಾಷಾ ರಚನೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಕತೆಗೆ ಹೊಸತನ ಬರೋದೇ ಭಾಷೆಯಿಂದ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕತೆಗಾರರು ರೂಢಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅವರು ಹೇಗೆ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಪಾತ್ರನ ತಂದು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು, ನೀವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ತಾಯಿನ ತರ್ತೀರಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಅದು ತಾಯಿ ಮಗಳಂತೆ ತಾಯಿ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕೆನೂ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾಳೆ, ಈಕೆನೂ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ವೃತ್ತಿಯ ಬಿಕ್ಕಟ್ಟನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಂಗಳ ಪಾತ್ರದ ಮೂಲಕ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕಂಗ್ರ್ಯಾಚುಲೇಷನ್
ಸರ್.
ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ನೀವು ಕೊನೆಗೆ
ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಅವರು ಬೆಲ್ ಹಾಕಿ
ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಬೆಲ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಆಯಿತು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿ.
ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದು ಬರೀ ಕೇವಲ ನಿಮಗಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ನುಗುಡೋಣಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಅನ್ವಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ಮಾಜಿಗಳಾಗದೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಾಜಿಗಳು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರಿತಾ ಇರೋರು. ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರೆಯೋದು ಕತೆಗಾರನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ. ಕತೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರಲೆಂದು ಲೇಖಕ ತನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನೂ ಬಳಸಬೇಕು. ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬರುವುದು ಎಂದರೆ ರಚನೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿರಬೇಕು, ವರ್ಣನೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಆಕಾರ ಮತ್ತು ತಿರುಳು ಸಮತೋಲನದಲ್ಲಿರಬೇಕು ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ. ಇದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿರೋದು ಇಸಾಕ್ ಭಾಷವಿಶ್ ಸಿಂಗರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಇದನ್ನು ಅನುವಾದ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ನಾಗಭೂಷಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಯವರು. ಈ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರೆಯೋದು ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದನ್ನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರೆಯೋದು ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕೇವಲ ಮಾತುಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಕತೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕನೂ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕತೆಗಾರರು ಹೊಳೆಯಿಸಿದ್ದ, ಅಂದರೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಕತೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕನೇ ನಮಗದನ್ನು ಹೊಳೆಯಿಸಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ತುಂಬ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮ ಕತೆಗಾರರು, ತುಂಬ ಹಿರಿಯ ಕತೆಗಾರರು ಅದನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕತೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕನೇ, ಹೀಗೆ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ದೇ ಕತೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕನೇ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಹಾಗೂ ನಮಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಕೈದೀಪ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಹಾರೈಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಕೊನೆಯ ಮಾತು ನಂದು, ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಥೆಗಾರರು ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ವ ನೋಡಿ, ಒಂದು ಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಏಕಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ 50 ಮಂದಿ ಕಥೆಗಾರರನ್ನು ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲರನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಇಂಥವು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಒಂದು 10 ಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಗಳಿವೆ. ಒಂದು 100, 200, 300ಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕಥೆಗಾರರು ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಗಾಗಿಯೇ ಬರೆಯುವ ಒಂದು ಹವ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇರಲಿ, ಅದೇನು ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಕೆಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ 10 ಕತೆ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ದಾಹ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ವ, ಆ ದಾಹ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕಥೆಗಾರ ಭಾಳ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 1-3-2 ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮ ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬರಿಬೋದು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದರೊಳಗೆ ಇದು ಇದರೊಳಗೆ ಅದು ಸೇರ್ಕೋತದೆ. ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಯುವ ಕಥೆಗಾರರಿಗೆ, ಯುವ ಕಥೆಗಾರ್ತಿಯರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದು ಒಂದೇ, ನಾವು ಬರೆಯುವ ಕತೆ ಎಂದೂ ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣ ಆಗಿರಲ್ಲ. ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣ ಆದರೆ ಕಥೆಗಾರ ಸತ್ತ. ಆದರೆ ಕೊರತೆಗಳು ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾವಲ್ವ, ಆ ಕೊರತೆಗಳನ್ನು ತುಂಬುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕತೆ ಬರೀತಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಜೀವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದನ್ನು ಕಥೆಗಾರರು, ಕಥೆಗಾರ್ತಿಯರು ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೆನಪಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಮಂಥನ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಈ ಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾಗಿಗಳನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025, account of which the session happened as award ceremony of the category, that is short story competition, presented by LCA and LCITA, Electronic City Industries Association and Electronic City Industrial Township Authority. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್, ಮಾತುಕತೆಯನ್ನು ನೆರವೇರಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ 2025 ಈ ಒಂದು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಜೂರಿಯಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಜೂರಿಯಾಗಿ ಎಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಐ ಆಮ್ ನೋಟಿಂಗ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈವನ್. ಸೊ ಜೂರಿಯಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸೆಷನ್ನಲ್ಲೂ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಧನ್ಯವಾದವನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಸಮಯ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ದೇವ್ ಪತ್ತರ್ ಸರ್ ಟು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಅ ಮೊಮೆಂಟೋ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಟೋಕನ್ ಆಫ್ ಲವ್ ಅಂಡ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಅಮರೇಶ್ ನಗಡೋಣಿ ಸರ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಲೇಡೀಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಜೆಂಟ್ಲ್ಮೆನ್, ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್. ಅಮರೇಶ್ ನಗಡೋಣಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ 2025 ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ದೇವ್ ಪತ್ತರ್ ಅವರು ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಸುಮಂಗಲಾ ಮೇಡಮ್, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ತಾವು ಸಹ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕು ಈ ಒಂದು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ದೇವ್ ಪತ್ತರ್ ಸರ್ ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Once again, big round of applause to both the jury members, please. ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಮತ್ತೋರ್ವ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಸುನಂದಾ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಕಡಮೆ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. Now it's time to move on to the next session. ಗೊತ್ತು, ಸಭೆ ತುಂಬಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. I know that why the auditorium is completely waiting for the last performance of the day 2 of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025. That is SKME presents In Resonance, Akana
and Ensemble.
Wait, wait, hold on, because stage has to get ready. Yes, stage ready ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಸರ್. 2025 who are in the day 2. Yes, the last session of the day, performance. Yes, of course, you're all waiting. SKME presents In Resonance, a Carnatic vocal recital by TM Krishna and team. Ladies and gentlemen, join your hands. And please avoid taking of photos, videos, and keep your cell phones in silent mode. And please cooperate. Thank you. Once again, join your hands and enjoy the show. Thank you.
I thought I was in a 9 p.m. debate for just 1 second when you called my name out. I'd like to introduce my colleagues on stage. On the violin, Vidwan H.N. Bhaskar. Rohit on the mridangam, Anirudh Atreya on the khanjira. I'm going to try and sing in the languages in which this Lit Fest is happening. So, I guess 5 languages on the whole. The plan is to try and have some old repertoire and some new repertoire. Old, new are very liquid terms, so you can assess that however you want. Traditional repertoire maybe, that is heard more on the stage, some repertoire that has not been heard often on the stage. Kind of a mixture of both. Chimalo, Brahmalo, ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಲೋ ಚಿಮಲೋ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಲೋ ಶಿವಗೆ ಶವದುಲಲೋ ಚಿಮಲೋ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಲೋ ಶಿವಗೆ ಶವದುಲಲೋ ಚಿಮಲೋ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಲೋ ಶಿವಗೆ ಶವದುಲಲೋ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಮೇರ నెల కూచుంటే ప్రేమ మీర నెల కూచుంటే ప్రేమ మీర నెల కూచుంటే ప్రేమ మీరా నెల కూచుంటే విరుదు వహించిన సీతారామను కోవరా వేమ కోవలో కావి రామను బ్రోవరా పులకై కన్నతావు నావు బడగ వీరవీధి మెప్పులకై కన్నతావు నావు బడగ వీరవీధి మెప్పులకై కన్నతావు నావు బడగ వీరవీధి పులగై కన్నత పునవు బడగ వీరవీతి పులగై కన్నతవో పులగై కన్నతావో నావు బడగ వీరవీతి పులకై కన్నతావు నావు బడగ వీరవీతి పులకై కన్నతావు నావు బడగ వీరవీతి పులకై కన్నతావు भला बैशवा मैं पुलकई कन्नतावु नावु बडग नावु बडग नावु बडग नावु बडग वीरवीति मैं पुलकई कन्नतावु नावु बडग वीरवीति मैं पुलकई कन्न मैं पुलकई कन्नतावु नावु बडग वीरवीति मैं पुलकई कन्नतावु नावु बडग वीरवीति मैं पुलकई कन्नतावु नावु बडग ಕೈ ಕಣದ ಕೈ ಕಣಗತ್ತವುನ ಉಪಡಗ ವೀರಗ ವೀರಿಗ ಪುಲ ಕೈ ಕಣದವುನ ಉಪಡಗ ವೀರ Ga ma
Re
ಕಾಯಕವಾದಡು ಸ್ವಕಾಯಕವ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವಕಾಯಕವಾದಡು ಸ್ವಕಾಯಕವ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವಕಾಯಕವಾದಡು ಸ್ವಕಾಯಕವ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಾಯಕವಾದಡು ಸ್ವಕಾಯಕವ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಾಯಕವಾದಡು ಸ್ವಕಾಯಕವ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಾಯಕವಾದಡು ಸ್ವಕಾಯಕವ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಾಯಕವಾದಡು ಸ್ವಕಾಯಕವ ಮಾಡಿ ವಾದಡು ವ್ಯಾಧಿ ಬಂದರ ನರಳು ವ್ಯಾಧಿ ಬಂದರ ನರಳು ಬೇನೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಹೊರವು ವ್ಯಾಧಿ ಬಂದರೆ ನರಳು ಬೇನೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಹೊರವು ವ್ಯಾಧಿ ಬಂದರೆ ನರಳು ಬೇನೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಹೊರಳು ಜೀವ ಹೊರಡೆ ಸಾಯಿ ಜೀವ ಹೊರಡೆ ಸಾಯಿ ಇದಕ ದೇವರ ಹೇಗೆ ಬಾಪು ಬೇಗ ಸೋಮ ಕಾಯಕ ವಾದಳು ಜೀವ ಹೋದಡೆ ಸಾಯಿ ಇದಕ ದೇವರ ಹಾಗೆ ಬಾಪು ಬೇಗ ಸೋಮ ಕಾಯಕ ವಾದಳು ಸ್ವಕಾಯಕ Until what time can I sing? Okay, we'll see. தாயுமில்லை 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 தந்தை இல்லை தோள் தந்து நிற்கும் தமையனும் தாயுமில்லை 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 தந்தை இல்லை தந்தை இல்லை தந்தை இல்லை தந்தை இல்லை தோள் தந்து நிற்கும் தமையனும் இல்லை தாயுமில்லை 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 தாயும் இல்லை தாயும் தந்தையும் தமையனும் தோள் தந்து நிற்கும் தமையனும் தோள் தந்து நிற்கும் தமையனும் நிற்கும் தமையனும் தந்து நிற்கும் தோள் தந்து நிற்கும் தமையனும் இல்லை தாங்கிட வளர்ந்த சேயும் இல்லை தாங்கிட வளர்ந்த சேயும் இல்லை சேயும் இல்லை தந்தை இல்லை தாயும் இல்லை தமையனும் இல்லை வளர்ந்த சேயும் இல்லை கண்ணீர் துடைக்க கரம் தரும் சொந்தம் இல்லை சொந்தம் இல்லை சேயும் இல்லை தந்தை இல்லை தமையனும் இல்லை தாயும் தந்தையும் தமையனும் சேயும் கண்ணீர் துடைக்க கரம் தரும் சொந்தம் இல்லை பலம் கொண்டு பற்றும் நட்பு தீயும் இல்லை ஆதரவு காட்டி ஆதரவு காட்டி ஆதரவு காட்டி ஆதரவு காட்டி அணைத்திட என்னை அணைத்திட ஆதரவு காட்டி என்னை அணைத்திட தகுமோராடும் இல்லை இந்நிலையில் 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 எனக்கு நீயும் இல்லை என்றார் பின் நான் ஏது செய்வேன் நான் எங்கு செல்வேன் எங்கு செல்வேன் எங்கு செல்வேன் நான் எங்கு செல்வேன் ஏது செய்வேன் எங்கு செல்வேன் தகுமோராளும் இல்லை இந்நிலையில் நீயும் எனக்கு இன்னும் இல்லை என்றார் பின் நான் ஏது செய்வேன் நான் எங்கு செல்வேன் மாதொரு பாகனே மாதொரு பாகனே நீயும் இல்லை என்றார் பின் மாதொரு பாகனே நீயும் இல்லை என்றார் பின் எனக்கு நீயும் இல்லை என்றார் எனக்கு நீயும் மாதொரு பாகனே நீயும் இல்லை என்றார் பின் நான் ஏது செய்வேன் நான் இங்கு செல்வேன் எங்கு செல்வேன் எங்கு திருவடி சரணம் என்றிங்கு நான் நம்பி வந்தேன். திருவடி சரணம் என்றிங்கு நான் நம்பி வந்தேன். உன் திருவடி சரணம் என்றிங்கு நான் நம்பி வந்தேன். தேவாதி தேவானின் 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 திருவடி சரணம் என்றிங்கு நான் நம்பி வந்தேன். மறுபடியும் கருமடையும் குழியில் தள்ளி மறுபடியும் கருமடையும் குழியில் தள்ளி மறுபடியும் கருமடையும் குழியில் தள்ளி மறுபடியும் கருவனையும் குழியில் தள்ளி மறுபடியும் கருவனையும் குழியில் தள்ளி வருத்தப்படுத்த வேண்டாம் என்னை மறுபடியும் கருவனையும் குழியில் தள்ளி வருத்தப்படுத்த வேண்டாம் என்னை மறுபடியும் கருவனையும் குழியில் தள்ளி வருத்தப்படுத்த வேண்டாம். கருவடையும் குழியில் தள்ளி வருத்தப்படுத்த வேண்டாம் பொன்னம் வல்லவானி திருவடி சரணம் என்றிங்கு நான் நம்பி வந்தேன். தேவாதி தேவானி திருவடி சரணம் என்றிங்கு நான் நம்பி எடுத்த ஜனனம் கணக்கெழுத தொலையாது இறங்கி மகிழ்ந்து தேவரீர் வேணும் என்று கொடுத்த மானிட ஜன்மம் வீணாகி போகுதன் குறை தீர்ந்த பாடும் இல்லையே. நான் எடுத்த ஜனனம் கணக்கெழுத தொலையாது இறங்கி மகிழ்ந்து தேவரீர் வேணும் என்று கொடுத்த மானிட ஜன்மம் வீணாகி போகுதன் குறை தீர்ந்த பாடும் இல்லையே. நான் எடுத்த ஜனனம் கணக்கெழுத தொலையாது இறங்கி மகிழ்ந்த தேவரீர் வேணும் என்று கொடுத்த மானிட ஜன்மம் வீணாகி போகுதென் குறை தீர்ந்த வாழும் இல்லையே. நான் எடுத்த ஜனனம் கணக்கெழுத தொலையாது இறங்கி மகிழ்ந்து தேவரீர் வேணும் என்று கொடுத்த மானிட ஜன்மம் வீணாகி போகுதென் குறை தீர்ந்த பாடும் இல்லையே. அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரகராவென்று சொன்னாலும் போதாதோ. அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரகராவென்று சொன்னாலும் போதாதோ. அடுத்து வந்த என்னை அடுத்து வந்த என்னை அடுத்து வந்த என்னை என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அடுத்து வந்த என்னை அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது ஹரஹராவென்று அரஹராவென்று சொன்னாலும் போதாதோ. அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரஹராவென்று சொன்னாலும் போதாதோ. அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரகராவென்று சொன்னாலும் போதாதோ. அடுத்து அடுத்து வந்த
தள்ளலாகாது அரகராவென்று போகாதோ அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரகரா வென்று சொன்னாலும் போகாதோ. அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரகராவென்று சொன்னாலும் போகாதோ அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரகராவென்று சொன்னாலும் போகாதோ அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரகராவென்று சொன்னாலும் போகாதோ அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரகராவென்று சொன்னாலும் போதாதோ அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரகராவென்று சொன்னாலும் அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரகராவென்று சொன்னாலும் போதாதோ அடுத்து வந்த என்னை அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரகராவென்று சொன்னாலும் போகாதோ அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரகராவென்று சொன்னாலும் போகாதோ அடுத்து வந்த என்னை தள்ளலாகாது அரகராவென்று சொன்னாலும் போதாதோ தடுத்து வந்தருள சமயம் கோபால கிருஷ்ணன் சததம் பணிந்து புகழ்ந்து போற்றும் நின் திருவடி சரணம் என்றிங்கு நான் நம்பி வந்தேன். தேவாதி தேவானின் திருவடி சரணம் என்றிங்கு நம்பி வந்தேன். தேவாதி தேவானின் திருவடி சரணம் என்றிங்கு நம்பி வந்தேன். தேவாதி தேவானின் திருவடி சரணம் என்றிங்கு நம்பி வந்தேன்.
I've not been announcing the pieces or anything. I hope that's okay. Thank you. ஆழியும் திரையும் காற்றும் ஆழவும் போலே மாழியும் திரையும் காற்றும் ஆழவும் போலே ஆழியும் திரையும் காற்றும் ஆழவும் போலே மாயையும் நின் மகிமையும் நீயும் என்னுள்ளில்லாகணும் மாழியும் திரையும் காற்றும் ஆழவும் போலே மாயையும் நின் மகிமையும் ശ്രേഷ്ഠവായതും സൃഷ്ടിജാലവും നീയല്ലോ സൃഷ്ടിയും ശ്രേഷ്ഠവായതും സൃഷ്ടിജാലവും നീയല്ലോ ദൈവമേ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുള്ള സാമഗ്രിയായതും നീയല്ലോ ദൈവമേ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുള്ള സാമഗ്രിയായതും ആഴിയും തിരയും കാറ്റും ഗാഢവും പോലെ ഞങ്ങളും മായയും മഹിമയും നീയല്ലോ മായയും മായാവിയും മായാവി നീയല്ലോ മായയും മായാവിയും മായാവിനോദനും നീയല്ലോ മായയെ നീക്കി സായുജ്യം നൽകുമാർഗം നീയല്ലോ മായയെ നീക്കി സായുജ്യം നൽകുമാർഗം ആഴിയും തിരയും കാറ്റും ആഴവും പോലെ ഞങ്ങളും മായയും മഹിമയും നീയും എന്നുള്ളിലാകണം ആഴിയും सत्यं ज्ञानम् आनन्दं निधने वर्तमानं सत्यं ज्ञानम् आनन्दं निधने वर्तमानं भूतं भाविं Second thoughts, maybe I'll introduce the song. I began with Ramananu Brovara, composition of Tyagaraja, Ragam Harikamboji. The second was a Vachana in the Raga Puri Kalyani. I followed that by a verse in Tamil written by Thiruperumal Murugan, followed by a Gopalakrishna Bharati composition, Tiruvadi Charanam. This was a composition of Sri Narayana Guru. This song I just set up this morning. Let's see how it goes. உள்ளம் அதுபோலே வேறுண்டோ கனிவோலும் கமனிய ஹிருதயம். பாபத்தினால் பூமி விரகொள்ளவே, பாபத்தினால் பூமி விரகொள்ளவே அவதாரம் செய்து தெய்வ சுதனாய். பாபத்தினால் பூமி விரகொள்ளவே அவதாரம் செய்து தெய்வ சுதனாய். சேவனமே மகிதமாம் லோகம், சேவனமே மகிதமாம் லோகம் ஜீவிதமிருளி. சேவனமே மகிதமாம் லோகம் ஜீவிதமிருளி. பதிதரில் கனிவில் மதுமாரிது கிகளே சுகமாய் கருதி லோகத்தின் பாபமே தினில் பூனி நாரகனி ஓடும் கமனிய ஹிருதயம். பாபத்தினால் பூமி விரகொள்ளவே அவதாரம் செய்து தெய்வ சுதனாய். சேவனமே மகிதமாம் லோகம் ஜீவிதமிருளி. பதிதரில் கனிவில் மதுமாரிது கிகளே சுகமாய் கருதி லோகத்தின் பாபமேந்தினில் பூனி நாரகனி ஓடும் கமனிய ஹிருதயம். യേശുമിശിഹാത തിരുവുള്ളം അതുപോലെ വേറുടോകനി പോലും കമനീയ പമകരി ഗസരി കനി പോലും കമനീയ ഹൃദയം. മാധവ മകരി പമകരി സകനി പോലും കമനീയ. ഗരി മഗവ മധവനി പോലും കമനീയ. പദവ മഗമ പഗരി കനി പോലും മഗവദനി സപരി സകനി പോലും. Madhava magama magava magari gamari gama magari sari gani bolum. Mala magari sari gama magari sari gama baba magari gada pada baba magani bolum. Tada magama bada magama raba magama bari gari ba magari gazari gani bolum. Sari gama bama gari sani sari gama bada bama gama mama bada bama gama bada bama gama bama gama bada bama gama bada bama gama bada bama gama bada bama gama
ri sa da ga ri ma ga ma ma ga ri sa ri ga ma ma ga ri sa ri ga ma 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 ga ri sa ri ga ri sa ri sa ri sa ba da ni sa ba ba de ma ga ma ma da ba ni da sa ri sa ga ri ma ga ri sa ri ga ri sa ri sa ni da ma ma da ma ma ga ri ga ka ni vol kamaniya hridayam യേശുമിശിഹാതതിരുവുള്ളം അതുപോലെ വേറുള്ളോകനി പോൽ കമനീയ ഹൃദയം യേശുമിശിഹാതൻ തിരുവുള്ളം അതുപോലെ വേറുണ്ടോ കനി പോലും കമനീയ ഹൃദയം.
ಬಲೆ Oh.